master stays behind. That is why she is ahead. She is detached from all things. That is why she is one of them, one with them. Because she has let go of herself, she is perfectly fulfilled. The supreme good is like water, which nourishes all things without trying to. It's content with the low places that people disdain. Thus it is like the Tao.
There was a caller just
in dwelling, live close to the ground. In thinking, keep to the simple. In conflict, be fair and generous. In governing, don't try to control. In work, do what you enjoy. In family life, be completely present. When you're content to be simply yourself and don't compare or compete, everybody will respect you. Fill your bowl to the brim and it will spill. Keep sharpening your knife, it will be blunt. Chase after money and security, and your heart will never unclench. Care about people's approval, and you will be their prisoner. Do your work, then step back. The only path to serenity. So that was 5.
Let's go to Hakima. Hakima, you want to start with number 9? I think we're on.
Number 10. Number 10.
Okay. Go for it.
Hold on.
We're reading without aging right now.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you coax your mind from its wandering? And can you keep to the original oneness? Can you let your body become supple as a newborn child? Can you cleanse your inner vision until you see nothing but the light? Can you love people and lead them without imposing your will? Vital matters by letting us take their course. Step back to no man and thus understand all things. Giving birth and nourishment, having without possession, acting with no expectation, leading and not trying to control. This is the supreme virtue. We join spoke together in a wheel, but it's the center hole that makes the wagon move. We shake clay into a pot, but it's the emptiness inside that holds whatever we want. We hammer wood for a house, but it's in the inner space that makes it livable. We work with being, not being is what we use. Colors blind the eye, sounds deafen the ear, flavors numb the taste, thoughts weaken the mind, desire wither the heart. The master observes the world, but trusts his inner vision. He allows things to come and go. His heart is open as the sky. Success is dangerous as failure. Hope is as hollow as fear. What does it mean that success is as dangerous as failure? When you go up the ladder or down it, your position is shaky. When you stand with your 2 feet on the ground, you will always keep your balance. What does it mean that hope is hollow as fear? Hope and fear are both phantoms that arise from thinking of the self. When we don't see the self as self, what do we have to fear? See the world as yourself. Have faith in the things. Have faith in the way things are. Love the world as yourself. And you can care for all things. There you go.
All right. Let's next reader.
Okay, you know Mojo to skip me so I'm about to walk into the grocery store.
That's fine. You're not up. It's Kristen. Kristen, go ahead.
Oh, okay, hold on. Let me open it up. Okay. I had to reopen it.
Okay. We oftentimes have to reopen things in the muff, but go ahead, continue.
Wow. We're at 14, right? Okay.
16.
I think we're at 14.
Yeah, 14. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Look and it can be seen. Listen and it can be reached and it can be grasped. Above, it isn't bright. Below, it isn't dark. Seamless, unnameable, it returns to the realm of nothing. Form, that includes all forms. Image without an image. Subtle, beyond all conception. Approach it and there is no beginning. Follow it and there is no end. You can't know it, but you can be it, at ease in your own life. Just realize where you come from. This is the essence of wisdom. The ancient masters were profound and subtle. Their wisdom was unfathomable. There is no way to describe it. All we can describe is their appearance. They were careful, as someone crossing an iced-over stream, alert as a warrior in enemy territory, courteous as a guest, fluid as melting ice, shapeable as a block of wood, receptive as a valley, clear as a glass of water. Do you have the patience to wait till your mud settles and the water is clear? Do you remain unmoving till the right action arises by itself? The master doesn't seek fulfillment, not seeking, not expecting. She is present and can welcome all things. Empty your mind of all thoughts. Let your heart be at peace. Watch the turmoil of beings, but contemplate their return. Each separate being in the universe returns to the common source. Returning to the source is serenity. If you don't realize the source, you stumble in confusion and sorrow. When you realize where you came from, you naturally become tolerant, disinterested, amused, kind-hearted as a grandmother, dignified as a king. Immersed in the wonder of the Tao, you can deal with whatever life brings you. And when death comes, you are ready. Are we doing 4?
I thought we were doing 5, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, 4. When the master governs, the people are hardly aware that he exists. Next best is a leader who is loved. Next, one who is feared. The worst is one who is despised. If you don't trust the people, you make them untrustworthy. The master doesn't talk, he acts. When his work is done, the people say, "Amazing, we did it all by ourselves."
Okay, I think that's me now, right?
Yes, it's all you, Nye.
18, okay. So I'm sorry, is it Tao or Dow? Are we pronouncing it Dow with a Z? Does it matter? Okay.
I'm going to go Dow, but it does matter too. Go ahead.
Okay, number 18. When the great Tao is forgotten, goodness and piety appear. When the body's intelligence declines, cleverness and knowledge step forth. When there is no peace in the family, what is that? Hooked on finance. What is the word? Feely piety begins. When the country falls into chaos, patriotism is born. Number 20. Hold on. My page reloaded. Okay. Stop thinking and end your problem. What difference between yes and no? What difference between success and failure? Must you value what others value? Avoid what others avoid? How ridiculous. Other people are excited as though they were at a parade. I alone don't care. I alone am expressionless, like an infant before it can smile. Other people have what they need. I alone possess nothing. I alone drift about, like someone without a home. I am like an idiot. My mind is so empty. Other people are bright. I alone am dark. Other people are sharp. I alone am dull. Other people have a purpose. I alone don't know. I drift like a wave on the ocean. I blow as aimless as the wind. I am different from ordinary people. I drink from the great mother's breath. The master keeps her mind always at one with the Tao. That is what gives her radiance. The Tao is ungraspable. How can her great mind be at one with it? Because she doesn't cling to ideas. The Tao is dark and unfathomable. How can it make her radiant? Because she lets it. Since before time and space were, the Tao is. It is beyond is and is not. How do I know this is true? I look inside myself and see. Is that it? Do I have one more? I'll read one more. If you want to become whole, let yourself be partial. If you want to become straight, let yourself be crooked. If you want to become full, let yourself be empty. If you want to be reborn, let yourself die. If you want to be given everything, give everything up. The master, by residing in the Tao, sets an example for all beings because he doesn't display himself. People can see his light. Because he has nothing to prove, people can trust his word. Because he doesn't know who he is, people recognize themselves in him. Because he has no goal in mind, everything he does succeeds. When the ancient masters said, if you want to be given everything, give everything up, they weren't using empty phrases. Only in being lived by the Tao can you be truly yourself. I think I'm done.
Okay, I guess that means I'm up. Express yourself completely, then keep quiet. Be like the forces of nature. When it blows, there is only wind. When it rains, there is only rain. When the clouds pass, the sun shines through. If you open up yourself to the Tao, you are at one with the Tao, and you can embody it completely. If you open yourself to insight, you are at one with insight, and you can use it completely. If you open yourself to loss, you are at one with loss, and you can accept it completely. Open yourself to the Tao, then trust your natural responses, and everything will fall into place. He who stands on tiptoe doesn't stand firm. He who rushes ahead doesn't go far. He who tries to shine dims his own light. He who defines himself can't know who he really is. He who has power over others can't empower himself. He who clings to his work will create nothing that endures. If you want to accord with the Tao, just do your job, then let go. And then I'm going to read one more. Is that right? There was something formless and perfect before the universe was born. It is serene, empty, solitary, unchanging, and infinite, eternally present. It is the mother of the universe. For the lack of a better name, I call it the Tao. It flows through all things, inside and outside, and returns to the origin of all things. The Tao is great. The universe is great. Earth is great. Man is great. There are four great powers. Man follows the earth. Earth follows the universe. The universe follows the Tao. The Tao follows only itself. Is that it?
Okay, what number did you leave off on?
I finished 20.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was on mute. I was going to go ahead. I'm sorry. I had muted myself. Let me get back into it. My bad. What are we on, 25? Is that right, or 26?
I finished 25.
Finished 25. Okay, so we will go into 26. We will get through 4 more, and then we'll just we'll take a break. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved is the source of all movement. Thus, the master travels all day without leaving home. However splendid the views, she stays serenely in herself. Why should the lord of the country flit about like a fool? If you let yourself be blown to and fro, you lose the touch with your root. If you let restlessness move you, you lose touch with who you are. A good traveler has no fixed plans and is not intent upon arriving. A good artist lets his intuition lead him wherever it wants. A good scientist has been freed himself of concepts and keeps his mind open to what is. Thus, the master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He is ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? What if you don't understand this? You will get lost, however intelligent you are. This
is the great secret. Know the male, yet keep to the female. Receive the world in your arms. If you receive the world, the Tao will never leave. You will be like a little child. Know the white, yet keep to the black. I like that. Be a pattern for the world. If you are a pattern for the world, the Tao will be strong inside you, and there will be nothing you can't do. Know the personal, yet keep to the impersonal. Accept the world as it is. If you accept the world, the Tao will be luminous inside you, and you will return to your primal self. The world is formed from the void, like utensils from a block of wood. The master knows the utensils, yet keeps to the block. Thus she can use all things. This will be the final one. Do you want to improve the world? I don't think it can be done. The world is sacred. It can't be improved. If you tamper with it, you'll ruin it. If you treat it like an object, you'll lose it. There is a time for being ahead, a time for being behind, a time for being in motion, a time for being at rest, a time for being vigorous, a time for being exhausted, a time for being safe, a time for being in danger. The master sees as they are without trying to control them. She lets them go on their way and resides at the center of the circle. We'll go ahead and stop there. Unless Scarlett wants to read. Scarlett, do you want to read? We do have 10 minutes before we start the next room.
Appreciate the offer, but I'd kind of like to digest and maybe talk about what you heard, what we heard and read. I wanted to get the quote right in the chat. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? And then the second one is, what is a bad man but a good man's job?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
PDF link is above in the room. I wanted to ask Mojo. Can we this is your house. I would just offer a suggestion. Can you maybe mod everybody who has read today? I think that's called positive feedback reinforcement, something like that. Okay, Scarlett, go ahead. Sorry about that.
So I get that a good man is an example for a bad man. I'm wondering how much work does a good man put in for the job of a bad man?
It's like there's this book called Tanya, and man and women have both a positive and a negative, or a good and an evil inclination. And there is this gray zone or shadow that you have to pass through to get back to the paradise or to the good zone. So without, as I'll quote someone from this app, without my lived experience, I don't think taking a course on morals and ethics is gonna, it's gonna help you with your experience. But what I'm trying to say is, sometimes you don't know if you're the good man or the bad man, but it's just the pairing of opposites. The Tao Te Ching deals with opposites. So it's a contemplation, a meditation. So again, this is like called reading a book. And I think that when you run these scripts and you have the conversations, the purpose should be enlightenment or going within self-reflection, self-analysis, and asking yourself, how can I be a better man or a good man?
Does anyone else want to answer the question? What's our moral responsibility to where is our responsibility to guide and shepherd bad people, especially since they're disinclined to be guided and shepherded? And then what is our responsibility to our innocent fellow man or men in protecting them, or do we protect them at all? Because if they're exposed to evil, then they're more likely to be able to defend themselves by themselves from evil.
What I took from this was that it would be wrong to try to control them, and it would be pointless to try to control them, and that the teacher is your own positive actions. If you're worried about yourself, maybe you'll be an influence over people, but trying to control them, I think, is the mistake.
Oh, no, good point. I'm not interested in controlling anyone. I'm interested in the value of mitigating harm, and I don't have an answer. But thank you.
Well, if you're a good man and you're dealing with bad men and you believe education is the solution to curing a bad man, well, then you have to become the teacher or the master to the bad man who is. So this app, in a way, allows you to try to like live out game theory to a certain extent. And so if
Did you know we did a room on game theory? Were you there?
I think so. But what I'm saying is the communication component in the game theory to me is extremely important. Now, if you study mythology or mysticism, Hermes or Mercury is, the god that represents communication. So I think talking about communication in a technical way is very helpful. That's all I'm saying.
Akima, what did you get from it? Was there anything that stood out as something that you're in strong agreement with, or something that you would question? Anything that stood out that you want to mention?
No, not really. Maybe I read through it again. I probably could grab it. I was doing a couple things right back between. I was car washing a couple things. I probably have to read it again.
I think my favorite line, I have a couple, but the one that really stands out, express yourself completely, then keep quiet. Be like the forces of nature. When it blows, there is only wind. When it rains, there's only rain. When the clouds pass, the sun shines through. Beautiful.
What is all this reference to the she, though? Like, why does the Tao have to be feminine?
Because it's a book of opposites. So if God the Father is the universe, it inverts it into a woman. So there's a bar here in Chicago where I got jumped at by the first time in my life by a young African American man. He slugged me in the face and they robbed me. And let me tell you what is on the inside of that bar where I was watching a live music band. There is a black woman on the wall in an erotic astronaut outfit, and it says, "She is God."
I'm gonna have to meditate on that one.
What's the name of that bar, John?
They had to shut it down. It's renamed now. But, Alan Watts says there's a story about these astronauts who come back from outer space, and the media says, what did you see out there? They said, we saw God. And they said, well, what did he look like? And the astronaut responded, she's black. So, to me, that's one way. If you have anger management issues with black women in the marketplace, it's one way to essentially de-escalate the whole thing. So it's an esoteric way, I think, to manage your anger.
John is projecting again. Sorry, Mom.
We have 4 minutes left before we have to go open this other room and beat the other guy to starting his room. But when should we do the next reading? Do you guys want to do it tomorrow? Do you want to space these apart? I think we got about a third of the way through, so we could probably get this done in 2 more readings. Are you guys up for doing it tomorrow? You want to wait till Wednesday? When do you want to do this?
What day? Do different books. Like, what day if you feel like you got time to focus.
All right. Well, then let's tomorrow and Wednesday get through this book, and then we'll start a new book. And I think it was proposed that we would do Art of War next.
Can I do a housekeeping note?
Sure, go for it.
Now, in the beginning, you mentioned watermelon being beneficial, and I doubted it, but I did some research, and you're right. The these seeds have zinc, which are good for a lot of things.
Does that make sense?
The
Like, I
actual
think it does
activine
make
is in the
sense,
flesh,
actually,
so
to
it's a
esoterically
great
viewing
preventative
black women's
for
goddesses.
people who are already healthy. I didn't realize that.
See, I do read a lot about the health benefits of fruits and vegetables.
Might be why I crave it. I don't know.
Is everybody prepared to go to the other room? Should I post a link up top? So
That would be very helpful.
okay, hold on. Talk amongst yourselves while I go.
I could do it if you like.
Oh, perfect. Go for it.
That's even better. Thank you.
I want to thank all the speakers. Oh, go ahead, David.
You go.
I wanted to thank all the speakers. You like made my dream come true today. Like I'm, in the kitchen having, some fruit cleaning up. I'm listening to people reading the Tao Te Ching. I'm like, wow, wow. I'm like, I can't believe this is on automation now. So you are all, you are all the Tao. That's one thing to remember is when you read the Tao, you become the Tao.
But if you are the Tao, then doesn't that mean you aren't the Tao?
Well, I think it's like a script. It's essentially when you read, in the Buddhist perspective is that you create the universe, with your thoughts. So if you're reading the Tao and you're really focusing and you're thinking about what you're reading, it's a little bit like dancing, or jumping on these words, these letters, and like it's the whole thing is this is an exercise in a way to try to enhance your gigahertz to a certain extent. Wisdom education, wisdom scripts is that enlightenment type of spark where I think it's just a way to like dope up your brain, and help you achieve more in the real world. But I think a lot of this stuff deals with anger management, peace, harmony, balance, joy, strength, flexibility. You could, 100 of those super positive words. So this is forced positive neurolinguistic programming. And unfortunately, this app is a toxic cesspool of profanity vulgar slingers who are gaslight, bigots or gaslight addicts. So to read a document like this, I think, reflects on all of you personally as being the Tao. Congratulations.
All right, and that brings us neatly and nicely to our next room. I can hold on the fort because if someone wants to open. And
I will go open that, and thanks everyone. We'll see you over there.
I'm going to return some phone calls real quick because I always miss them when I'm at Clubhouse. It's my only disappointment when customers call me and they can't reach me.
Also, I want to say that a lot of people watch this YouTube live stream, and I hope that they too know that they are the beautiful Tao.
Well, I hope we earned some cool points, John. I know you were always calling us clown house and saying everyone's not intelligent and stupid and waste a lot of time on the app. So I hope we earned some cool points with you today, sir.
Yeah, I felt great, I really enjoyed it. But, I think the bigger question is, did you enjoy reading the material? How did the material make you feel when you read it?
I loved it. I posted in the chat, thanks for recommending this title. I might actually finish reading it on my own before we meet again. But I don't know, that is tomorrow, so maybe not. But I probably will read ahead. Because it was, I really enjoy the messaging behind this. It resonated with the spirit.
And it is something you remember, I think, the more you read it again. I had my doubts and I liked it more than I thought I would.
Yeah, every time you read it, you discover something new. It's that kind of a book because there's a lot in there. It's a large language model system, I think, in a way.
I could see how you would absorb more, also reading the written word yourself.
Yeah. I have read this book. I've picked it up probably 100 to 500 times and read it, and I've recorded it into the internet. The more you do it, the more you become programmed by it, and it's a very intelligent program.
You were going to say?
Oh, no, I didn't know.
Oh, I thought you did. All right. This is going to be a fun room, I think. I think that we got ourselves a good topic. Similar topic to what a lot of people on this app are talking to. I think it's similar to the topic that Gary's going to talk about in the critical thinking forum with no chat. So imagine that. We get to have a conversation on the stage, keep the chat open, and we're not requiring anybody to go to Facebook to be able to communicate with each other in a written form. So I think that we all the advantages, all the bells and whistles, everything that we need in order to have a good, stimulating conversation. Welcome to the room, everyone.
Hey, Rod, I do want to say this about the last room. That was the longest I ever spoke on Clubhouse without being interrupted. It felt kind of good.
Yeah, well, hey, maybe if we all embrace the Tao, there'll be less racism, and you won't have to be such a victim.
Akiva, that's so good. I interrupted you for the first time in the history of Clubhouse, Akiva. I love it.
Let's see. I gotta ping a few more people in here. We've got 6 more minutes. You guys want to shoot the breeze? Go ahead. Say whatever you would like to say. Oh, look at 2 T's is in the building. Scarlet 2 T's. Voice of an angel. I'm glad that she's punctual. It's good. Maybe a geosite site, huh? Maybe. Jarl, you're welcome to come up here. Even though you're Canadian, we'll probably want to hear what you have to think about the National Guard bringing order to D.C. I need to figure out where Anson's at. You can't really do this room without Anson. Not properly, anyways. Anson led the slave revolt to exit the critical thinking forum. He is the... there he is. That's my guy. All right. Hey, welcome, Christy. You've made it. You're on time. We've got about 5 minutes before we get started. We really like to get in here early. I also wanted to point out that this house is growing very, very fast. There's over 600 members of this house, and this is the second time we've done a room. So everyone pat themselves on the back. I'm going to go ahead and mod up my friend Anson. Again, we'll just kind of shoot the breeze, keep it casual, and for the next 5 minutes. Christy, you might want to stick around for a bit, because you know how the chat's not open over there? It'll allow someone like yourself to more fully participate in the conversation if you stick around here. So you'll be able to contribute from the chat. So we have some enhancements over here. We're taking advantage of the entire tool set that Clubhouse has enabled us with. So feel free. Anson, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. Looking forward to the conversation. I'd like to offer a guideline. I know everybody's not here yet, but I'm going to go back to is there a problem, and get agreement or disagreement that there is a problem. And then if we all agree on the problem, then we can have different views on what the right solutions are. If we can't agree on the problem, then that's an issue in and of itself. In my view, the problem, starting at 10,000 feet, so to speak, are our cities clean enough, safe enough, in general, particularly our big metropolitan areas? Are they the kinds of cities that normal people want to live in? And I believe that there is a patina, a haze, a smog over those cities involving crime, cleanliness, respect for individuals, respect for authority. I think that is a problem that needs to be addressed to make our metropolitan areas, even our small towns, cleaner, safer, more acceptable to normal people, that they would like to live and flourish in such communities. So I believe there is a problem that needs to be addressed. And now we can take it to, is there a problem in D.C.? Yeah, I think there is a problem in D.C. where we need to clean D.C. up. It is our national capital. Does it need to be cleaned up more than Chicago or L.A. or New York? I don't know. That's not the issue. Does D.C. for the normal American, is it clean enough, safe enough, or should we do better to clean up D.C.? And yeah, I think we should. That sets the stage for the room, and that's where I'll start from. Yes, we need to clean up D.C. Now let's figure out a way to do it. And Trump has offered a way to do it. We can agree or disagree. And I sure hope that we get the most progressive, woke person we can find, or group of people that we can find to join in with what might very well be a more right-leaning room, because as I said last week, I really want to have a discussion. And I don't want to be calling somebody a woke asshole or a communist any more than I want to be calling somebody a Nazi or, all these other things. I hope we can limit our characterization of ourselves and others as liberals and conservatives and not go on to the super extremes of accusing a person's position being super one way or the other in a disparaging manner. We can sort of stick to liberals and conservatives without all the flaming rhetoric, and I hope that we'll be able to find some agreement. Yes, there is a problem, and yes, this is the right way to go about doing it, or the wrong way of going about doing it. I hope we can come up with a consensus when we reach the end of the road. Thanks for letting me share.
I love it. I thought that was an excellent way to start the room, asking the question, is there a problem? And I think there's a problem. I don't spend time in D.C., but I do spend time in big cities, and I see crime that is not dealt with. In fact, some cities will allow people to shoplift. Homelessness is out of control. Drug use is rampant. And they just lost control. And there's a couple of choices that we have. We can continue doing nothing, as we're doing now. We could do what Trump's doing, where he's mobilizing the National Guard to try to solve it and be a little more heavy-handed. Or we can loosen the restrictions and roll the dice and see what happens there. I think the good news about this, and I'm open to hearing all of the critiques, is that Trump is making his attempt to clean up D.C. I think that there's going to be some negative externalities that come from this. I think there's going to be some positive externalities that come from this. And most importantly, I would hope that as Americans, we would look at the negative and the positive and weigh it honestly, rather than just allowing our partisanship to determine or predetermine whether we think that this is a good thing or a bad thing. Again, if we can agree that there's a problem, then somebody's got to come up with a solution. And if the solution that Trump is offering is not what you like, I would welcome people in this room to offer up a solution that they think would work. I'll go ahead and yield and welcome Moose to the room.
Thanks, Mojo. Hey, Ansel. Yeah. I'm interested to see what the folks' perspectives are. It's concerning to me. I don't think it's a good idea. I really wish we could try this out in a Republican mayor run city, just to flip the script. So you don't have the expectations of me, someone like myself on the left coming up here and saying, oh, there, no bad Trump, dictator Trump. I don't like, I think people, it's like this knee-jerk reaction. I think people are underestimating the role of police. It's not just about catching the bad guy. I mean, most police departments, urban police departments, populations of similar to DC, which I think is like approximately 600,000 or more, have a whole dedicated task force specifically to address gangs in their areas. Because I can assure you, the average beat cop has no interest in interacting with gang members. They want to get home to their wife and kids, husband and kids, partner and kids, whomever. At the end of the day, there's a whole different kind of training that they do for gang task force. So I think, all right, great, let's bring in the National Guard. So they're all going to just scoop them up in their really pristine, clean uniforms. Who is the National Guard going to go around talking to people? Going to try to get somebody to work with them? Try to get somebody who knows the head of the gang, or who knows when whatever activities are going on? I'm just using gangs as an example, but it's far more than just getting the bad guy. It's knowing the streets. Like, the National Guard does not know urban streets and how to navigate within them. It's just not their training. It's not any disrespect to the National Guard. They, of course, have their own special skill set. So I think we are absolutely opening Pandora's box here to send in the National Guard for any type of indication that whatever city's violence or crime is out of control. Send in the National Guard. Send in the National Guard. It's a bit of a knee-jerk reaction. I don't know, and I don't know if there's anyone here who can speak. Anson, I know you have a strong military background. I don't know if anyone out here can speak with the legalities and logistics. I know DC is a very unique, district because it is technically not a state. Obviously, he pulled the similar stuff with the LA situation, ICE and sent them there. But the governor was able to overrule that. So I don't know how it works with DC, but I'm interested to see what folks' perspectives are. Again, I urge you to look at this not from which side of the aisle you're on, but as a matter of practicality, and sending in the National Guard in lieu of trained law enforcement who know the streets better than anyone.
I want to say this real quick. I think this is important. Like some of you guys said, like they think it's necessary, but it is a problem. But like the numbers that simply don't say that. In Washington D.C., the numbers in 2024, violent crime was down 35% from the prior year, which made it a 30-year low in violent crime. And this year, to build on that, violent crime is down another 26% in Washington D.C. Robbery down 32%, murder's down 32%, robbery's 39%, carjacking down 53%, assaults with deadly weapon down 27%. So for him to frame that DC have some violent crime problem, it's just false. And it's false about most major cities. Violent crime is down in most major cities. So this whole, can I finish? So this whole, we need to do something about violent crime. I mean, this country has been doing something about violent crime for the last 25 years.
Well, just to counteract that, the DC Commission and the police, they were cooking with the crime reports. There was it came out recently that actually not reporting all the they get bonuses. So, yeah, I wouldn't really trust the stats that they're being published by the police force in DC.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point, and I don't know enough about DC to get into the specifics, but typically in a city, if they want, if a mayor wants to get reelected, they will work with a police chief that will report less crimes. The statistics will show that crime is down, and if the mayor is in good standing and needs to get budget for police, then the crime stats will go up, and everything's reported so they can get the budget to be able to hire more police officers. So the collection of stats, of criminal stats, is, what's the methodology? Has it changed? And if you do a quick little search, it looks like the methodology in DC for collecting crime stats has dramatically shifted since 2019. I don't have enough information to know whether or not it's more accurate, less accurate now. I don't know. What I can tell you is that when you're comparing crime stats from one methodology to another, there's going to be a difference. Again, what that difference is, I don't know. I'm not an expert on that.
I want to say real quick, the Metropolitan Police Department, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and the FBI, all with the data, all showing the same trend. All three report agencies showing the same data.
I just posted an NBC article that reports that one of the police officers was actually suspended for cooking the data in DC. So you can check that out.
Hey, this is John. Moderators, I would like to tell you the prompt that I put into Grok and then the response I got with regards to this question.
Go ahead.
So my prompt was, hey Grok, how should President Trump deploy the U.S. Reserve military forces, Army, Air Force, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard to U.S. sanctuary cities? Asking tough questions on Clubhouse. This is Grok's response. John Kitover, President Trump could invoke the Insurrection Act to deploy reserves for supporting ICE in mass deportations and securing high crime areas in sanctuary cities like New York City or LA. Focus on coordination with local compliant forces, prioritizing public safety and legal enforcement, while minimizing civil unrest. This aligns with his executive orders against jurisdictions shielding criminals.
So it sounds like he's got the legal tools to utilize to mobilize this. That he's not outside of
He's not over his skis legally, is what Grok is telling us.
We had started this conversation earlier, Anson, and I was curious about the crime data because there is some evidence that crime has gone down, and you'll never hear me say this often, but Brad mentioned that
You're my number one fan, bro.
was unusually
You're my number
high
one fan.
in DC, and I thought that was a valid point that he deserves credit for. Also, I asked Rock 3 questions, and the link is in the chat for people who are curious about has the crime gone down? Because someone had made the argument that crime is at a 6-year low. And Rock is a little inconsistent with that data, but it also depends on what crime are you talking about. They didn't have the jaywalking stats available, but they did have property theft and homicide data. Thank you.
I'm trying to think Trump responds to the so-called violence.
No, Rich, I'm not taking your call, dude.
National Guard say that the numbers are fake, but don't provide no other evidence. They say they're fake. I ain't saying you can't do that, but that just sounds very scripted. That the president would ignore the data that he was actually turns out the FBI and the police department. Just deploy National Guard and just say it's fake without no evidence. You gotta do something. You can't just say it's fake. You can't just say that. You can't just say that.
I don't know. Are we saying fake? Or are we saying fudged? Because I think there's a difference between outright hyperbolic data and them edging it to make it look better or worse. I'm thinking of Mark Twain's "There are lies, damn lies, and then there's statistics," and how easily we can be influenced by numbers that are technically accurate but don't paint the whole picture.
it should be on Trump to paint the whole picture. Like, the numbers are the numbers. You should have to show these violent crimes that require the National Guard. Like, other than his words, I mean, I'm not a I didn't see people on social media talking to me, like saying it's not like that, but it's up to him to show that opposed to the citizens of National Guard.
Right, and this will be my last point, and then I'll mute up. Akima, I understand your concerns, and I actually share a little bit of them. Our military is trained to kill people and break things. Those are their two primary directives. So coddling spoiled, entitled, brat Americans who will go up to them and spit in their face and scream racial epithets at them like we saw during the Black Lives Matter protests, they're ill-suited for that gig. So I do share your concerns that there might be civil liberties violated in this, and Big Balls from Doge was beaten up after trying to intervene after seeing a lady attacked by a group of teenagers, and he was severely wounded. And now I believe there's get well soon Big Ball signs all over Washington, D.C., because that's where it happened. And I'm not surprised that Trump is protective over the Doge thing.
It was over an attempted carjacking. The lady piece of car.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna offer playing well, trying to figure out. Akeem, I hear you, okay? Scarlett, I hear you too. And I began by saying I believe that there is a significant issue in all of our major metropolitan areas. And then so I still believe that more action is needed to clean up DC. Okay? I am very hesitant. It's not bad enough that active duty troops need to be put on the streets. No question about that. And I challenge whether or not it's necessary to put the National Guard on the streets. But I do think that the competence of the entire legal system, the competence of that system needs drastic improvement. We should never have cops that let teenage gangs run rampant. They should not allow that to happen. And yet, it seems to me, from what I'm hearing, that is a huge issue. But when the cops take action to not allow them to run rampant, then they have to be backed up by a strong prosecuting office to find a way to prosecute teenage gangs running rampant. And then we have to have judges that don't allow them back on the streets to run rampant again until sufficient rehabilitation and corrective action has been taken. So I think that whole circle of law enforcement in D.C. and other major metropolitan areas needs to be tightened up. Now that doesn't mean I'm asking for stormtroopers and kangaroo courts and prosecution for 10 years in prison for jaywalking. No, that's not exactly anything like that. But I do believe that whole circle of law enforcement needs to be tightened up. And when I listened to the press conference today, and the new judge, I've forgotten her name, the new judge was talking about that, how they need to strengthen the enforcement of existing laws with the cops on the street, more competent cops, willing, able, and allowed to do their jobs and do them legally, and then backed up by
What are your top
the prosecuting system
10
and by the judges, so that
suggestions?
this laxness, this malaise, this smog of crime and unsafety, and I'll include the homeless population, though. I absolutely, when Trump said we're going to clean them out, we're going to clean out all the homeless, where are you going to put them, Mr. President? I have no idea. So I'm hesitant to endorse the National Guard being out there, and I would be watching them carefully. And the National Guard certainly does not have, I don't think they have arrest powers. All they are there to do is to back up the local police to make sure the local police are not overwhelmed by some gang or something of that sort. So I'm willing to tolerate that for a while until I see examples of jackboot thugs, stormtrooper like National Guard. And I don't think we saw that in LA. I don't think we've seen that at all of the National Guard. I'm not going to get into ICE agents, but in terms of the National Guard in LA, I have not heard a squeak about the National Guard causing, acting like stormtroopers. I think they've been pretty successful in backing up the cops, and we haven't seen more problems in LA than we've seen already. Leave it down for the time being. I think we interested in feedback on that observation.
Your point, Hanson, the district attorneys, they don't support the cops who do arrest, criminal people. Like, they just catch and release sort of issue. And there's no prosecution that occurs.
I just want to say, hi guys, first, in New York, I mean, routinely in the papers, a person getting arrested, and he has 20 plus violent crimes, that he was arrested for in the past. So this is a major problem in sanctuary cities. In the other room, they were discussing this too. They started off sending the National Guard to DC because he's afraid of Epstein, of the Epstein files. So I quickly searched for a room. Good old Mojo Raja has normal concepts of how to arrange a room. And that's ridiculous, the Epstein concept. And I'm glad I'm here. Anson, I agree with you once again. Prosecution.
Again, it's cops, prosecutors, and judges that all need to be tightened up in the interest of safety and keeping our streets and cities the way normal Americans would expect their cities to be operated.
Well, I'll be interested in seeing what local residents have to say about this. I mean, I haven't watched any live news all day. Probably won't be able to do it until later this evening. So I'm curious to know what the local residents have to say, considering that some reports are, as we stated here in another room, that the crime is not as bad as this administration would have us believe. The crime rates have dropped over the past year. So what locals feel compared to what local politicians feel, what their reaction to Trump's military deployment. But another thing is this, no matter how we feel about President Trump, him using the, using the federal government to take charge, maybe he feels like this situation is out of control, and this is the answer to it. And me not living there or having visited the city, DC, I don't know, right? All I can do is just support our president. If our president feels like the crime in DC is out of control, and the National Guard has to handle it because the local police they're not equipped to carry these tasks out properly, then I suppose I support Trump on that.
Has anybody been to DC lately? I'm not aware of, do they have like the San Francisco issue of like human poop on the sidewalk? Like what, like, it, the crime statistics aren't necessarily the most compelling thing to me, but in my lived experience, when I was in San Francisco last, there was human poop right outside the hotel room that I was staying at, and like I think there's definitely a problem with crime, with homelessness, and I think we should I think we should want our big great cities to be beautiful and prosperous and safe. And again, I don't know if this is the right step, but does anybody disagree that we should have beautiful, prosperous, clean, safe cities?
I think the poo map that you can check online was perfectly terrible, meaning that it exposed a problem in the comical way. I believe it's still active, and when you click on it, the demographic is brown, the visual. So yeah, I think we should have clean street, and I think Washington, if we have to pick one area of our country to be the state of, I'm going to pick Washington D.C. over any major city because the tourism, the people that go there from across the country and across the world, it's vital that our jewel of the shining city on a hill is appropriately clean and washed.
Yeah, cities should be clean, graffiti free, free from homeless people, free from liberals walking up and down the sidewalk passing out free crack pipes to the drug addicts.
By the way, is this an illegal alien issue also, or just local criminals that he's cracking down on that's got out of hand?
Is it possible that he has information that we don't have, and that maybe there's threats that are emerging that he's not telling us about?
That's a factor I hadn't considered, but since we just celebrated the 1 year anniversary and the almost dying, I think we should do that.
It's 100% possible, if I could just say from my perspective as somebody who's worked in the media for a long time, I get these tips from my colleagues in legacy media, they work in the mainstream outlets, the AP, NBC, et cetera, et cetera. And oftentimes I'm given information, and other folks in the media that, hey, what's being reported mainstream nationally is not what's actually happening behind the scenes. And, I've had a number of instances where, certain terroristic threats that the media might report on, and the masterminds behind them are actually not the masterminds behind them, but they tell the public one thing, and and they blame it on, they cite national security as the reason for the lies and the propaganda. So it's 100% possible that Trump has information that we may never have, or if we do get it, it will be some whitewashed version of what's really actually happening behind the scenes.
Hey, this is John, and I'm on the DC.gov website looking at the 2025 year-to-date crime comparison. And there's in 2024 it says that there were 2,100 violent crimes total, and in 2025 1,500, down 26%. Only 112 people got murdered there last year, and 100 this year. 110 sex abuse cases, only half this year, I guess because the Democrats are gone. And assault with a dangerous weapon last year was 667, down to 534 this year. And robbery last year was 1,300. This year it's 900. So 900 robberies this year alone. And if you've ever been to DC, I mean, that's a lot of robberies. I mean, why is any of this even tolerated, or why is all of this happening in every major city? Because if we were to really look at every major city's total crime stats and contemplate that, I mean, you'd shit your pants. You'd be like, I can't believe this is happening nonstop in every major U.S. city. Why is society and why is reality like that throughout the whole country?
Well, in Illinois, there is a congressman, Illinois state congressman, tabling what we call tabling a act or resolution that attacking police is not a crime. So you can imagine. No respect for the law. Hence why there's more criminals. No one respects the law. And the law is not respected in any format or any way. So people just do what they want to do. People do how they want to do. So what's the law got to do? What is the law? The law is the people of the country. You are the law. Each and every single one of you individual. You make a difference. So we need more people standing up and speaking out and saying what they see and what they don't see and just creating more awareness constantly. You know?
Yeah, it's a symptom of a low trust society instead of a high trust.
So how do you gain that trust is the question. You gotta get in there, get down with the nitty and the gritty, you know, and then see what's really going on, you know, step into the light, put the spotlight on, you know, the dark corners of the town. And don't give no business space. You know, at the end of the day, the world is changing, everyone looks up everywhere, so you don't even know who, you know, everybody's, you know what I'm saying? So it's more of a reason to do so, you know. You love your country and you want peace and you want to keep the peace and you want to maintain that peace, then it's so logical to just do what's right. And what's right is upholding the law. You know, it doesn't matter where you're from or what country you're from or what background. It doesn't cost nothing to respect and appreciate, you know, freedom or whatever you've been given to be. You know, I think people forgot that's the best thing in life are simple. And everybody's far away from the simplicity. So,
yeah, speaking of trust, trust is built from the baseline, which is punishing the robbery, thieves, murderers, and the lawbreakers.
Definitely face-to-face with us, you know, coming from. But not enough people doing everybody's scared. There's a lot more people being criminalized. Yeah, that. And at the time we live in, everybody's hiding from all things. So it's more of a reason to get in there and being aware of everything, you know. And then having the same mindset and awareness and educating people, knowing what's what, and the characteristics to watch out for, you know. Some people going through something and they might just, they're going through something, see what they're doing, you know. It's like a sickness in it, really. You know, where the sickness really comes from.
Victoria, what are your thoughts on this? Oh, hold on a second. Moose, I think you're in the matrix. Either I am or you are. Was Moose in the matrix?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Victoria, I'd like to call on you. Somebody that knows a little bit about DC, such as yourself, what do you think of what's happening? No, that's still in the matrix. Are we getting hit with the matrix? I know Moose got hit with it. Victoria, are you here? Victoria, are you with us? Can you hear my voice? Is my voice traveling? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, got it. All right. Well, Victoria's not here. I wanted to get her thoughts because it's interesting, but anybody else?
With her level of expertise, she'd be invaluable to this conversation. So I hope she chimes in soon.
Yeah, no, I'd love to, and just for the fellow mods, Anson and Moose, Victoria has shared with us on multiple occasions that she has been to the Situation Room to brief presidents on what matter, I'm not sure, but I'm thinking that something like this, perhaps she would have the type of insights that the rest of us don't. So I'd really like to hear from Victoria when she gets a chance.
She's been on mic for a while. Oh, maybe she's back. Victoria, are you there?
It's year over year. It's not a
Am I
comparison to
back,
other
right?
cities.
You are back. Yep, we hear you
You
now.
could
Okay.
compare it to other cities,
So,
and
well,
that's
while
called
we're
a,
waiting for
you know,
the
factor.
presidential brief expert to chime in, I think it was Hansen that said earlier that, was it Illinois that does not
Illinois.
consider attacking or assaulting a police officer a crime? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, that's right.
And this is a new law, you said?
It's being tabled by a congressman.
So it's tabled, which means it's not passed yet.
It's not passed yet.
Oh, okay, because the way you spoke earlier was that it was passed, which is very misleading.
Yeah, not yet. I pray that Illinois have some senses, still have some senses remaining in their heads.
Any idea what the grounds of that would be? Because if you attack any individual on the street, that's assault in pretty much every state, let alone an officer.
You can ask that guy.
That guy?
Obviously, I think yes.
What guy?
The congressman who tabled that act or suggestion.
Table means to put it aside.
Put it.
Propose.
Correct.
Propose.
Correct.
Okay.
Table.
That's why I was just asking for clarification.
It's not proposing.
Yeah, because that even seems kind of wild for a democratic state. I mean, like I don't even see how anyone on the left would get behind that.
I'm going to ask a little bit more detailed question. Is it okay to spit in the face of a cop that is trying to enforce the law? And the second question, is that illegal or is it legal?
Actually, just wanted to quickly. Yes, you're right. The table proposal means postponing. Yeah, no, that's not what I meant. Thank you for questioning that. Actually proposing the proposal that the attacking, assaulting a police officer would not be a crime.
Maybe it has to do something with like the hierarchies of power. The police have power over the individual who isn't a police officer, and they're thinking, oh, well, that can't be assault.
I'm wondering if you mean it's the difference between a felony and a misdemeanor.
Yeah, it really wouldn't be a misdemeanor. Are we talking about spitting or attacking an officer, which are very different things?
That would never pass. I don't even think it was worth talking about.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing I never even. But let's not even give that idea any more oxygen. Victoria, I see that you're in chat. Are you back and able? Are you in a space where you're able to talk? Roger was asking for his opinion earlier.
Wait, Moose, you think attacking a police officer, a physical assault versus spitting are not the same thing? You think spitting should be deregulated?
I didn't say it should be deregulated. I said it's very. I don't know anyone who's gone to the hospital for being spit on.
Some people have, but that's an edge case. The biggest thing is it automatically a felony? Right now, I think it is in a lot of cases to a police officer, an official to spit in their face. It can be straight up charged as a felony instead of just a misdemeanor civil disturbance. So I think that's the difference that whoever's talking about a law right now, I think that's what they're trying to change. So it's a lesser penalty than actual being a felony.
Why should going to the hospital be a factor? I mean, you could slap someone in the face. It's not going to go to a hospital. We should have respect for our police.
Exactly.
I wasn't saying that it was. I was just using that as an example to show the harm that typical spitting with ring versus physical assault. I agree. I am very much against any interference with an officer, spitting. You can say whatever you want. All you beautiful free speech absolutists here. You can say whatever you want, although I think it's odd that some of you take issue with someone telling an officer to F off or give them a finger, because you can certainly bring no physical harm or saliva to their face. I don't have a problem with that. It's free speech. But spitting, I say, is going too far.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting. I'll say this really quickly. It should be a federal charge, right? Can you imagine if they ease back on this law, the number of progressive blue-haired lunatics? They're already throwing boulders and stones at the ICE agents in LA when they were protesting about a month ago over the ICE raid. So can you imagine if we said, oh, it's just a slap on the wrist, you can spit on the cops? The number of people who would be spitting and hurling loogies at cops. Spitting is disgusting, whether you do it on a cop or a civilian. You should be charged with the fullest extent of the law. Go to jail for the weekend, for all I'm concerned. No, we shouldn't ease up on people who want to spit on law enforcement. Sorry, God.
Akima, do you have a response to that? I'm really interested.
To what y'all just got to talking about?
Yeah. Do you think spitting on a cop is a violation of the law and action should be taken legally if someone does that? Spitting on a cop.
I think that's pretty common sense. I don't think nobody disagrees with that. Of course, that should be a crime.
Great. Good. I mean, that's because I'm sure that there's somebody that feels, at least some people at least feel that that's perfectly all right because the cops are doing absolutely outrageous things, even though they're doing it in accordance with the law. They're doing outrageous things, and therefore spitting on them is a form of protest that should be acceptable. I don't agree with that, but I'm sure there's some that feel that way.
Yeah, I agree with you, Henson. And actually, I like to call out when I'm wrong. I stand corrected, as Jarl put in the chat. I forgot that's true. Somebody carrying any sort of transcommunicable disease and spit in your eye, in your mouth, could actually end up being lethal. So that was a bad comparison. But regardless, I still say spit on the sidewalk. If you really feel the urge, I don't know, maybe spit on their car tires, but do not spit on another cop or another human being. You must, if you're playing baseball, chewing tobacco in the dugout.
Let me ask a question. How have the police reacted? And I haven't read anything about that. In a real good world, the police would work together with the National Guard. So how are the police reacting to the National Guard?
That's an excellent question, Jules. It's like, what message does that send? It's like, move over, boys, ladies and gentlemen in uniform. The president has clearly said you're inept. So instead of trying to work together, we're just going to kind of push you to the side, even though we are not authorized to make any arrest, even though we know nothing about interrogation, even though we know nothing about constitutional rights when it comes to making said arrest, probable cause, all that good stuff. But let's get the National Guard out there. So I'm curious, are there folks that are, I think Nye, you might be the only one who said, okay, well maybe if the president knows stuff that we don't know, then yeah, by all means, let's get the National Guard out. So I don't know if you want to, I don't need to put you on the spot, anybody can answer this who's really pro-National Guard to the title of the poll. What does that look like, let's say if DC was your city? Like how do you imagine the National Guard making a difference?
Let me explain a large city that's near me, Seattle, where the anarchists had taken over several city blocks, and the police chief and the mayor basically defanged the police officers to even be able to do their job. And they didn't have the back of the officers on the street. So I don't know what the sentiment is for the officers that are in D.C., but I can tell you that the sentiment of the officers that were in Seattle was one that they felt that they were let down. And there was a mass exodus of police officers that either left law enforcement altogether or immediately were looking to work in a city where the mayor, the city council, and the chief of police would allow them to do their job. And so, again, I don't know how DC is ran or what the perception is among the force. I don't know what the perception is among the people in DC about this, but I can tell you specifically, even in left-leaning Seattle, during the whole Chaz Chop thing, there was a great many people that would have welcomed some assistance, somebody to have the gumption to come in and enforce the law. In fact, many of the police themselves would have welcomed it. And now you have a problem where Seattle can't hire police because nobody wants to work in Seattle as a police officer, knowing that you don't have the support to do your job. So I think that's something that we should consider.
I also would I want to go back to what Moose said, which was, again, strongly questioning the need for the National Guard, or should the Guard come in. Is there any evidence of the National Guard doing untoward things in California? The National that's a current example of what 700 or so, whatever, 1,500 National Guard went in. I have not read nor heard of accusations against stormtrooper tactics or whatever against the National Guard. Is there evidence of the National Guard doing anything other than being in a support mode to the local police and protecting the local police as they go about their legal duties? Any evidence that the National Guard has gone beyond that and it becomes stormtroopers or whatever?
Not that I've read. I don't know if that question was directed to anybody specific, but I haven't read any stories about the National Guard ever turning into rogue stormtroopers. But maybe we have some fact checkers in the house.
That's a great question, Hanson. And I wonder if anybody knows what instructions the National Guard are getting. You know, they're just not going in blind. They have to have instructions on what they can do, what they can't do, what their role is, what their role isn't. I mean, you just can't. That's why I checked off I don't know in Mojo's question. I'm not sure, because there's a lot that goes into play. You just don't bring them in and say kill, shoot to kill. You know, there's got to be some working together, kind of cooperation with the local police.
Well, I would offer the suggestion that if the National Guard, and for lack of a better word, I will call it stormtrooper tactics, if there was a hint of the National Guard having done that in California and Los Angeles in particular, I am sure it would have been headline news. If they caught one guy on video, beating somebody up with a baton or punching him in the face with the butt of his rifle or something like that, I'm sure it would have been headline news. So the absence of any significant reporting on misuse of the National Guard, other than the fact that they're there and they're backing up the police, I'm sure we would have heard about it. But again, if anybody's got evidence that the National Guard has done anything other than be a force behind the police to guard against attacks against the police while they're executing their lawful duties. I sure would like to hear about it. And in not hearing about it, that would lend support as evidence that the National Guard has gotten the right briefings and they are doing the right thing out there. That's been 35 years, a little longer than that. But when I graduated from college, within 2 years I was a shore patrol officer walking around, and I was just a straight line officer, no particular training or anything, but I got to be a shore patrol officer with
Why do people police complaints
about
reference? Why do people police complaints about referencing the complaint about Americans?
Never had to do anything seriously. But again, I'm sure that the Guard is very carefully briefed on the do's and don'ts.
Why do people police complaints about referencing a complaint about Americans?
The Guard, the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
Why do people police complaints about referencing a complaint about Americans describing Americans as not?
Anson, let's say you're right, and they're acting appropriately. Wouldn't it be nice to see local police make reference to that? That, hey, we worked with them, they did this, we did that, crowd dispersed, something nice. But we don't hear that.
So does the shadow.
Do you think the local police are held back from saying something nice about the National Guard, who might be saving their lives? I'd like to hear that. I'd like to get feedback.
I actually.
Go ahead.
All right. Oh, thank you. Just a quick second, Anson, and maybe you can reply to both of us. So I really hesitate to do always, ever, never. Because as soon as I say I don't think it's ever happened, there's only one isolated incident that, so it might happen. And then we handle it. We make sure that we have restorative justice as much as possible, that the people who are found to be guilty or appropriately receive appropriate consequences. Thank you.
Well, I was just going to say, Edson, to your point, asking for data or examples, it's difficult. And I realize why it's difficult. It's because I can't even think of examples when they were sent into backup police, aside from maybe the Watts riots. I think the last time a president called in the National Guard, with the exception of earlier this year, Trump calling him into California, the last time a president ordered the National Guard without the governor calling him in was, I believe, Johnson, to escort black children safely into schools that the then, I think, outspoken anti-segregationist, was it Wallace, I believe, was governor of Alabama at that point.
That was Eisenhower that called him in.
Eisenhower, thank you. To protect those young lives. So I this is an anomaly. This is a unicorn. I really, if anyone else can dig deep way past Chat GPT and see when National Guard has been called in to complement and augment local law enforcement.
January 6th.
Yeah, well, I think that was worthy.
Well, hold up. But without you asked without a governor, so they don't have a governor in D.C.
Right, sorry. So that's the same unique unicorn that I'm talking about, because they don't have. Correct. But I guess the other question is, I don't even know if we brought this up. So what does that mean to deploy them? And now he's talking about, if you've seen headlines, he's talking about sending them into Chicago. I'm not going to deny Chicago has the highest, I think, body count homicide rate annually than any other city, I think, in the country. Okay, well, it might be the worst, but it's bad. It's bad. It came up.
And it's down year over year.
Is Kansas City the worst? It's top five. My point is.
We're talking per capita absolute numbers.
Yeah. Anyway, if I could get the point out, if the president continues to send in National Guard, and to your point, Roger, of killing the morale of local law enforcement, and then thus depleting them, and then they end up leaving, what do you think the National Guard is going to stay? No. They're a Band-Aid. So if the president continues to send in National Guard to various cities around the country, is that not taking it away from their active duties, heaven forbid, when our actual borders do need to be protected?
Moose, hasn't their morale been already defeated by local judges and that let people, the revolving door of crime? That's what's doing the trick.
Sounds like an example.
Yeah, that's why I want to know. I'd like to know if they welcome the National Guard.
This internet
That's where I'm stuck in limbo here. I don't know if they welcome them or resent them.
Well, back to Moose's original point, very few times has the president sent in the National Guard, and I'll agree with that. But there are numerous times where the National Guard has been called out, and I mean numerous, over the course of history. So I think to determine whether the National Guard has acted like stormtroopers, whether the governor calls them out or the president calls them out, take the whole picture. Whenever the National Guard has been called out, is there strong evidence to indicate the National Guard have become stormtroopers to trot on civil rights or just back up the police? That would be my counter to it's just looking at the microcosm of where the president's calling out. Let's look at all the times that they've been called out and see what the statistics would be.
As far as this term stormtroopers, which we know what that relates to historically, I haven't heard anybody complain about treatment from National Guard. I have heard people complain about treatment from ICE, right? So if there's any force of the law at the moment on a federal basis has at least the impression, if not the reality, of abuse, it would be coming from, or you leave out the word abuse, but illegal actions could potentially be coming from ICE, not from the National Guard. With the National Guard being deployed in a city, is the president saying, I have more power than you? This was what was said about Kennedy when he sent in the National Guard in 1964. That was the first time that ever happened. That wasn't asked for by the governor. And you leave out January 6th for the moment. That's the only other time that's ever happened before Trump sent in the National Guard to Los Angeles. And this is a factual statement, whether anybody likes it or not. During the time that they were in LA, they were not working on fire prevention, and they were literally working on putting out fires when they got diverted to Los Angeles. It's about fear, from my perspective, Mojo, and diversion tactics. It's red meat. I'm going to take over the city. I'm the president. I can do that. And he can, actually, until statehood passes. Which at some point in the future, you all know that, sometime in the future, the left is going to control the power. And that's probably what they'll do, is they'll make D.C. into a state. They only need to pass a law. It's not a constitutional amendment, right?
Sorry.
Hold on, dear. I don't want to step over your beautiful voice, but I just wanted to say that when it comes to DC, I think fighting for statehood is the wrong thing to fight for. I think what they should be fighting for is the idea that they don't have representation, and they should, if you live in DC, you should be exempt, in my opinion, from paying federal tax. That would be my take. But I think something that, because something we're not talking about is what was the headlines prior to this happening. All of a sudden, nobody's talking about Epstein, and everybody's talking about the National Guard. I don't want to change the subject,
But what I am going to say is that the timing is very convenient.
Totally. Agreed. Hard to ignore.
Is the reason why we don't describe things that make the left active as red meat for the masses because most of them are vegans?
Say what?
Trey, is that Monica?
Of course it's Monica, yeah. I don't know where you got the they're mostly vegans thing. That's pretty funny.
That was what we like to call humor. For those of you that got it, it landed. For those of you that don't have a sense of humor, it probably didn't land. But thank you, Monica. I thought it was great. Victoria, we were asking you earlier with your unique experience, did you want to talk about your thoughts on what's happening in D.C.?
No, I think it's already been discussed to death, honestly. So,
Okay, so you have no additional expertise.
I would say, like, just as a woman who lived there, felt like it was challenging sometimes. It did feel somewhat dangerous, I would say. And every single day, like on the news cycle for DC, you would hear about another person who had been violently attacked or something else. So definitely not like I mean, not to say that, like, not to make it sound bad, but it was pretty challenging, I would say.
Can I just ask, if you were to have had an opportunity to brief the president, in the situation room or anywhere else, would you have told him, like, National Guard, bad idea?
This president doesn't get briefed. My dear friend, no, he doesn't listen to anyone or experts.
Or to whoever he spoke to last, Victoria, it's one of the two, right?
Sorry, I wish that you would actually have like a better or broader perspective, but you don't. So, unfortunate.
You're talking to me saying I don't have a broader perspective, is that what you just said?
Yep.
Fascinating. Okay.
Daniel, we have one of, I think he has one of the more broader perspectives in this room.
Guys,
well, I don't know if perspective is a competition here, but I like Daniel, and Victoria is an acquired taste, and I think with her unique experience, I welcome it here. Serendipity, I want to hear from you, but before you do, I just want to point people to the poll up above, which is very tight. It's almost equal thirds. In true in true Clubhouse fashion, we have finally it's at 100%. It was at 102% earlier. So, Serendipity, go ahead and jump in, and as we continue to participate in the poll. Anyone that hasn't participated in the poll, please consider doing that prayerfully. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to do something that's really, really annoying. I was really looking forward to this room, and I had child drama, so I didn't get to hear a lot of it. But I was curious, did anybody happen to say anything about the Posse Comitatus Act, as far as, like, I know Newsom tried to use that against Trump when he sent National Guard and forces into LA, and it didn't work because he was able to use it under the Immigration Enforcement Clause. But I'm just wondering, like, his repealing that Article 740 or whatever it was that he did in order to do this in DC, I read that he can only do that for 48 hours without congressional approval. And then with congressional approval, it can only be for up to 30 days. Have you guys talked about that?
Serendipity, as I understand it, posse comitatus only applies to active duty military forces. And so there has not been an accusation of there's an accusations of violation of posse comitatus, but I'm pretty sure it only applies to active duty troops, not the National Guard.
Well, you're true in most cases with the National Guard unless he federalized it. And my understanding was that he did.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
I don't know.
Is it Congress or the Speaker of the Chair that passed to? Okay.
What I read was Congress, but it was like a really brief article on it, so what that entails on it, but it said Congress.
So just to clarify, Rod, do you think that it should have representation but not statehood, right? What, if I heard you right, what does that mean?
They should not have to pay federal tax because they don't have representation. I think fighting for statehood. I think fighting for statehood would be a silly choice when they can make a very logical argument. I think they would win legally if they really push the envelope.
On the tax thing, like basically, since we're not a state, you can't tax us.
Yeah.
So
They don't have representation. So why would they pay federal tax?
So if it came down to a choice for most people, you could either have representation or no tax. Sure, some people would choose the no tax, and some. It's just really a question of what.
I think it'd become an IQ test. Do you want corrupt politicians to represent you, or would you like to not pay federal tax? It's an IQ test at that point.
They don't pay state tax because they're not a state. So that's that. And they're represented, they vote, so that's representation.
Tell me which senators are in DC.
Would you live there?
Does DC have senators?
He means
No,
every other
no.
state has two.
Yeah, they don't have another state.
If a state, if they were somehow able to pull that off, I'm just saying, they would end up with 2 more senators, most likely going to be on the left as well.
Without doubt.
Yeah, but the point is like, again, I can understand why the Democratic Party would want statehood so they could have representation to try to ram their weird wokey agenda through. That being said, the people of DC want, like, why would you want more corrupt politicians when you can have no taxes?
So that's basically saying no government is better than even some government, according to you. Because I heard you say the other day that some regulation is okay, just like as little as possible, but some is not zero, right? You're going to say people are better off with no representation just because they're politicians?
They don't have representation now, Daniel, but we're drifting off topic. I'll tell you what, the after party in the muff, you could please bring this conversation to me, because I'd love to go deep and wide into this thing and call out the little magic trick that you're trying to play right now, where you're suggesting that somehow if you gave people tax relief in DC, that means that there's no government. I mean, come on, grow up.
No, I offered it as a choice, and you said if they get a choice, they're just going to choose. If they don't have the right IQ, they're just going to choose the no tax thing. And I'm just simply saying that.
Well, listen, if you have a choice.
Like you said, Roger, we're getting off topic, but go ahead.
Yeah, we should get back on topic.
Just about DC.
In order to, in an effort to get back on topic, I would really like somebody in the 37%, somebody in the 32% that says no, they should not, explain why specifically you voted that way, that they should not have deployed the National Guard. Would somebody give me an extra, maybe you, Moose.
Go ahead.
Well, I shared mine earlier. I don't want to repeat, but
else who hasn't had a chance to speak, and then I'll be happy. My elevator pitch in a nutshell, like I said before, I think it's a terrible idea because it is, if this is the go-to response, you're going to bleed out the National Guard to cities around the country. And again, as mentioned earlier, there were examples of police departments that took this not as a, oh, thank you, so glad you're here, quite the opposite, to, wait a minute, why did I go to the police academy? Why do I risk my life out here every day? Just so, military guys can come out and do my job.
Let's get some other folks down here that can perhaps give a different.
Anson, this is John. I was in the National Guard, and I want to say that, I live in Chicago. I think they should deploy the National Guard, and I've seen interviews with National Guard soldiers who were deployed in California, and they said, this was the greatest thing that ever happened to me. I've had so much fun. So when Moose says that police officers are going to be upset that National Guardsmen are helping keep the streets safe from rampant gun crime, I mean, believe me, cops want the backup. They can't wait to meet their local National Guard, component. And why you think people in this country are not going to rally around security, safety? I mean, I don't get it, Moose, but that's because that's the perspective you have.
Okay, so that's John and Scott explaining why they got their own opposite sides of the fence. Somebody else tell me why the National Guard, with a different reason, why the National Guard should not be deployed in D.C.
It's not a problem that needs to be solved in the first place. You don't have a crime problem in DC in the first place. Doesn't warrant it. And second, what Moose is saying, what Moose is saying is precedent is something in law and in norms and governance and everything else, right? Whenever something's done for the first time, it's big news because it's never been done before, and that's for good reason. This sets a precedent for the president to execute his decision authority over the actions of cities using these federal forces. I don't think that's a good precedent you'd want a left-wing president to practice on.
I would suggest that the precedent has already been first established in California of late, but I understand what you're saying, Daniel, and thanks for the input.
I mean, are you
Anybody else?
Are we ready for closing comments?
We've got about 20 minutes to wrap this room up. I think if everybody did speak, we would get to that in 20 minutes. Two T's, do you want to give your closing thoughts? Because I would not only love to hear the thoughts, but I would love to hear the voice.
Okay, well, as we opened the room, and we had a poll in an earlier room where the choices were, yes, there is crime, and we should protect our national symbol of freedom around the world, which is Washington, D.C. There were three options. The second one included concerns about my freedom and the chances of it going badly for unruly, spoiled brats in the street, accustomed to well-trained riot police convening our military, which are trained to kill people and break things. So, and then not sure, let's see. So I think that's kind of where I am. I don't like the idea of women being assaulted. I don't like the idea of people's property being taken. And if extra security, see, that goes where we're denying liberty, right? If we truly believe in liberty, we should let the individuals secure their security themselves so that we don't tread into authoritarian state borders. I don't know. I feel bad for the elderly when they had all the depolicing in our country, all the calls to abolish the police. There were senior citizens in major cities saying, I don't go outside my apartment unless there's a police presence because I'm 80 years old and all they would have to do is push me over and I could break a hip and die. So I think that's kind of where I am. I think it's a good idea if executed well, and I will be paying attention to make sure it is. Thank you.
Is it outrage? Are we doing final closing comments or something, or is this popcorn stuff?
We can popcorn close our comments, so you can go ahead, but can we just all drink in what we just heard? That was beautifully stated and in a lovely tonation. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I'm looking at this mpdc.dc.gov website again, and all crime for last year there were 17,000 incidences of crime and 16,000 this year. I mean, if you want crime down 80%, and that means taking out, I guess, major criminal elements, especially. Listen, I don't know. I mean, can you drop crime 80%? Or is it all a lie and that's society? So I just don't think it's outlandish to deploy National Guard soldiers. They're going to get paid when they go on this deployment. Otherwise, they're on a monthly salary and they're 2-week, annual training. So deploy them with police, enhance security, increase our security. We're already paying for it. You might as well get some service for your tax dollar. I am complete.
If we're enhancing security, to your point, John, if the point of the National Guard is not to detain and apprehend and arrest, which of course they have absolutely no constitutional power to do, so it would be good that they don't do that. How many officers have we read about in D.C. That have been killed, attacked? My understanding is that it's citizens that are a threat, not the police. So please enlighten me how National Guard would protect police that are not being. John, you're muted if you're talking.
Sorry. When I was a National Guardsman, Chicago had plenty of rampant crime, but the police were allowed to do their jobs. Now we have a radical Marxist, communist, socialist, terrorist teachers union history professor as our mayor.
Stay on point. We're talking about D.C. Go ahead. Let's talk about D.C. Thank you.
Well, I've been to D.C. and I thoroughly enjoyed my experience while I was doing contract training on behalf of the government. And guess who was in my contract training class in D.C.? A bunch of Palestinians working for USAID learning how to scam us out of billions of dollars in contracts. So again, the problem is not the president. The problem is not the National Guard.
Else here who is pro National Guard that could explain to me how they're going to enhance and protect police that are not at risk of being threatened? Again, if sure, clearly they can have a presence to discourage like rioting, right? Like the ICE riots and such in LA. But again, what's lost on me is sending in National Guard to enhance and protect police because, again, they are not authorized to detain, apprehend, interrogate, or arrest. They're there for presence, clearly political presence, and not to protect the police.
Is that your opinion, or do you want to jump into?
That's my opinion. Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Mark, or Joe Big, sure.
Go ahead, Joe.
I mean, Joe, if you have data that proves otherwise, I am all ears. I am a sponge for data, but I haven't seen any reports that indicate that.
I just got to the room, but I lived in D.C. for 5 years. I worked for the NSA Comm Center, and we leaned on National Guard big time for protection. Don't y'all want your capital of your country protected? Come on.
You can overprotect something and harm people in the process too, Joe. And like, I get the truth of whatever you feel comfortable in, and you having lived there, you have your own lived experience. That's true. But the numbers that he's talking about really do matter, and there is less crime now than there was in the past. That is a fact of numbers. And so if you really had a crime problem, why is it going down when you're putting more resources there? Which, two things, what Moose is pointing out. Number one, it's using resources, taxpayer resources. And number two, it's friggin' breaking the law as well. Certainly pushing it as much as it possibly can.
So Daniel, the thing that you just said to be a fact is not quite as clear cut as you make it sound. When it comes to police reporting, there's different methodologies. In fact, DC completely switched their methodology in 2019. So when you have
you have crime that goes up and goes down, there's different reasons of why you would want it to go up or go down when it comes to the reporting of it. And the reporting is not it's not a direct correlation with the crime itself. And so you can have situations where crime is on the rise and the reporting says it's on the decline. You can also have it vice versa. Now, I don't have enough information to tell you if it is rising or declining. What I can tell you for a fact, though, is that if you think that crime statistics are accurate, you should talk to people that collect these statistics, because they will tell you it's incorrect.
So, okay, so let's go ahead, David.
I was just going to say, if we took you at face value that they're not reliable statistics, and you are generally like the lowest government possible, what is the justification if you don't actually have statistics that it's increasing? Is it just whatever the president happens to be hearing lately? Does that make sense?
I hear what you're saying. I'm simply pushing back on the narrow point that you were making about it's a fact that the crime has gone up, and you're pointing to the statistics.
I hear you.
Yeah, that's all I'm pushing back on. I think everybody would agree that that's true, that statistics can be manipulated.
I wouldn't agree that they're not reliable, but I don't have to agree with you on the fact that there isn't justification for the use of this force in this situation. That's what your room is asking about.
Yeah, and if you notice in the poll, which right now the leading choice is not sure, you can see that I've selected, if you double check the purple icon in the upper left of my PTR, I'm not sure it's the right thing to do. But circling back to what Anson said at the beginning of this room is, and I think this is true of any room that we do on these topics, is we should ask the question, can we all agree that there is a problem? Because if we could agree there's a problem, then we could debate what the solution is. And I would say that the problem statement that I would agree on is that U.S. cities in general, not just D.C., have a crime problem, have a drug problem, have a homeless problem, and I think we have a duty to make wise decisions to try to reduce those things. We want safe cities. We want prosperous cities. We want cities where women can feel safe to walk down the street. And when I'm visiting San Francisco, an area that I spent 40 years of my life in, I shouldn't have to stumble outside of the hotel room and nearly step in human shit. And if you don't believe that, I could PTR the photograph. That's all I'm saying.
Roger, why didn't you say sanctuary cities? I think everything starts with sanctuary cities. I mean, that got to be outlawed.
These narratives.
So can I say a couple things, short?
You certainly can, but for housekeeping, just so everybody knows, we are going to end this room in 10 minutes. And there will be an after room. For those of you that like clipping the polls, do that, because at 3:25 Pacific time, 4 minutes from now, I'm going to take the poll down and I'm going to replace it with a room that we can go and kind of have a more casual conversation about this and other things. But go ahead, Joe B. We've got 9 minutes.
I never take that much time. We voted for less government, but today we need more government to protect us, to gather intelligence, to be prepared for war. Like it or lump it, we're headed that way. And I would welcome anyone to debate that with data.
I love that you still use the like it or lump it. Very old school. And what we also need is a president who can actually rule for the entire country without bias, who does not continue to go after black women, like the mayor of D.C., like Letitia James, the attorney general, who had the audacity of doing her job and trying to prosecute. That's all. So I just, sometimes it's really hard not to say that out loud. I'm tired of being polite. Sorry, Jules. I think I'm still talking. Jules. I'm almost done. Thank you. So,
yeah, hold on, guys.
I'm going to ignore that.
Yeah, hold on real quick. Let's show respect to the mods. The one thing that we want to do is create a space where we can talk about these issues, have an open chat where people can put their opinions, and the moderator
moderators have been selected by me to make sure that we have people that represent a more broad spectrum of politics. And if you disagree with what a moderator says, when it's your turn to speak, you can do that. But what you shouldn't be doing is disagreeing with somebody while they're speaking. That's just rude. So, Moose, go ahead and continue.
Thank you. I was just going to finish up. Yeah, it's just hard not to call it out. And I'm sorry, can't resist the elephant in the room with the Republican being the elephant, of course. It's disheartening, man. It's disheartening. Like, you've heard me in these rooms before, Roger. Like, I could give a rat's ass on what side of the aisle it is, whether it's Epstein, a PDF, whatever have you. If Bill Clinton was in there and we could throw the book at him, by all means, let him have it. Biden, whomever. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on, but it's incredibly hard to ignore when people try to play down Trump's racism. What does he need to do aside from maybe go back to segregation? Victoria, I saw your comment in chat. Thank goodness since I graduated high school, I've been able to lose the concern of trying to have people like me. But thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna for my closing remarks. I voted yes, they should, but I could certainly understand. I really like the poll, and it shows balance in the room. I think I'm going to stay with my vote of yes, they should, but with a very strong caveat that if it starts looking like stormtroopers, then get their ass out of there in a flash and never allow it to happen again. But I also want to disagree with Daniel, who basically, I think, Daniel, and I'm not trying to I'm not trying to diminish your, well, I hope I don't misrepresent, but you basically said there's not a problem, therefore they shouldn't have been sent in. And I disagree with that in accordance with my opening remarks. I think it is a national problem. The smog, as I called it, across our, at least our major metropolitan areas. And yes, Jules, I agree, the smog is thicker in sanctuary cities because they perpetuate diminishment of respect for the law. But still, there's a smog across our major metropolitan areas. Something that should be done to clean them up, to make them cleaner, to make them safer, to deal with the homeless problem. All of the things that, the graffiti and everything else. And I believe we still have a long ways to go in that regard. And if this is a trial balloon that shows significant progress in reducing the smog over Washington, D.C., then I'm all in favor of it. Thank you. And well done to everybody in the room. It was a good discussion. We weren't screaming and yelling and interrupting and all that. Way to go. Good room.
Cheers, Anson.
Anybody have any final thoughts? I am going to post a link to a room that's going to start here in a few minutes, but any other final thoughts from anyone?
Yeah, I'll give a quick final
Yeah,
thought.
for me, after Julius, if I may.
Okay, just a quick final thought. When I see all these rooms broken up into two parts, one part with Trump derangement syndrome, one part who thinks Letitia James, of all people, was right, one part that thinks that Obama and Hillary setting up Trump with Russian spies, and all that, I don't have to go into it anymore. I mean, that kind of diminishes the room and diminishes a good discussion. Moose, you're not a dumb guy. I don't mean to say that. So it just diminishes a good discussion on what's going on. And when I hear cheap shots at President Trump, it just gets me.
Well, Devin, you need to know that wasn't what the room was about. And maybe John Kitover can share the stream with you, and I would hope you would reconsider and listen to it, because Anson and Mojo did an excellent, and Moose did an excellent job steel manning people's arguments for the most part and making cogent arguments from the rest of the stage. I think you'd be surprised.
No, Anson and Mojo are great, no question about it. But like I said, it gets into a dark space. Look, sometimes I even bring up Trump in a certain way that gets them going. But you're right.
If I may, really quick, I think I can make it. The problem isn't just DC, it's happening in all our major cities. First and foremost, we're dealing with technological unemployment. People are losing their jobs, and it's trickling down to the individuals that don't know what the heck to do with themselves and their lives. They don't know how to do it. So, and nobody's really coming up with a solution. And I contend, maybe in the next room, that there is a solution that we can all, that could not only help with the homeless situation, with creating new jobs, but the global situation. So it's a real problem, and I no doubt understand why it's happening in DC first, why they're handling it there, but it's happening everywhere, and it's going to get worse if we don't solve the problem. The real problem of homelessness is growing, and there's a reason why that is, because people don't know what to do anymore. They don't, especially the older people, don't have the finances that they thought they had. Just a thought. All right. Well, hey, this is the second room that we've done. We're going to do these daily, 2 o'clock Pacific time, 5 o'clock Eastern. We will have daily topics. We would invite people from all different political opinions to come and talk, share your thoughts, push back on other ideas. We want to have a conversation. We're going to keep the conversation going in another room. I'm going to go back over in the muff. If those of you like being in the muff, you're welcome to join. If you're not a fan of being in the muff, you don't have to join. The muff is a voluntary thing. If you're in the muff involuntarily, we call that rape. So thank you. We will go ahead and see you guys later in the muff.
Thanks very much, Jeff. Good working with you guys.
Again, good job to everybody.
Kristen, if you want to mod me and maybe now you could back channel me the new room, I will post it and then shut this one down. Right. No, it's not. The house is.
Serenity. Dippity.
I like that.
Serendipity now. Oh, deep in the muff. Darren's deep in the muff. Let's see. Okay. All right. This will be a more casual room for those that like more casual conversation. The rules do apply. If you don't know the rules for being in the muff, just click on the link above. The little carrot that takes you to the rules. Maybe I'll read them to you. I've gotten feedback that you guys like when I read the rules, so I'll go ahead and read the rules. The rules are, number 1, no threats of violence. Number 2, no doxing. Number 3, stay on topic. Number 4, keep your shares brief. Number 5, do not interrupt speakers, especially mods. Number 6, mods may interject when appropriate. Number 7, the N and K words are forbidden on stage and in chat. Number 8, don't spam the chat. Number 9, do not bring drama here from other rooms. And number 10, English only, please. Those are the rules in the muff. All right, everyone can feel free to talk amongst yourself. We don't really have a topic yet. This is the Situation Room. Hopefully we'll get special guests that know more about the Situation Room than we've been privy to. It would be nice to have some expertise here in the muff as we talk about the Situation Room. I'm going to mod up Nye here. Perfect. I'm going to go ahead and mute up. You guys talk.
Well, if I could just say that last one was very informative, very good discussion. Anson is very insightful. His it's always wonderful to sit at the feet of our elders, listen and learn and absorb information.
I so agree with you.
Hello?
Okay. Is anybody,
What the
man,
fuck
I
is
think
this?
this was one of the best ideas that you guys came up with of doing a room.
This sing-along shit.
5 days a week, the same bat time, same bat channel, get everyone together with all different political persuasions, and just have an honest conversation where the chat is open and people are free to communicate. I think that's the way this app was designed. So thanks for participating. It was a glorious time. Anonymous, go ahead and jump in.
Hey, this is Anonymous, and I'm happy to be here in the Situation Room in the Muff. And, you know, I keep trying to create my own in the Muff situations, but I forget that the Muff, apparently, to the Muff owners of this app, it's a profane word. You can't say the Muff. You know, who would have known? But I feel like there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. And everybody needs to get a little bit of sun in this room. Some vitamin D, some exercise, some hydration, some delicious Summerfest food. You know, crime is rampant. Wait, please, Jane, please, Jane, don't unmute. I'm not finished with my thoughts. I understand, but I'm not finished with my thoughts.
No back and forth.
Well, Jane, go ahead. You know what? You got this, Jane.
I wanted to ask you if it was okay. I want to ask you, John. Are you friends with Zach Ruda?
Yeah, I'm friends with Zach Ruda.
Okay.
I mean,
What's wrong with Zach?
I hear him use profanity, but, you know, what's your complaint? Yeah. What's your complaint about Zach Ruda? Oh, wait, is that a dox? I'm sorry. Situation Room. We need a clarification on the rules.
Hold on.
Oh, yeah, drama.
Hold on. Rule number 9. We don't bring in drama from other rooms. I don't know what Zach Ruda has done this time, but I can tell you, he's an acquired taste, a taste I've never acquired. So it is what it is. Let's just move on.
Okay, I just was going to ask that, so I'm in sync with you, Mojo. Thank you for letting me know, John, where you stand. Goodbye.
Okay, goodbye, Jane. So, you know, this is my new account. It's called Anonymous Recording because I feel like why pay a monthly subscription fee to Clownhouse when I can just create a new profile called Anonymous Recording and still record all these beautiful rooms into this account and other accounts. I don't know. I was just trying to come up with some type of new creative. And I feel like creativity is the essence or the center or the source of wisdom. So I think, you know, Mojo's a very creative person. And I think, you know, his profile, the rooms, the content, the topical, you know, Clown really is like the butterfly effect in a way. But this is Anonymous. I am complete.
Well, now it's not anonymous if you just told us who you were.
Well, see, I had this account in Anonymous, but I figure, you know, like, I feel like I've gotten, truthfully, it's all because of Mojo, because I at least can come here and speak. A lot of other rooms I could never come in and speak, plus I don't even want to speak on those rooms. So a lot of my work here is only because of Mojo's super positive vibrations.
I will say, it was Clubhouse that twisted my arm on this. As you know, I used to find it annoying when I would open a room and there was the option of replay or no replay. And the consensus amongst the people that would come to these rooms was that the preference was no replay. And if we're going to turn the replays off, somebody coming in and streaming it was a bad idea. But that's all in the past. The app creators decided to, for a low cost of $5 a month, you can go in anonymous mode, and then you take the control out of the creator of the room's hands, and you allow them to do whatever they want with the content. And so because of that, it changed my mind completely. Not to mention, once it did change my mind, because sometimes you just have to accept the world the way it is. And once I accepted that, I started looking at this content that I now have to accept and embrace. And I looked at it and I thought, you know what? The streaming of Amir's room, where there's a collection of terrorist sympathizers, some of them, perhaps terrorists themselves, is now being streamed, and you could take those links and you could share that with the FBI and the CIA and any other agency. I think the service that's getting provided here, it was something that I overlooked. I thought my own personal preference and, people's preference to have a room that's not recorded was my virtue, that was my superiority complex. But now I'm embracing this idea that if you're going to say these things, they can get recorded, they can get streamed, and they can find their hands in the authorities. So if you're a terrorist piece of shit, you should be careful on this app. And if you're not, John Kitover's here to expose you.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I don't know if that violates any of the room rules because, I am putting myself at risk that, some Islamic jihadist terrorist who hates me for recording what they're saying on this app could become a problem for me. But, the bigger problem is really 37 trillion in funded liabilities and 100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. I think that poses a bigger threat to my personal livelihood than some fat loser in California or Detroit, who runs their little takfir room, So I'm just saying, in the Situation Room, my peace, my serenity, my breath, my force of life is here with you all right now.
Thanks, Beth. Please. The only thing I would recommend is just for the people who are unfamiliar with Dear John.
You're nervous.
Oh, hi, Scarlett. Oh, I did not hear you, Dismal. I will let Dismal continue.
I can't hear you either, Dismal. You gotta fix your mic.
My bad then.
Yeah, in this case, yes.
Okay, that was anticlimactic.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I would just say, you are facing potential lawsuits, sir. I don't think that you understand that, but that is something that could.
You mean
actually,
anonymous?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Kitty on the stage.
What law do you think is being broken to take content that Clubhouse records that we freely engage in this conversation if we didn't want to have the conversation?
It's literally you don't read the terms and conditions, obviously.
No, I have read the terms and conditions, and I'm wondering what you think about terms and conditions that violates the law.
So if you aren't in a room that has replays, like mentioned, you're already violating the terms and conditions.
It actually depends on what state you're in. There are, in many states...
In Illinois,
hold on.
which is where he's running for office.
Dismal, hold on. Let me just get my thoughts out. I'll refer to you to rule number 5 of the House. If you don't know the rules, I can read them to you when I'm finished.
I don't know, and I'm not. You can see I have a pink ticket. I haven't joined your house, so I haven't read your rules.
We welcome pink tickets. You're in the muff. Pink is always welcome in the muff. I just want to make this point, though. If you live in a state where you have the permission to record...
Single party.
Yeah, you can have single party permission. So there are some states where you do have to have permission of both people involved. That being said, I would say this is one of those things of I'd be curious to see how it would play out, even in a state where you need both parties' consent. Because I would argue that if you're participating in a conversation on a social audio app willfully, when there's a button that says leave quietly, and people are telling you, hey, this is being streamed onto YouTube, if you continue to be in that room, I think you're going to have a really hard time when it comes to deposition that you've been harmed in some way.
It's also partially a public space also, so that's the other end of it.
I wish the rules were the way they used to be. I wish I had more control. As libertarian as I am, when it comes to my own space, I want to have more control. If this were my living room, I would have rules about communication. If somebody were to just come in and say off-the-wall shit, I'd probably remove them from my home. I like to have that kind of control of a conversation. I'm just saying that Clubhouse made the change that shifted the balance of power, and it shifted my perspective on it. It also, before anyone that thinks that what John is doing is a bad thing, I would ask you, is there a value in him recording rooms with people that are supporting Islamic terrorist groups and broadcasting this information and saving this information in the cloud and sharing it with law enforcement agencies? I mean, I think this is a public service, and again, you guys got to understand, there's not a single human being on this app that was trolled harder than I was by John. And so, like, me coming to this position and welcoming him into this room, it's because a lot has changed. The app has changed, and then that forced me to reconsider my position. And when I looked at it from a broader scope, I started to see some value in it.
That's a refreshing thing to hear, if I might jump in.
I'll go after Jane.
Yeah, please do, Jane.
Sure thing, Scarlett. Thanks. Yeah, I won't know if I should out myself in this public way, but I'm something of a fan of John Kitover, despite our ideological differences. In fact, if you check his PTR, I am featured as someone. He is unauthorized recording just today. And guess what? I didn't give a fuck. I said exactly what I wanted to say because, you know, I guess we're on an app that's being recorded. I think that anyone I mean, I want to be more friendly than this, but if you didn't already know people could fucking record shit, I'm glad you've had a reawakening, Roger.
I'm gonna go completely against you,
Right?
honestly.
I think it's Scarlett's turn.
And it won't take me long. I just think the situation is neatly solved by updating the title to put rec on it, that people know that they might be recorded in here, even though they're always recorded, and their words may be used against them. Like, I agree with Jane. This is season 1, season 2 stuff. People have been illegally recording us since the inception of the app. To act virtuous and offended now seems like the lady doth protest too much. But go ahead, Dismal.
Yeah, I will be the lady who doth protest too much. Maybe I'm actually the only lady still left here on this map.
You can make that assumption.
Pardon me, madam. I take great umbrage with that.
Well, it's not every day that I get.
Besides that statement, do you need a Kleenex? Are we good?
No, I don't, and I don't need any tissue. Thank you for your tissue recommendations.
Well, Dismal, I can speak to you directly here if I can ask you a question. I mean, when you were in the White House briefing room.
And ask me a question. You're using a term that obviously isn't ask. You can ask a question, but you can't ask a question.
Okay, sorry.
Otherwise,
Let me.
Make you ladylike.
Sorry,
Do you
Dismal.
correct everyone who makes this mispronunciation, or just?
Yes. Yep. Yeah, I do.
Really?
I taught him the second language. Yeah, I do.
Dismal, can I ask you one? I'm sorry. Ask you another. Oh, did she leave? Sorry, I didn't mean to scare off the most beautiful muff on stage next to you, Monica.
Thank God, I was about to have to slip her an Adderall.
If I knew that mispronouncing ask is ask, man.
I really didn't think she was gonna fall for that.
Clubhouse.
I really didn't think she was gonna fall for that.
Did you really have a question? Are you?
Well, yeah, I was gonna ask her. It's not every day that I get roasted by someone who used to brief the president in the, where was she supposedly briefing the president? In the Situation Room, right?
In the Situation Room.
Yeah, so, that maybe she's got, maybe she's a great art critic, and so I just wanted to get more of her critique. That was all I was gonna ask.
Well, just remember, for, the stream, she virtue signaled that she was likely the only lady left on the app. So I just met passive aggressive bullshit. Oh, you're back.
Oh, hey, Dismal.
Passive aggressive bullshit.
Dismal,
Wonderful. Dismal.
One mic on Dismal. One mic on Dismal. One mic on Dismal.
Well said.
Well, thank you, Dismal. I'll accept your silence.
Sorry, there wasn't actually I didn't hear a question. So.
Yeah. Can you ask her the question, Anonymous?
Say it right, John.
No? Okay.
No, I can ask her a question.
Oh, you can ask me a question. Great.
Oh, hey, Scott. Ken Jones is here. Hey, Scott. Sorry.
Wow.
Don't mean to get excited, but Dismal, here's my question for you. I think
Is that the Congressman-elect?
Correct. This is Congressman candidate John Kitover running in the 16th District of Illinois. Go to johnforcongress.com.
Go, Congressman.
Yeah, Dismal, you threatened me just in the past 10 minutes claiming that people are suing me or that you are organizing a lawsuit. Like, what is the legal strategy behind suing me and getting my assets?
Sorry, I wouldn't actually dare to do that because I don't actually care.
Got it. Okay, you just like to bring it up. Never mind. Dismal.
I'm bringing it up as only something that a potentiality that you should be considering.
Oh, so you want to be a campaign advisor. I understand, but I think you might have a dismal outlook. Why do you call your name here Dismal Outlook, but yet your handle is Sunscape? Explain that contradiction.
I was Sunny Outlook before.
So, can I ask you a question about words? Do you think they're like a...
Ask me a question.
Sorry. Thanks for correcting me. I meant to ask you a question. Do you think words are like a script? Because earlier we read the Tao Te Ching here in the Muff, and you can go in our replays and our profiles, like look at Mojo X, scroll down, and then you'll see book reading, Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu. And I would really encourage everybody to listen to that because that's what's called reading a book as opposed to having never-ending heated conversations here on a social audio hypnosis app. I am complete. This is Anonymous.
Oh, no, I've literally read that book and read different interpretations because, of course, for something that was written in a different language, there are different interpretations, right? And that's something that in my thought, I actually read, and we read different interpretations of that book.
Dismal, would you like to share a link to your house so that people interested in book reading?
No, because I'm no longer active there, and I don't want to promote something I'm not going to. Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Monica, is everyone calling you Scarlett now, or still Monica, or what is your?
I'm running a social experiment because I heard that using first names formerly used on the app is doxing. So this is my second time running the experiment with mixed results. I'm observing that people do have a very difficult time once they know someone's name and know the person calling them another name. But I do answer to both.
I mean, to be fair, some of us use this with our phone in our pocket because we're still working, and when you hear someone talk, you just respond to what you know them as.
I got a quick question for
I don't.
Dismal.
Don't mind
Dismal,
the people that I like.
Dismal, can you maybe tell us like your top 3 moments in the White House? This is Anonymous speaking to Dismal. Dismal, can you maybe tell us your top 3 moments in the White House?
Sorry, I really don't wish to.
Okay.
That's okay.
Of course.
I mean, the vast majority would be in the basically EOP area, not the Situation Room or the Oval.
No, that's fair. I don't disapprove of your discretion. So the room with Anson, I thought went very well. And at the end, when people came in at the end and cast judgments on the whole hour, I hope I was graceful in my refuting their assumptions. Because I
wasn't there, Scarlett. Can you give like a TLDR, just a quick?
Well, I believe Anonymous might be able to hook us up with the recording, but Anson led this discussion, and Moose and Mojo were the co-hosts of the room. We started with base principles. Did we agree that crime in large cities and DC was something that needed attention? The majority of the room agreed, although we had some late arrivals that didn't hear that open premise and said later that no, it wasn't needed. That crime had been going down and was trending down, and it's not that big of a deal. And I would like the people who were there to help me, because shopping.
Yeah, let me just jump in real quick. And thank you, Scarlett Two T's. Appreciate you. The house that she's referring to is the Rational Discussion Group.
Okay.
It's a house in which every day we meet at 2 o'clock Pacific time, 5 o'clock Eastern. We run for about an hour and a half. We like to get there early. We like to get there 10 minutes early. We open the room at 1:50, and we keep the room. We really get it started at around 2. We welcome diverse opinions. We feel like this is an alternative to other rooms that you may or may not be familiar with. We have no requirement to download Facebook and chat through Messenger. What we do is we just, no frills, we just utilize the tools that Clubhouse has given us, and we have a mature conversation led by Anson Burlingame.
Yeah, I was with you in saying I like this protest house, but are you really going to do that, Mojo? Every day?
Well, consistency is important.
It is. You're right.
Consistency is important. And so, yeah, and I figure that, if some people are disciplined enough to get there at 1:55, if we get there at 1:50, we'll just be even more consistent. And so, and look, we welcome anyone. This is not like turf wars here in Clubhouse. If people want to leave our space and go into that space, that's totally cool. We have full respect for all of the people on this entire app, because without you, we wouldn't be here. So we welcome everybody. You can join the house. It's the fastest growing house on all of Clubhouse. We've only done 2 rooms. We did one on Friday. We did one today, and there's over 600 members of the house. At this rate, if we grow at 300 people per week, we will overtake similar programmed rooms in no time. So it is the fastest growing thing. If you want to be on something that's on an uptick, please join the rational discussion group. Thank you.
And the link is in the chat for anyone. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The link is in the chat. We try not to take down the polls too early. We only have 10 votes in this poll, and you know we do want to know the lady quotient of Clubhouse to see if we need to boost those numbers up or the number of ladies.
Jane, can I ask you a question,
I'm
Jane?
directing this. No. I'm directing this to all the mods, actually. Are you aware that Scott Jones? I don't want to out you, Scott, but I do want to hear your point of view. I don't think Scott likes Nancy so much, and let's talk about that.
Well,
I'm glad that we're welcoming Scott into this room. Scott and I have a long history in this app, and we've had many laughs. And Scott and I consider Scott a friend. So I'd love to hear his thoughts of Anson, who I think he reminds me of my grandfather. I like Anson quite a bit. But Scott, go ahead and give us your critique of Anson if you'd like. But can you please do it in the Donald Trump voice? We really appreciate that here.
I think Anson tries to do a Donald Trump. Okay, I think it's not very good. Okay, Anson, I think that's so great. Okay, I mean, look, I like my war heroes to be able to do a Donald Trump. It's better. Okay, I like my veterans not bad at impressions. Okay, all right, kind of.
Jerry.
I will say that is a good impression of him while drinking Diet Coke.
Hold on. I got Jane. I got a question for you and Scott because I didn't listen to Gary Baumgart's show. Yes, this is being recorded. I'm live streaming myself. So my question is, what were the hot takes? What were the positions? And then what's the contrarian position?
I'll be back. I gotta go.
Of Washington D.C. National Guard takeover, federal FBI takeover. Like, what were the opinions in Gary's room?
You were there when I spoke, and then I left.
No, I left. I don't want to listen to it. I came here to have a conversation and other rooms.
Okay. I went to the pool, so I didn't know.
Okay, thank you.
One take I objected to. Clint, rewind, John.
Okay, what is it? What is it, Jane?
From the very beginning, when the guy named Brian Bashara, he loves it. He said the more the merrier, I think. As far as, so he was a yes. That's one thing. But otherwise, I said I'm not in favor of it. No shock. And then I left, so I don't have any more to say.
So wait, in our room, we were split a third. You had a third that were in support, a third that were not in support, and a third that just said we don't know. And so it was a very balanced room, which made for a good conversation.
These young soldiers who are coming out of boot camp or in the reserves, they're not going on international deployments to Afghanistan, Iraq, etc. So putting them in, hot spots in U.S. cities to bring gun violence down, I mean, welcome to the battle.
I thought it was a pattern. I don't know if the scope of your question, hot takes, but I was noticing a similar ethos underlying the share, right? The share, and it sounded a lot like Dominic, another frequenter of the critical. He said he found the whole Jeffrey Epstein thing fun. Period. He was kind of like enjoying the hot.
I did hear him say that. We had to take him to task for that reason.
I'm glad you did it, David. Oh my God. Come on.
Yeah.
I'm glad that creeped you out.
Everybody.
I mean, have you been to Jerusalem? Do you know what it's like to see young people with M16A4 strapped to their shoulders, walking all around, providing security for free to the people of that beautiful town? Why isn't that happening in Chicago? Why doesn't that happen? I've never seen that on Michigan. Have you ever been to Manhattan? You ever seen people walking around with M16A4s? No, you don't see that. I wonder why. Hi, Lima. Welcome to the Muff Podcast, Mojo Positive Vibration.
No.
Taking care of your grandmother, huh? Like a beautiful little granddaughter.
Maybe behind slowness and Roger's benevolence about the recording, and I'm trying to roll it out of my mind. And I understand we have anonymous, we have recording's been using our voice for a long time. I was a little surprised. I enjoyed the book reading and what we did today, and coming together as a group, and just the vibe of the book and that feeling. And then at the end, Roger mentioned, we were live on YouTube reading that. And isn't it different? I mean, when Clubhouse... Thank you. When Clubhouse assimilates our words, our voices, I don't think my name is associated with that, right? It's used for training or randomness or however it's used. But my voice is pretty recognizable, and I wasn't aware that I should be. I guess I'm just so naive by now. I forget I'm being recorded all the time. It hit me just differently that something as innocent as our book reading was also streamed on YouTube. And I think my voice is used in a different way that way. Not parsed out in different parts or used for training or used in a way that it's unrecognizable, but used without my consent in a way that I don't think is necessary. So, can someone explain to me if it's just the same that we're being recorded by Clubhouse and also now being streamed, that is identical?
Yes, because if you look down at the bottom of your stage, you have a little icon with an arrow that points up to it. And when you click on that icon, you will notice that in the list there is a share via X, Facebook, messages, and other options there. By virtue of agreeing to Clubhouse's terms and conditions of service, you are agreeing to allow your content to be shared.
Shared and streamed as...
Yes, there are a lot of people that stream their rooms from Clubhouse to X, and vice versa.
And they stream it on YouTube. I mean, John's not the first. Folks streaming these rooms on YouTube has been going on for a couple years now.
So I guess in my mind I've been blaming him as the only person that's been doing it. That has
David, I think I'm just the best at it, but I don't know. That's just my opinion.
Well, maybe the most prolific, could say that.
Most consistent.
And John is more like in my opinion, and he'll probably disagree, but I think this is more of a social experiment. I don't know what he's going to do with the end. I feel like he should put together the top 10 Clubhouse voices, or make it a seasonal thing. Season 1 on Clubhouse, season 2. Here's the best episode. I don't feel like he's fully brainstormed and thought out his social experiment. Now it just seems kind of chaotic and just post across multiple platforms on YouTube. But there needs to be some sort of docu-style series done with his work.
And I think that I'm beginning to understand that it's good to hear that he's not the only one. And of course, we have the habit in other rooms. Who knows which ones they are. I'm just blaming him, and that's not the case. I mean, this is just something that we've agreed to by being here, and I'm slowly becoming, but I'm comfortable with it, aware of it, and realizing that I've been blaming him solely when it really isn't.
But David, if I can't become a candle and attract moths, I mean, what kind of real value am I bringing to the marketplace?
I've heard you say that before, and I won't belabor the issue. I appreciate all the clarification.
John, I would like to ask you a question. Are you available?
Yes, please proceed with your question to ask.
Do you feel thankful towards David? If you just seem to express development along a continuum of accepting you as a recorder?
No, I've heard David say this. I've heard David say the same thing all the time. I mean, something new.
I just need to get my mind wrapped into reality.
By the way, David, I think it's fucked up, or whatever that's worth, but I do think
Thank you.
just the way it is.
Yeah,
So I got over it.
Don't hate
I like
me,
it.
hate
Because
Anonymous.
John is clever.
I'm somewhere on the scale behind you, but it's going up.
Plus Jew credit.
You can get as angry with Anonymous as you want, but John Kitover is a real person.
Oh yeah, we don't deny that. Big as life and twice as real, as we say that.
I think we're opening some people's Overton windows today. Good work.
Wow. That's actually exciting.
Wow, Anonymous is breaking open people's Overton windows? Please explain, Brian.
They now just don't see the small picture where it's nobody recording. Everybody's recording now.
I didn't say nobody, but I guess
I meant anybody, sorry.
Wait, gentlemen, we're in the muff. Dismal, can I ask you, how can I Overton window your muff?
Sorry, do you mind or potentially like changing the topic?
Sure. I'm sorry to belabor that.
Do you mean the poll too?
Yeah, I would mean the poll as well, of course. It's a little insulting, right? It's directed at me, so.
I would like a poll to ask how many of us want this poll removed. And I want it removed.
Well, it violates the principle of the room.
Sorry, Jean, are you saying that you would want me removed?
No, the poll. I'm agreeing.
The poll removed, okay, thank you.
I'm agreeing with you. Get that poll down. It's enough.
Yeah, the reason that, Christy, you don't understand the polls question is because it's literally just, like basically an assault against me. So it's kind of weird.
I mean, to be honest, it's calling into question the accusation that was made in the room, which is done multiple times via poll feedback.
Yes.
Sorry, what was, sorry, this was not something, this is, my name is Digital.
One of the four people.
Yeah, perhaps like
Other people
somebody
can talk
that's
about
like the Green Bean crowd, like Serena, York, Kristen, maybe one of you could just.
So how do you think the rate density needs to go down, but the rest of us can't talk about why it's okay to leave it up?
Yes, Victoria, I will be happy to remove the poll that was because of your claim that you were the only lady left on Clubhouse. Let me remove that right now.
Yeah, the statement was claimed that you're the only lady left on Clubhouse. So
Correct.
we could poll, maybe Brad may have some input. Only
There we
two
go.
know that. I was gonna ask Brad, are there many ladies left on the app? Dismal says she's the only woman.
Is this a definition question?
No, I didn't say that, and, the three ladies that have to.
I'm actually glad we have a recording of you saying that now.
We do.
Sorry, is this a gotcha game? Like.
Not at all.
Like,
She
they
did make that claim.
Yes, sometimes they will say things that are out of context, and I would imagine that would be the case for that, because I don't believe that. And that's incredibly interesting. Thank you.
Well, for the record, I'm not giving you any shit at all. I have no smoke with you, Dismal. But we all did hear you say some variation of perhaps I'm the only lady left on the app. And so
It was a joke. It was definitely a joke.
Of course, no problem.
Yes, and I took umbrage to it.
Yeah. So the poll was probably trolling you in some way over that statement. I think we're just having a little fun because I answered what is a lady. I mean, I know what a lady is, but I just wanted to put on my liberal tin hat and go full-blown liberal
by asking what is a lady.
Are you sure you know what a lady is these days?
I don't. According to the liberals, the ladies have dicks, so I don't know.
That's also kind of trolling in a different way, like a very like far-fetching manner, and that honestly, like if that's what we're like, if this is the reduction of how we're going to treat individuals, like yeah, I don't necessarily want to have a conversation with you.
Okay. You did come the poll has been removed, though. You did come into the room, right?
Brad, I think you joined late to the party.
Yeah, she came in multiple times and then left and came back.
Wait, can you repeat that, please? I misunderstood. I thought you said she came in the muff multiple times.
You heard what you wanted to hear, Brad. That's fine. Well, thank you. On a serious note, Ty was getting bad service driving down the road, so a comment was made in the other room about how these National Guard soldiers are not trained on how to deal with civilians, this and that, when most of the National Guard, they are supposed to help both their country and their region. And to say that they're not trained on how to deal with people who are in a stressed out environment, I think it's false and not a true claim. The way the military handles things versus an average police department, we can have a conversation regarding that. But I really do like how some people just want to say, oh, they're not police, and they've had no training whatsoever or no common sense. It just seems funny to me.
Wait, who made the comment that the National Guard aren't trained in tactics to deal with civilians or issues that involve civilian populations?
I don't remember, but that's what I heard about why they shouldn't be unleashed in D.C. I was driving, so I didn't space in it.
Well, someone better recall the National Guard before, they get deployed for another, I don't know, hurricane, wildfire.
Yeah, FEMA event.
Yeah, I mean, we should get rid of them. Oh, flooding events. I mean, you see, it was Black Hawk helicopters I saw in the sky during the flooding event in Texas when I was down there trying to pull people out. I mean, shit. Fuck, what would we get those guys out of there? They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah, so I just want to bring that point up because that kind of rubbed me wrong. Even though I don't agree with some of the people that are in the National Guard, how they overuse their power like anybody else who has power over someone, they're not that horrible.
So does the National Guard, like when they're deployed, right, in this particular case, oh, okay, a little louder, and in English, please. Okay, what is, oh, wait a second, no, so who controls the National Guard? Is it, I know this is a stupid question, is it Trump directly?
No, it's the governor of the state.
But DC, I'm from Washington, DC, raised, right? So you gotta understand this, DC is a federal city, so the president is the governor. Okay? He can do whatever he wants as far as when it comes to the Congress, all of that, they're in control of this.
Yeah, DC famously has taxation without representation on their
That's on our license plate. Thank you. Exactly. So he's doing exactly what he can do because it's a federal city. And unfortunately, like dude said, I don't know, like the National Guard, most of the people in the National Guard are actually from the city. Like your National Guard personnel is made up of the people from that state. Like y'all understand that if you're from Washington DC, you want to go to the Army, but you don't want to go to you don't want to be active duty, you'd be in the DC National Guard, the Stadium Army and all that. So listen, what I'm telling you.
Trap. So what my question though was like,
DC is.
Can you allow him to finish?
Yeah, I'm gonna get off your mind. DC National Guard is incapable of doing crowds because it is Washington DC. They get crowds every year, all year round. Thank you.
So wait, is the National Guard, is the crime in DC, Sir Trap, as bad as the president is implying? Is the National Guard necessary?
No, it isn't. It is not.
That depends on who you are and how you feel about it. That is a personal opinion. In my opinion, the crime is bad. In my opinion, I'm not.
Or if the crime gotten worse, let's just say it, like, over the last 4 years, for example, like, would you say that the crime got
It don't have
worse?
nothing to do with who president, who this, that. But actually, it does have to do with Democrat policies. Unfortunately, like Democrats are just more lenient towards the bullshit, and there's a lot of kids and listen.
Can
you let him finish his thought? Like, let him finish his thought.
You're doing that, but I would love to hear it, but I wanted to just give a question.
Wait, okay, hold on. Can we just let Trap finish, please? Trap, go ahead.
Yeah, well, we have 3 to 4, I think it might be more than that, teenage girls, beating up an elderly man to death. There's a problem with that. Like, that's not something that teenage girls usually do. So the city is fucked up. The city been fucked up. I'm not Democrat or Republican, but it's been held under Democrat control since forever. And unfortunately, this is what happens in these type of cities. So unfortunately, Trump is just not sweeping this shit under the rug because it's Washington D.C. Like y'all like to be. Like, listen, they've been sweeping this shit under the rug since forever. It's Washington D.C. They don't want you to know how fucked up the city really is. So when Trump, so when the veil has been lifted and nobody gives a fuck about the fake ambiance of the shit, yeah, it's gutter in the middle of the night. Not even in the middle of the night. It's gutter if your ass is in the wrong place at the wrong time. So
I would agree with you. I think DC is. I lived in DC. I know DC. I've lived in over a decade, so I definitely know it.
Where?
I know it well. I know that it is challenging. It is hard.
Okay, well, we have two perspectives from two different people who lived in DC and have different opinions, just like Trapper
No, I would say
I think that's great.
I don't think I have any.
Are you interrupting a mod? I think you should check the house rules. Should I be Roger for a minute and read the house rules to everybody?
Sorry, sorry.
Okay,
I didn't
just like
realize
Trap
that you
said,
were
that the opinion of the situation about how crime the bad is in Washington D.C. really does conform to personal preference.
I would say, like, I agree with Trap though, and so you were trying to define, like, that we had two different opinions, and in fact, I would agree with him.
Oh, okay, so you think it's bad too?
I do, yes. No, I think it's incredibly terrible, honestly.
So I just have a question, Victoria, respectfully. If you agree with this man, why did you keep interrupting him? Why didn't you just let him finish?
Because I was trying to ask him, like, whether he thought that there was any, like, difference, like, going forward, because he seemed to make it very political when I don't think it is.
Okay, well, cool. Moving on. Bima, I know you had something to say. Would you like the mic?
Hey, thank you. I went to whitehouse.gov. I got my answer. Section 3, this was published today. So it's not the governor. This is interesting. Okay, so this is executive order from today, August 11, 2025. And the Section 3 says that the operational control would be, so the authority of the president conferred by Section 740A of the Home Rule Act, he directs the mayor with respect to the current, to control the MP, the Metropolitan Police, but then he delegated it to the Attorney General. So the Attorney General is going to make the decisions.
Yes, sweetheart, I think you missed it. I don't know why you even brought that up. The point is that the president is the governor of Washington, D.C. Like,
right, it's the governor of other states, Bima, but DC is not a state.
D.C. is not a state, so we don't have
We also don't have a governor.
federal government.
You're correct.
That was only my question. My question was who is controlling, who is directing. I just wanted to know who's going to be directing it, and I didn't get a clear answer, so I just wanted to share that.
Perfect.
So I just wanted to jump in. So is somebody, like, did I hear this correct, Victoria? You're opposed, or what is it, dismal, whatever it is, you're opposed to National Guard being in D.C.?
think you're trying to stir up something that, that was not a conversation at all.
Question.
No, she doesn't think they should.
Listen, my mother drives I'm out of DC because once you do it, my mother drives an AMG Benz, right? I want her to be able to ride around DC and go get her wine and do whatever the fuck she want to do, nice and safe and sound. She worked hard for her shit. You understand what I'm saying? Listen, there's a lot of crime and bullshit that go on in that city that y'all don't know about. Okay, it's not safe for the average resident. It's not even safe for no white person.
Yeah, and that wasn't also, like, I just want to be very clear, that wasn't part of the conversation. I didn't oppose the idea of the National Guard being deployed. I don't think it needs to be deployed. I think that the crime rate in DC is about, it's consistent with what I experienced, which isn't worse. And so for the idea of even deploying the National Guard would indicate that something has changed, that there is something that is problematic, and I don't think that is the case here.
Dismal, can I ask you a question? So what, maybe if you know, any of this, obviously I'm going to open this up to anybody, but if Dismal knows or Trap knows, since you guys have lived there, so the National Guard gets deployed, what type of, authority do they have? Do they have the same authority as, the police? Meaning, what, is this like a martial law type thing?
Because, that is the problem. So in many states in which the National Guard would be deployed, they would have to respond to the governor. DC is special. Taxation without representation, as Trap and I earlier discussed. It would be basically that the National Guard would be responding to the president. It wouldn't have the same. It's weird to even think about this, and that we're even considering this or even contemplating it. It's ridiculous.
I would hate to interrupt you, but she's asked for two people. So this is damn near basically like a backup measure to police. I don't want to give up my fucking job.
Another thing, I say it's one primary thing that causes these types of things. We all use terms, or people have used terms such as nihilism, such as pessimism.
In Q2, total revenue grew 27% year over year to $104 million.
If you remove their atrocities, there ain't a whole bunch of atrocities left in Christianity. So that was the nature of the conversation we were having.
I mean, that's the base of what you were saying, but then you agreed to what damn, and I think maybe he said that Catholics started the slave trade, and that
curfew, redirecting traffic, telling people that they can't, nothing like that, right? It's just gonna be an additional few bodies that are just gonna be there to observe, and then if something is called large crowd control, right?
It's literally, okay, we can only hear one person speak at a time.
Sorry,
if you're not speaking, go on mute, please.
Can I speak?
Let's let him finish.
I don't think Trump is actually
Okay, well, Victoria, I will let you respond to him. I will give you your 60 seconds, I promise. Trap, you take another 60 seconds and finish up your thought. Bima, if you have a question, you can ask it, and then Victoria gets the mic.
No, they're not going to be responding to calls. It's basically large crowd control. There are gangs, quote unquote, even though DC don't technically do Bloods and Crips and shit like that. You do street gangs. Your street is where you're from. But anyway, there are 20, 30, 40 acts of children, teenagers, you know what I'm saying, with guns and shit rolling around the town, you know what I mean? So they might have an encounter with the National Guard, for sure. When they're on some bullshit, those are the people that might have encountered with the National Guard. Like this dismal person, bro. I don't know.
Let's not resort to anything personal.
I'm just saying, like,
Okay.
I don't know what you know or where you've been or what part of the city you've been in or whatever. But if you know about anything, they don't want U Street. If you know what that is, you remember that U Street. They don't want that looking like how it is today. They don't want. They don't want that. Right.
Okay. So, in closing, though, your bigger concern about this move that Trump has just made is the FBI's involvement in the other alphabet agencies that are also coordinating with the National Guard. Is that correct?
My issue is the FBI. I mean.
Okay.
I would like to.
Victoria, I promise I am going to give you your minute. Okay, I promise you can have the mic. Dima had a question.
More to him.
But I told Dima she could ask. I told Dima she could ask first because they were actually conversing earlier. So let's just. Dima, did you have something you wanted to ask?
Thank you, Sherry. No, it's okay. I just wanted to get clear on, why why there were any concerns to what, these people are coming in. Are they gonna, like I said, is this a martial law?
Okay. Yeah. Well, let's hear what Victoria has to say on that then.
Dismal.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's okay. But my question was actually more to Trap, and because he obviously has lived in DC, etc. I think the broader question that has been raised by people would be like, how is DC distinct from other states with regard to the deployment of the National Guard? Who would the National Guard report to, and how would that be activated? Perhaps that's a question that you could answer, sir.
The general is going to report to probably the president. Whatever general is above him that reports to the president. Like, I mean, I don't. Pam Bondi maybe. Since she's in charge of the police. Yeah, like, they're all gonna work together, big dog. I mean, I don't know what that question is. Like, the National Guard is under the control of the President of the United States, who is taking control of the city.
National Guard isn't under the control of the U.S. in other areas, so DC is different,
It is
right?
in DC.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to highlight that. So that's why I was asking the question, so that people could potentially learn.
Wait, hold on. I'm going to read to you what ChatGPT 5 just told me. So, in D.C., the President of the United States has direct authority over the D.C. National Guard because there is no governor.
That's the whole point.
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. Refer to rule number 5, please. The authority is delegated to the Secretary of Defense, and the day-to-day operational control is usually delegated further to the Secretary of the Army. This means the D.C. mayor can request the Guard, but cannot order them to deploy. The President, via the Pentagon, must approve the activation. Once approved, the D.C. Guard operates under the federal control, not local control.
Basically all I'm trying to tell her is that it is above my fucking pay grade. It's above her pay grade. It's federal. It's like,
well, Chad, with all due respect, Dismal has been in the Situation Room, so maybe it's not above her pay grade.
And if you believe that, I have oceanfront property in Montana to sell you.
I would say this support Trap, though. They usually work together. They're not usually at odds with each other, the Metro Police and the Guard. They're working in tandem.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That is true.
So, just to give you an idea, like, there's a lot of federal properties that exist in the city of D.C. or the District of D.C. The District of Columbia, for those of you that don't know, that's what D.C. means. If you're going to look at this, they're going to be patrolling the Federal Mall, they're going to control riots, they're going to coordinate with local police, they're also going to coordinate with Capitol Police, they're going to coordinate with Parks Department, with they're also going to coordinate with a little brand that protects certain areas, which is also known as the Secret Service. They're going to be coordinating along a ton. This isn't hard to figure out, and their commandship in the National Guard is linear. It does not deviate. And the president, once he federalizes that or takes assumes control, he has the power. It now goes into that line and that chain of command. That is exactly what Roger laid out, and it will follow them. They can ask for assistance, they can coordinate, and this will be ran jointly in multiple operations. And Trump is right. Our nation's capital is a shithole, and he doesn't want his family to be, he wants them to be able to walk down and look at cherry blossoms.
Did you actually live
Stop
there?
talking! Shut the fuck up, alright? Jesus Christ. Every time someone speaks, you open your fucking mouth. You've never been in the Situation Room. You're a retarded cat lady that sits in a rocking chair eating fucking cucumber sandwiches, thinking somehow or another you missed the boat because at one point there was a guy that was in.
Finish your thought. Finish your thought.
I am finishing my thought.
Not that one. The one you were on.
I don't finish that thought. Like, if you're gonna come up on stages and do a bunch of shit, at least be smart about it. Fuck. But Trump, you're right. You know what? I'll tell you what. Because DC has outlawed guns on absolutely everybody, you can't have them for home protection because it's a gun-free zone and it's a safe gun zone. I mean, there's no crime there. I don't know why the bad guys aren't, paying attention to the laws there. I don't know why the DC police and the council isn't fucking enforcing crimes. Why they're allowing people to just get out overnight because they carjacked somebody. I don't know. Personally, I think you're right. You want a stronger presence there because you want your family to be able to walk down the street to just go to a corner fucking store or go look at the mall. Like, I don't know why you're asking such high demands when obviously you have resistance by the libtards who think it's okay.
I'd like to say something if I may.
Absolutely.
So one of the awesomest things, and yes, I said awesomest, about Clubhouse and the people that we're now associated with. I'm sorry, what? The awesomest things that about like associating with people like this who are taking their time out of their day. And yeah, a lot of us are on this app because we're co-working, things like that. And but we also can be anywhere at right now. We can be anywhere, and we're here, and we're talking about some really cool stuff. And though our emotions get the best of us sometimes, it's really good that we have these rules in this room to keep things kind of under control. I know it's hard. I'd really like to hear what people have to say, men, women, whatever color you are, whatever, even if you're half woman, half man, I don't care, whatever it is. Interrupting someone is one of the most rude and manipulative behaviors, and it's part of the room rules. If you can't adhere to that, go find another room. It's real easy. And nobody here wants to have to babysit you. We want to hear what you have to say. It makes everybody angry when you do that. Please don't do that. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Can I just be slightly messy and petty for just 1 second? New rule, if you have a problem with the host of the room, aka the moderator, the owner of the house, and you find yourself going in other rooms to talk shit about the host of the room, why are you in here? Why are you in the audience? Why are you on stage? Why are you contributing? New rule, if you don't like the host of the space, don't sit in his space. I'm done. Thank you for allowing me to be paid.
Who's next?
Wouldn't let me finish fucking catching her up.
God.
Brad, do you want to share your feelings? Do you need a pillow to punch? Because
it won't be me. It can't be me. I do not volunteer as tribute. In the month designated verbal offender.
Hi, Miss Shirley. love it if we could steel man people's arguments just to see if we can make the best out of an argument we get checked with, too. That would be kind of cool.
I like that, Scarlett.
I'll go first. I made this statement in the other room, so apologies for the first people that are going to hear it a third time. Our military is trained to kill people and break things. That's their two jobs. So our police and law enforcement are trained, especially the riot police, are trained not to respond to lazy, indulgent, angry brats in our country who will yell in their faces racial epithets while the police are ostensibly protecting them and property. So the concern I have is that some civil liberties will be violated because our National Guard, as awesome as they are at their two jobs, might not have the training and the patience to deal with the brats.
That's not
Okay,
what we're
Monica,
saying.
wait. I promise you can go next. Hold on. Because I want to show Monica. I want to show Monica that I can still man. Okay, so Monica, what I'm hearing you say is that you have concerns that the military is a more brutish force than our civil law enforcement agency. And so you're concerned that they're going to get out there and they're not going to know what they're doing. However, I would just like to point you to the did I get that right? Did I still name you correctly? Anyway, I'd just like to point out, we had a gentleman by the name of Trappin here. Oh, he's still here. And he was just explaining that the National Guard in DC is there operating all of the time anyway because of the crowd control issues and problems from all of the events and everything that go on in DC. So this particular National Guard, this is stuff that they are called in for regularly and frequently. He had actually said that what he was more concerned about was the FBI involvement.
Also, hold on, Trev. I'm just going to quell this. So, the National Guard are not trained killers. These are not war fighters. These are not the 225,000 plus or minus, whatever you want to add, that are the ones on the battlefield that go out and rip somebody's spine out and make bowls out of their skulls. These are not them. They're trained in rescue operations, crowd mitigation, crowd control, disaster preparedness, disaster relief, logistics. The idea that every person in the military is designed and picked up and serves at the point to just kill people, and God forbid they go, again, military personnel are involved in your everyday society. They're delivering you foods, they're delivering you power, they're delivering you medicine, they're airlifting you out of rescues, they're out on the seas pulling your stupid sailing asses because you watched a fucking movie, gained some money, and thought you could buy a boat and go sail the Atlantic.
I feel so judged.
And until someone like me has to go fucking jump from a boat or a helicopter and come swim to your stupid ass because you got lost.
Let me get in there.
No, I'm doing it.
Wait, no, you're just going on the
Trap. Hold on. Give it 30 seconds.
Maybe this is a weird rant. He's kind of right.
So I don't give a shit. And like, again, a bunch of pussies that are at the behest of that you won't serve. So like, I would suggest stepping up and figuring out what exactly is in the military, what the variety of options that you are for a career path that do support a whole bunch of different functions, from cooking to fucking cleaning to stores to, yes, and fighting. But they do a whole ton of shit. And in fact, many of your areas that you want help with, wildfires, this comes on behalf of the military, the National Guard. These guys are not trained to go out and kill. They do calls, but they are not in a warfighter presence nor shape of mind to actually do this. Understand the role.
Yeah, you ain't the only one that served. and I just take docs on myself, but I'm in law enforcement and I was in the military. There we go, cat's out the fucking bag. I'm in fucking Virginia. But anyway, the National Guard, most of them motherfuckers is police anyway. Thank you. Citizens of.
Yeah. Well, and those are very good.
I'll go after serendipity.
I was just going to say, those are very good points, too, that I was thinking about, and I didn't bring up. But between the two of them, yeah, I think they made it.
Can I go after Monica?
It won't be long. Trap, thanks for sharing your experience with us. So I'm kind of relieved that the civil liberties are less likely to be violated than I thought they might be, and that's good.
Go ahead, Mother.
Sorry, I was starting the laundry machine, which is we gotta get fixed. But anyways, what I was gonna say was, yeah, I don't get the big hoopla about this. Maybe it's just because, like usually, I'm Dominican, right? We use the military for everything. They supplement the police. They help with monitoring of high crime areas. They help with, I mean, they're obviously on the border, but that's they help run the country alongside the police. It's never been a problem, right? That I just don't see why Americans are so uptight about this. This is my viewpoint. It's quite strange.
To your point, Roger actually made an interesting point in that last room about the fact that what was going on in the news before all of this stuff with the National Guard in DC started that now you don't see at all. It's Steam.
And this is why I say Trump is he is masterful at the art of marketing, propaganda, promotion. He has switched the topic in the blink of an eye. No Epstein list conversation is happening right now. At least it's not dominating the algorithms across social media. This is the primary talking point. DC crime, teenagers riding around in Chargers with AK-47s and the National Guard. It's genius how he has shifted how the wind is blowing in his direction. And now the conversation is going to likely divide local politicians and the residents in the area over this National Guard issue. And that'll be the talking point for probably the rest of the week, in my opinion.
Unfortunately, I think that's a little disingenuous. I know everybody living in a bubble right now, focusing on Washington, D.C., but you see when the president came on, he said this is a D.C. press conference. Why the fuck is everybody here? It's a D.C. business. I was born and raised in D.C. I've been going through this shit my whole life, right? After 9/11, who you think was on the ground? The military. And they was there for a good while. As a nigga who has family in this city right now, little sister who is in the age of the range of the girls who beat up and killed the elderly man.
Wait, really quick, Trump, we can't say the N-word in here. They'll boot you out.
Oh, my bad.
No N-word, thank you.
I'm working out my fault. Yeah, I appreciate somebody doing something and actually caring about the city. I know this may seem like being a vacuum for y'all, because it's like, whoa, DC. Listen, man, if y'all got kids, make sure y'all know y'all kids are all right. Make sure y'all know what they're doing. This is a different world out here. Yeah.
So you're pleased with Trump enacting the National Guard. That's good to know. Thank you.
Yes, I concur, Trap. And I'm glad you stopped by today to give us your 2 cents, because it's interesting hearing from somebody who's kind of like right there in the center of it.
But nobody's talking about the FBI though. I don't understand why FBI agents, they don't patrol anything, ever. That's not what they do.
How are you is there an announcement that the FBI will be involved with the National Guard?
Yes,
okay,
it was.
So I apologize because when Trump's press conference was going on, I went to several rooms saying, hey, there's a live press conference going on, and nobody paid attention. So I've heard like 5 minutes of it, and then I really need to go back and listen to it. Trap, I invite you to join in the muck. We are, what are we, Serendipity? Mostly free-ish speech space until Mojo decides he's heard enough from some of us.
So it is kind of interesting because I was just curious if what the actual crime rate was in DC, and it says according to this article that crime is actually down 26% from last year, and it's down 35% from the last 2 years in the DC proper area. So I don't know. Someone brought that up. It's a little bit weird that we haven't done this earlier, and how we're going to do it now.
Well, it has been brought up. There's been some talk about fact that the way that they're measuring those metrics has also changed in the last couple of years, and that the metrics aren't necessarily entirely reliable, which was why I was glad that we had Trap and Victoria kind of doing that exchange about like what is the crime actually really like there. Is it, as bad as we're being told it is?
So did you heard the Attorney General? She talked about wharf, right? She talked about there's somebody overdosing at the wharf. If y'all understand what the wharf is, the wharf is probably like $1 billion renovation. They re-renovated that motherfucker for $1 billion. There's all types of restaurants and things like that down there. That's money. Somebody just OD'd off fentanyl sitting on a park bench in front of a bunch of families. They had to give them Narcan. People tired of that shit. If that's normal for you motherfuckers, if y'all are okay with that, then go to somewhere else. But I'm not cool with that shit.
Madison, I was just about to invite you to come up.
Because I'm just hearing a lot of
Yeah, I saw your comments.
that totally go against actual logic.
Go ahead, Madison.
And if you're concerned about fentanyl, you should be concerned about China and where the actual raw materials come from when it comes to fentanyl. This is like the crime bill redux all over again. It's all Statement Project 2025, that they would take over basically liberal cities, and I'm paraphrasing. He tried to do the same thing in LA, and now it's DC, and it's going to be anywhere else where there's a black administration, mark my words.
Does anyone really care about fentanyl? Like, I don't do drugs, my friends don't do drugs. I don't give a shit.
Oh my God, brother.
It's a rather all or nothing statement that Trump is doing this to black cities. Wow.
So let Mother complete his thought, because he asked a question that there's a lot of interest in, and then we can hear from everybody.
Okay, I'm almost done, I promise. Let these people die. Like, this should not be America's first priority, right? Like what we should be worried about is our defense industrial companies relying on fucking China for manufacturing of our defense weapons. That should be our number one priority. Let these fuckers die. Who cares about that? If you don't want to die, don't do drugs. Keep it moving.
Listen, the problem is, like I told you, I'm in law enforcement. Fuck, the axe out the bag. It only takes a drop of sand to knock out the whole punk. You understand? I don't know the chemistry behind that as to how somebody can just have a pill in their pocket and walk around okay with it, but somebody like the pill could break and then they're not okay. I don't understand that shit, but fentanyl is something else. I don't know. You never encountered this. This is something else.
Yeah, you can't even share a blunt with strangers anymore because it might be laced with fentanyl.
Maybe that'll get these kids off drugs finally.
But Mother, here's the thing. I am a mother. I'm a mother to a teenager. I've had 5 teenagers, and teenagers do dumb things, and teenagers are dying in record numbers because of fentanyl the very first time they try something. And you can't tell me you've never smoked a joint or you've never done something you shouldn't have done. Kids do stupid things. Like, you're not just talking about drug addicts and homeless people and people who are addicted to different drugs. You're talking about a lot of children. So, I don't think you can just have the bucket, I don't care attitude.
Really quickly, I just want to say I'm so thrilled right now that I'm in contact with PCR. Serendipity, you are too. I'm over the moon.
Listen, some of y'all want to encounter people on drugs and things like that. So
No, not really. I don't want to.
Exactly. So let that man clean up your city or my city and don't say nothing about it. But you don't have to do that. Just go work in your local city jail. Go work in your local city jail and encounter that shit all day long. You understand? Like, deal with that shit. And maybe y'all might go get your family, go check on your family. There's a lot of us got uncles, cousins. It causes problems, mental health issues, shit like that.
There's a comment in the chat, just super quick night. Madison came in, stated their opinion, and then bounced without any reciprocal conversation. They can, and, of course no one cares about, no one gives a about fentanyl in here. Well, you didn't stick around long enough to learn, did you? Go ahead, Maddie.
I was just gonna say to Trapp's point. First of all, Akima, why are you in the goo? Come up. But anyway, don't mean to call you out, but I feel like you're part of our stage family. And Trap, I just want to say for the record, I support our president. I support his efforts to clean up these degenerate ass liberal cities, and I live in one of them. I mean, my neighborhood is pretty cool. We have a dynamic police force where I live. The cops show up, they do their job, they don't put up with the riffraff. I would have it no other way. If these loony liberals started protesting in my town about defund the police, I would stick the dogs on them and turn on the water hose on these lunatics. But I support 100% Trump's efforts to, if he has to use the National Guard to go into these cities and fix the homeless problem, fix the crack problem, fix the gang problem, make our streets safe for women to walk down the streets, folks to walk their dogs, mothers to play in the park with their babies without sitting on crack needles. I'm with it 100%.
I appreciate that because I don't see what the fuck the problem is. That's all I'm asking for. That's it. I pay too much fucking money. I pay too much. I don't live in the city no more. Like I said, I don't like the gun laws. But even though I can do whatever I want, but still, just don't trust it. It's either you federalize that motherfucker, I'm good. I don't want to live there. But I do want my family that they there to be okay and to be able to do the shit that I do outside the city. Like leaving DC for me is like leaving the hood, and living everywhere else is like sunshine. So I want them motherfuckers to be able to walk around parks and shit, like you said, and enjoy life and just live differently. Like this shit's great.
Hey Trav, do you think bringing in the National Guard is going to make citizens feel safer?
Yeah, because we see them all the time. DC see them all the time. All the time.
Yeah,
this
but not like Trump calling them in. This is a much bigger alteration when the president calls them in, though, right?
No, it's not. It's really not. Like, it's really not. I'm sorry.
So when you say you see them all the time,
Pentagon officials, we used to see the military riding around, and as you can see, they got Black Hawks in the skies, right? All the time. This is not.
Yeah.
It's not different. I'm from South East.
No, I hear you.
It's not different.
But the president is tough. But he's sending him in to like effectively patrol to augment law enforcement. I think that's the difference.
They're not doing that. They're not patrolling. That's not what he said. And if they did,
well, it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, okay. Like I said, brother, I'm more concerned about the FBI. The military, you can see the motherfuckers coming. You know, it is what it is. It's the spook behind the door. You know what I'm saying?
So wait, Moose, you're saying you're opposed against the National Guard being deployed in DC?
Yeah, I am. Well, I mean, not just DC. I just think I'm opposed to the reason of why he's apparently attempting to make this move. I don't know. Apparently, he has a time frame. Apparently there's a clock how long this can go or not happen. But yeah, that's what we were talking about. And when I was in a room earlier today with Mojo and Anson, what is that house? The Reasonable House or Reasonable Discussion?
The Rational.
Rational, thank you. Rational, where it was actually kind of evenly divided. 1/3 wasn't sure, 1/3 said no, 1/3 said yes. I was 1/3, I know, shocking, that said no, because, I mean, Brad, if we're going to set a precedent to use the National Guard in an effort to reduce crime, they are not equipped to, A, apprehend anyone, detain anyone, arrest anyone. They don't even know the streets. They don't know how to interrogate. I mean, I get, of course, they could be there for riots and looting and stand in front of buildings as a presence to protect, which is more their job, but not to. I mean, Roger was saying that actually he had a great example. I think it was Seattle when the mayor, governor, or whoever called in the National Guard for help. They saw an enormous drop in the law enforcement in that city, too. Like, no surprise.
Do you think that's a good thing, Moose, what the governor did?
Do I think what's a good
in that example? In that example of the governor in Seattle.
Seattle? Well, I honestly, I don't remember the particulars of why they were called in. Can you remind me?
Well, I thought you just said it was a good thing that they came in and settled things down. Well,
No, I never said that. I never said that.
Well, that's what
Wait, are you talking about DC or are we talking about Seattle? Sorry, Rod asked me, is it a good idea for National Guard in DC? And I say,
yeah,
I vehemently no. I vehemently no.
Okay, so can I go back before we move? Thank you. So
Can I say one thing quick? Well, I was talking before you started, but I thought you were saying it's a good thing that the National Guard was called in by the governor of the state to settle it in Seattle. If you didn't, I apologize. But if you think
all good. All good, man. All good.
But if someone would think that's a good thing, they would think the person who has that position of power in Washington, D.C., that they should be able to do it too. And since the president is that person, I guess I think he's qualified to do that.
Right, again, but it's not so much, again, what I said earlier, it's not the calling it, it's the reason behind that call. It's the reason. Again, I understand January 6th.
Why they're going there and what they're actually going to do are two different things. So that's why I think we disagree.
Well, I don't think it's an interpretation. I think Trump flat out said the crime rates are way up, albeit some data says yes, some data says no, but I don't think there's anything room for interpretation. Am I missing that?
Moose, have you ever been to Washington, D.C.?
I have, yeah. My brother went to college there. I went there, been there many times.
Okay, so you understand that the downtowns and shit like that, I don't know, maybe you don't know, but anyway.
I mean, I've only visited there. I don't have a lived experience there, so.
The place where there's most of the federal property and shit like that, on weekends, shit, like it's intertwined with the late night goings. You know what I mean? So, you know, like I said, there's a lot of people out roaming the streets doing certain things on those type of nights. Those people, the National Guard is going to be there protecting property, but they don't even have the equipment to be riding around. You think it would be Humvees? DC Street's not even big enough for Humvees to be patrolling every neighborhood. Let's just talk like that.
Yeah, I agree they should protect property.
So like I said,
they should protect property, sure.
Okay. So like I said, bro, I forgot. I was gonna say something else that you said.
You stated Moose's concerns were not founded because you live there and your sister lives there. Well, not you no longer live there, or you still live there?
But I'm 2 hours away, man.
Right. So you're, and with Moose, when was the last time you visited Washington, D.C.?
That's what I was trying to say. Like, anyone, I was only there as a tourist.
Are you in a hurry? You have to go? Like, we can't hear when there's 3 mics.
Yeah, I just wanted to say real quick, I don't have a lived experience. I'm not going to pretend I know what the streets of D.C. are like. I've visited there, but being a tourist and living there are galaxies apart.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to tell you. I have more concern about. So he's even talking about bringing in. This is what I'm saying. He's talking about bringing in active duty military. Now that's different for me, because they're not fucking from there. They have no ties to the city. National Guard got all ties to the city. That's different bringing active duty personnel in.
Okay, so let's use that example. So why does that? Because active duty.
Yeah, because the National Guard will be fake. Because they are citizens of that town. And so for you to think that they're just going to take out orders and take everybody the fuck out, hell no. That's never going to happen. Why? Because they're citizens of that town, that city, that city.
You think that military, that might be lost on military who are just there for business and don't care about the citizens because they don't live there themselves? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's like that. Unfortunately, we're human beings. We are human beings. Believe you me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Travis. So let's take the DC example, albeit a unicorn because it doesn't have a governor. But let's apply it to another city, be it Democratic or Republican. I don't care. Wherever there's high crime, wherever there's apparently need, where law enforcement is not doing their job, do you think, in general, the president sending in the National Guard, again, not to protect property, but to apparently augment police, and again, National Guard are not authorized to detain, arrest, interrogate. They're there for a military presence. Do you think that in general is a good idea for the president to do, to send in National Guard where there is, wherever in this country there is high crime, versus perhaps reaching out to that governor, that mayor, and seeing why there is high crime there?
No, we should definitely reach out to the governor of that state. But since Washington D.C. does not have a governor and it's not a state, do what you gotta do.
Chat Mojo earlier. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so
I appreciate your honesty,
I don't
Trav.
like that people say the National Guard can't detain people. They can if those orders come down, whether they come from the government.
Said that.
So let me finish here, dude. Like, chill out. So like the idea that they have powers that are appointed to them. The president can't say, hey, you know, if you see a woman being attacked by a group of an individual and they're beating her up, please detain them. They just don't have the powers to like throw them in jail. They'll detain them until like police officers come back and to go further and conclude the arrest. And they'll do that. But yes, the National Guard can be enumerated. California has done it. Every state has pretty much done that with their National Guard at some point in their history. And the National Guard.
Okay, I was wrong. Hold on. I was wrong.
DC is deployed every year or every time there's an election. It has been deployed so many fucking times. It's still on active deployment, and they're rotating people out. Still in DC. Through the war of terror since 9/11, for 20 years, we had National Guard deployed all over there protecting areas. We've had, Biden brought in 25,000 troops, and gave them powers for 3 months there. So I mean, we've had multiple times throughout the bonus paper value. And here's another thing: the National Guard can also be deployed to protect protests. The most famous one being "I Have a Dream" speech by Martin Luther King with 250,000. The National Guard weren't there to just, make sure nothing got out of hand, which they were, but they were also there to protect the protesters from any kind of violence that would have been conducted upon them. So they do a very. It's actually really weird how they'll operate and what orders they get. During George Floyd, they were there to protect property. They were there to protect even some of the protests that go on with their large scale. Think the Million Man March. Again, National Guard was deployed to actually ensure that did not get out of hand, because they're an asset that can contain and help route and control crimes.
Yeah, but see, these people that live in these little towns and little small areas that come on Clubhouse that don't live in this city like mine, they don't understand how many parades, protests, and all that type of shit that happens on a daily fucking basis. Like, the sky is blue today. The blue crowd had a fucking protest today. Like, the shit happens on a regular fucking basis. You just named some shit that a lot of people don't even know about. Million Man March? I'll pay somebody to tell me who the fuck started that without Googling.
Yeah, I hear you. And Brad, I hear you too. Like, okay, I stand corrected. I was wrong about detaining. But in the interest of devil's advocate, if you have, 50 people you detain, half of them run away, they're not going to be able to do much about that. And like you said, they can't arrest them. So I'll ask you directly, Brad. That same question I asked Trap. Forget DC. Is this a reasonable or warranted response for the president to set this as a precedent and moving forward deploy the National Guard across the country? Hang on. To deploy the National Guard to whatever city at his whim. If there's like some crime.
It's the only city where
Sorry, Trav.
But you're not being honest. You're asking an honest question. You just talking.
No, I am asking an honest question. No, Trav. Actually, maybe you missed
it. He can do this on the whim. It's the only one.
Trav, did you forget that he did it?
He would have did it.
All right. Let me know when you're done. So. Exactly, LA. He had no jurisdiction in LA until the governor pushed back. So, but I'm saying, if for whatever reason they give the president this power, hypothetically, and moving forward to be able to do this, is it a reasonable response to essentially say, sorry, law enforcement, you're gonna create shit morale in that law enforcement Never mind that you went to the academy for nearly a year. Never mind that you're on the streets every day risking your lives. I'm going to come in because I'm going to make a political move and a political stance to perhaps distract away from other stuff that's going on that doesn't put me in a great light. So he did deploy them in LA. The governor pushed back. He apparently won that, but I just think this is a dangerous precedent. This is a dangerous precedent.
Hold on a second. Yes, it was you, Brad, and I'm going to let you respond to Moose right after me. One thing I wanted to say, Moose, is that, I don't really think you can compare the deployment to LA to what he's doing in DC right now. What he is doing in DC right now it's not an overreach, he is authorized to do what he's doing in DC right now because it's not a state. What he did in LA was, the reason that he won on that pushback was because it was classified under immigration enforcement. So he can't just willy-nilly order and by virtue of what he's doing in DC, he's still not going to be able to willy-nilly order National Guard to go in because police departments. I think that's a bit of a stretch to think that.
I also think there's a Project 2025 element too as it relates to DC.
What element is that? Oh, Brad was really great. Sorry.
Sorry, Brad. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So yeah, the president can deploy if certain codes are failed. So let's, for instance, Seattle, he could have deployed. I agree, Trump could have deployed them in Seattle during Summer of Love when you had an inability of the mayor, the governor, and other police chiefs to remove the city of Chop and go. You can't have that go on in the city. We've had this. There's precedent for that. They've done it multiple times. The U.S. has done it. Multiple presidents throughout history. Now you have this action. Trump can deploy them again. We deploy them all the time in D.C. They're always on a rotation. They're getting deployed there. This is probably no different. If you're going to deploy him to a city, he's going to face an uphill battle because generally they fall under the governor, but conditions need to be met. Usually that's a failure to maintain laws and orders to protect property, to protect the civilian population. Police are ineffective in that area, regardless of how their experience is. The president then has the power to deploy the National Guard, so does the governor of that state, to back up and help assist to return order to that city or location.
And I was just going to add, I think DC is unique unto itself because I believe in Project 2025, it hasn't been implemented yet, but I believe part of the Project 2025 plan is to provide the Secret Service with law enforcement powers for the District of Columbia.
Why do you keep referring to Project 2025? I mean, if I go to Grok right now and I ask Grok, hey, in Project 2025, was this predicted? I mean, don't you think you're being a little Project 2025 Tourette syndrome?
No, because if you look at Project 2025, it's actually in there. So it's whether it's correct or not, I'm not going to say that. I'm just saying there is definition in Project 2025 to provide the Secret Service specifically with law enforcement responsibilities for the District of Columbia.
Oh, I see.
That doesn't sound like derangement syndrome. That sounds like facts.
Oh no! Project 2025 has a good idea. Oy vey!
Hey, why don't you eat another fucking cheeseburger?
Not too much of cheeseburger.
I've been going to Wendy's recently, and just let me say that cute Polish girl that works there, wow, she's a hard-working girl.
Sorry, can we play a no drinking game? Every time 2025 said everybody's got to take a shot. I'll participate once I get out of the truck.
Project 2025. Project 2025. Project 2025.
Okay, only if we are drinking water shots because I need to support. So that is a very good incentive. Ready, go.
It's the end of the world. They're implementing good ideas from something called Project 2025.
I thought that drinking water bottles is a really good idea. Yes, thank you.
So what else in Project 2025 do you not want to happen, Howard, since you've read this Bible called the Project 2025?
I don't want the peace and order they called for. That's just not realistic.
Go ahead, Howard. I think I saw you put on.
No, again, I was addressing specifically about the District of Columbia, which I know we're talking about the National Guard, and I'm just saying that there was some reporting that it's only for 30 days. It may or may not be, but I'm just highlighting that one initiative that hasn't yet been implemented provides the Secret Service law enforcement responsibilities specifically for the District of Columbia. That's all I'm saying.
They already do have some, though, by the way.
On federal property, they do. Like I said, man, I really, it's like y'all don't really understand how DC works. It's probably a foreign concept to y'all because y'all have.
Now, actually, I used to live in DC, so thank you.
Cool. It's still probably foreign to your ass. You probably live uptown and didn't even really go outside. But anyway,
Trap, are you the only one here who can speak on DC? Is that what's happening?
Yeah. If you feel if that hits your heart like that, then it is what it is. If that's how you feel. But if somebody can give me some better knowledge than the generic bullshit that's coming out your mouths, then challenge me, come harder than that, motherfucker.
You fell for the trap, Moose. He got your ass.
Yeah, egg on my face.
Well, listen, I appreciate Trap coming up to the stage to offer his perspective, especially for those who don't live in the area. And we're trying to figure out if the National Guard is actually necessary. Is the crime as bad as this administration claims it is? Well, the media claims it's not as bad because the crime rates have dropped since last year. So, Trap, I appreciate you coming up to share your perspective as someone who's actually in the area.
If I'm not mistaken, Trap, did you say you moved out of DC because of the crime problem, or do you still reside within the urban areas of DC?
I live in Virginia Beach, 2 hours away. All of my family lives in
Ah.
Yeah. What?
How long ago did you move away?
Brother, I'm a man that chose to do better. Like I said, I didn't stay in the city.
No, kudos to you. Absolutely.
I went to college, and I chose to live life. So, yeah, like but I go back and forth to DC all the fucking time. Like I said, I'm 2 hours away. I'm actually getting ready to go get my father for lunch tomorrow.
Boots on the ground experience, though, right, Trap? You have boots on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand.
Yeah, that's my point. He might not be there right now, but he's lived there.
Like what? My mother's there, my grandmother, my sister, my father, my brothers. Like, what are we talking about? Huh? I'm going to be buried there? Like, what are we talking about?
Do all your family agree that the National Guard is the good answer right now?
No, hell no. I got family that's stuck in the Matrix. Like I said, I chose to get the fuck out of it. I definitely got family that's stuck in the Matrix. But I'm not that. So like I said, I live in Virginia, but I got good gun laws. I got me a nice little piece of land. Come on now. You be in that little Democrat ass city. You can't do shit. No, sir.
Moose, you never served in the military, right? You don't understand the beautiful simplicity of following an order.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. I had parents, though, so I know what. I have strict immigrant dad, so I'm very familiar with following orders.
Okay, so what do you think the National Guard will do? What do you think? What do you think a sergeant? What do you think a corporal? What do you think a second lieutenant or a captain in the Army is going to do when they deploy to a hot spot somewhere in Washington D.C.? What do you think they're really going to do?
I don't know. That's why I was asking. I would imagine they would secure property first, maybe reach out to the chief of police. And that's why I'm really trying to wrap my brain around it. Like, how would they actually assess the problem? That's a great question. How would they actually assess the problem, boots on the ground, and get those gangsters?
Well, I don't know if you've observed the police recently, Moose, but let me pretty much tell you what the police do. They sit in their car and they look at their cell phone. Am I wrong, anyone?
So, Moose, the National Guard is not going to be doing intervention or interceding policies. They're not going to be targeting gang members and going and kicking in doors to, at least at this juncture. Now, if that does happen, that'll be eye-opening, but they're currently, that's not the crux of their role. That's not even in their, what's been outlined by even Trump on the podium. What's been outlined is that they're going to be there as a force on the corner so that people can walk the street. They're going to protect national or federal properties. They're going to coordinate with police and other entities to do crowd control, to do, again, normal roles that they currently are ongoing and doing. And then they're going to be assisting police because, again, even in 2023 and in 2024, Mario Bowser was asking for assistance and asking the council for more police because they had a decrease in it. And their Safer, Stronger Together Act on the city council that really just basically put a target on police backs and took a pussyfooting approach, which led to record high murder rates in 2024, 2024, 2023. That's huge. And you can kind of say, hey, you know what? Maybe this approach is not working, especially when we have all the power brokers located in one place. And it's not just for gangs. Like you wanna make sure that there is nothing bad going to be on. We don't want a bomb at the Capitol building, do you? I mean, you don't want it at I don't know, at any of the other federal buildings. I don't want to see the Washington Monument blow up. And apparently we have more and more violent protests going on these days.
Cool. Okay, appreciate the answer. So there you go, anonymous or John, whoever you're identifying. So what happens, Brad, when they leave? What happens when the National Guard leave and then the citizens are subjected again to apparently their insufficient, inadequate law enforcement?
Well, hopefully that the Capitol Police can protect the federal grounds and find the perpetrators, and then the DC Police can actually go after the crimes. They don't have to be busy directing traffic. They don't have to sit there and just be sitting in a patrol car, as somebody said earlier. They're going to be there on the ground as deterrents, and that should be. It should help at least alleviate some, and actually provide a sense of relief for some of the citizens that have been, for instance, a woman getting attacked on her way just walking down the road. Like, these stories aren't uncommon. Or the two teenagers that killed the person just for being out because they thought it was a fun night to do that to get their kicks out. So hopefully this will be a mitigating factor, and they'll have a quicker response time. They'll be able to coordinate, and these guys won't be able to go away. And then it's up to the council to maintain some kind of semblance or order that literally starts protecting the citizens rather than the virtue signal. It's clearly evident that 2021, 2022, that the city council's virtue signal policy, we can figure out a better way to police the population than what the current police are doing, led to mass quits of police and increased crime. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, we also need, I think, even above that, again, are the DAs, the judges, the legislators. Like, believe it or not, I'm actually on the left and still think that there should be tougher laws against underage, especially for homicide, especially for any violent crime. I'm not talking about smashing and grab, I'm talking about sexual assault and homicide. They should be tried, I think, as adults in most of those scenarios.
You won't get enough for me. I'm on your side with that one.
Yeah. None of that shit you said you agree with flies in a liberal city like DC. The dude who was speaking kind of has it correct. This is just a federal fucking takeover because the city council, the mayor, that motherfucker who wear them glasses at that police press conference, that spokesman that come to that podium every time there's some bullshit going on, that don't really give a fuck about the city, just care about the money that they making. It's a federal takeover of all that shit. Something's gotta be done. It's a different type of white folk that live there. They wanna be able to spend their fucking money and go outside. And so, you're not gonna be able to have the bullshit no more. That's all that's happening. That's all that's happening. You're not gonna act like the city ain't been gentrified. Oh shit, that's crazy. What kind of snake that is?
So how would people rate this topic in terms of priorities if you were president and this is what you were doing for your people? Is this a top 10 priority for you?
Sounds like a poll. I'm on it.
Trap, if you were president, what would your top 3 priorities be for the American people?
I'm a Christian. You know, I know my muscle was on.
I'm sorry, what would be the top 3 priorities for you as president of the United States, Mr. Trap?
The Trinity.
And what is the Trinity, Mr. Trap? Does the Holy Spirit have your tongue?
Sound like you're a fool last note. It's better never to answer a fool.
All right, let me ask you another diagnostic question, Mr. Trap. What is... Oh! He left. Hey, Kima, did you enjoy reading the Beijing today? I felt like that was a good group bonding moment. Any other moderators or readers today enjoy that Dao De Jing moment? Was that the highlight of your Clown House debate?
I think it's fun to do group things.
Define group things.
Reading a book together.
Not those group things.
And if they need the actual talk and hopefully education some people got on Washington D.C. and just how it's different from everywhere else. But most of all, I think that should be, maybe it's not going to be the example for safety, but if it's the head of our nation, everything trickles down, and if there's chaos there, it's going to trickle down everywhere else just as fast.
Oh, I wanted to respond to somebody who said that DC is a maze or a mess. I think it was Victoria, also known as dementia or whatever her name is. Whatever. DC, if you actually look at it on a map, the Capitol building is literally in the center of DC. Everything else is in a northwest corner, northeast corner, southwest corner, and it's ran in a grid fashion. It's actually a very particular design. You don't really need a whole-scale map to navigate DC, but it is done by design. It has had moderations done, and the system actually works quite well, especially in evacuations. We were once invaded by the fucking Canadians that we should have killed. And then, we should take care to just learn your city. Like, these quadrants exist, and how to navigate those quadrants is very simple. You can just see it on a basic map. Pull it up on Google if you don't believe me. But the National Guard will have no problem navigating DC. It's really very basic.
Well, Brad, what if I'm a total square? I can't handle anything that isn't square.
Lord help you then.
Keep the day job, right?
I drive in circles all day. I love Washington D.C.'s layout.
Isn't DC all, like this roundabout after roundabout?
Essentially it is, yeah, but it's way easier to fortify different areas the way it's set up.
example, like numbered streets run north and south, and lettered streets run east and west. That's how you can tell which road you're on and how to intersect. It's really, I don't know how to make it so simple for people.
That's the critical thinking part that we don't have anymore, Brad. That's why.
You know, the three orders are pretty simple for these soldiers. I mean, carry out the commander's intent, protect your men, make sure they're safe and sound, and your women, you know, don't sacrifice their lives to go get a bunch of little thugs. And then third, you know, protect the property, protect the assets, protect the value in society.
This room was full of chatty Cathys and nuts. You're all sitting here.
How is the poll? Like, I love that Serendipity picked the same one I did. I would round out the top 5 with, you know, like foreign affairs. I don't like the forever wars. If I had to add 5 more, I'd have to think about it.
Scarlett, were you asking how is the poll?
Mm-hmm.
The P-O-L. The P-O-L-L.
Oh.
Ranity? You instigator.
I'm not. Roger's the one that said that.
Can you imagine
I was
anyone?
just asking if I heard her correctly. You guys, minds are in the gutter. I don't even talk to her. It's Kristen. Oh. Kristen's mind is always in the gutter.
I am innocent as usual.
To be fair, Serendipity was talking about group activities together, and I talked about polls.
Gosh.
Exactly.
I like group activities. Like reading
Look, I
books.
gotta polish my halo. Hold on.
Hey, Roger, go ahead and put a poll for how many women here have taken a pole dancing class, but make it anonymous. Oh, wait, Clubhouse doesn't allow you to do that.
I'm just saying, I think there are more ladies than Dismal on the app.
I agree. I might not be one of them, but I agree.
Does anyone think it's a lie to say that the economy is the number one reason why society, you know, has so much crime and poverty and homelessness? Is it the economy or is it something else?
It's something else. Not enough women are taking pole dancing classes. Duh.
I have a question. If we let economics, which is the #1 issue that we should care about, get so out of control that we have $37 trillion worth of national debt and $100 trillion of unfunded liabilities, if now the situation is so bad we just don't even do anything about it, what's to stop us from feeling the same way about all of the other issues, such as crime?
Well, what I'm thinking is if you find yourself high on fentanyl on a street in Philadelphia, can you somehow reverse engineer $37 trillion in debt? I mean, should you have another $35,000 in your pocket, you know, and not be in the street high on fentanyl? Like, is it just one system? You know, is the system one and they are a victim of this system? Is that the right approach to reverse engineer your position if you're a fentanyl addict on the street in Philadelphia?
Who told him I was in Philadelphia?
What's going on up there, guys?
It's been so quiet, so well behaved.
There's been so many revelations of people's opinions. There's been so many understandings. There's been a lot revealed. I don't know a lot of stuff about cops and military and...
Could you just stop your sentence that I don't know a lot of stuff?
Yeah. Would you like me to continue?
Please do, please do.
Okay.
Ladies man.
Thank you, honey. I'm so glad. Even though I'm your second favorite.
Third.
Second and a half. So, you know, it's really interesting having people's perspectives because I really am. I'm very sheltered. Yeah, my dad was in the military and he did Vietnam, so he was a career person. But I'm really not very. I don't have a lot to do with armed forces. I have a great respect for them, and it's really great to get insight from people who are in the environment. Multiple kinds of opinions that are shared. It takes a lot of courage for people to share their experiences and to be heard. So I appreciate that, and I've learned a lot today.
During the discussion, residents did not hold back, voicing their frustrations.
And I blame the system.
Many questioning why kids aren't being held accountable.
We as a city and a community need to be much more focused on prevention and surrounding young people and
I had the mother today, Roger, because you decided to go have a life and
their families.
Yeah.
You did a great job.
It happens. It happens every now and again. I was out looking at beautiful flowers, and I could sing to my favorite clubhouse crush.
I was afraid of Brad.
I was scared of Brad.
What, did Brad do the yelling thing? I hate when I miss it.
Yeah. He tried to do the yelling. Well, he did do the yelling thing, Victoria, and I kind of cut him off midstream and said, "Okay, Brad, finish your thought." And he said, "I'm trying to." I was like, the other way.
There's some people that crash out and you're like, oh man, this fucking guy sucks. And then when Brad crashes out, it's like fun. He's like the positive crasher outer. I remember back when progressives weren't afraid to debate people and they would come in rooms, like the Brad goat discussions were fucking amazing. Because you get goat's pseudo-intellectual ass trying to fucking make a point, and Brad would just fucking rip his head off verbally. It was amazing. Those were the days.
That's only because KK took away my tomahawks.
Christy asked a question in chat. She said, "How do you define a leftist versus a progressive?"
That's a good question. So, all of these terms suck. Lefties want to fight against tradition, right? The whole term left is, they sit in opposition to the king. That's why they sat on the left physically. The people that wanted to uphold tradition, this is in France, by the way, so that's why we have to use their terms, but if you sat on the right of the king, you were really saying, hey, we're going to defend the king, and we're going to essentially defend tradition, and that's then gets into these ideas of okay, well, conservatives, they want to uphold tradition, so I guess right and conservative can have some sort of, they're adjacent, I suppose, and then, but left of center, when you're fighting for change, you can do that in an authoritarian way. That would be the progressives, right? Or you can do it in a liberal way, at least in the classical sense. Classical liberals, they supported things like capitalism and individual rights, but they had a strong sense of like, justice around, specifically around like equal protection under the law. So a lot of the really good things that we have are because of radical liberals. The Constitution was written by radical liberals, but then later, conservatives were, hey, that's pretty diction, that seems to work, maybe we should protect that. And so the liberals and the conservatives, true liberals, true conservatives, they can coexist, they can get along, and they're really just deciding, like, when is their time for change, when is their time to preserve something. And so the more important the thought here is how are they willing to weaponize the government? So progressives, they think very collectively. Liberals do too, but liberals don't want to weaponize the government in quite the same way. And so progressives, they literally want to trample on some people's rights in order to give other people their rights. And so it's just, it really comes down to authoritarian left versus liberal left. And then you have authoritarian right, and then you have like the libertarian right. Those are really the better distinctions. And in fact, you can throw out left and right if you want. It really comes down to what degree you want individual liberty and to what degree do you want authoritarianism. And by authoritarianism, that means all of these collective things where they have to take from one person or one group to give to another group. Like the only way that you get this idea of equality is if you're willing to violate people's rights. I would point people to a book by Yaron Brook called Equal is Unfair. He explains it very well there.
The thing that like bugs me is that we're all squabbling, fighting, or competing for borrowed money. Like that alone should cause panic. And then secondly, there should people should try to work together and depoliticize and stop the gaslighting and the fake outrage when everyone is a hypocrite because they're fighting over borrowed money.
That's a good point. Necro said something interesting in the chat. He said, I consider myself a classical liberal. Necro, the rest of the world considers you a faggot.
That's not nice.
Which part wasn't nice?
Mojo!
See, Necro agrees.
Don't worry, Necro. You're a wonderful gentleman. And you're loved.
You know, people smoke fags, they fight over fags, and I just gotta say, the F word, the K word, the N word, the S word, the C word, the Z word, there's a lot of words that cause gaslighting, but don't fall for the clickbait gaslight words, because if you do, and you're chronically road raging on this app because people ask questions that aren't necessarily appropriate, or they say, very vulgar and obscene things, maybe it's a you problem for being here, to listen to these very toxic words.
Great way to just accountability and responsibility. Just to be a decent human. Like, we're adults. This isn't a kid's app. What the?
Do you know what the term faggot means? Yeah, burn sticks. I was asking people.
So you said
it was a good question I wanted to answer.
In the context that you used it, do you remember what you said?
Yeah, I said that he believes that he's a classical liberal and everyone else believes that he's a faggot. And what do you think that word means in that context?
I don't think it means anything nice. Did you have good intentions? Or was it nice?
Oh. Yes, absolutely. Like, it's a term of endearment. When I was a kid, we would...
Roger.
We would call our friends faggots. Like, for example, if I wanted to play, Tecmo Bowl, and somebody wanted to do their homework, I would say, hey, quit being a faggot. And that's what I mean by it. So, I don't know what your definition of faggot is, but it has nothing to do with sexuality. If that's what you were going to say, you bigot.
Bima, why Roger, did you put out fake news that Bima quit the app? Or, that was fake news, huh?
I did not. We were told that she quit the app. Somebody, it was Daniel that told us that. Daniel is the one that shared that she deactivated her account.
No, that's true. That's true.
You did deactivate it, now you've reactivated it?
Yeah, I have to try to start doing it more, but the app only will let you do it like once a week, I think. So I'm gonna try to just do it once a week. I have to cut down.
That should be the same frequency that you wax your armpits.
Imagine if people had that same personal responsibility while they're robbing people in the streets or breaking into restaurants when they're closed at night and stealing the cash register. Imagine if they took that type of personal responsibility, Bima.
Imagine if you made sense.
Can I just point out the people that felt like they needed to rescue people in the chat, people on the stage? Do you guys not realize that Necro and I are friends? Do you not understand that? Necro, can you tell them about our friendship?
Are you more than friends?
You would never cheat on Monica like that.
Yeah, but I might win it for Monica secretly.
Over my dead body.
I just have to do it when you're not looking.
I wonder, have you ever checked on that, Roger? Let me ask Necro. Necro, has Roger ever talked to you about like your friendship and made sure that you weren't ever offended by any potentially offensive things that he would say as terms of endearment? Has he ever checked in with you with that? Or did he just assume?
I mean, he knows I'm not offended by most, by insults pretty much. I mean, they're just words.
That wasn't my question. My question was...
Why are you more offended on his behalf than he is? This is weird.
I'm not offended upon his behalf.
I'm just progressives do. This is what white progressives do when they have a grievance and they want to get offended on behalf of someone else. Necro and I share stages. We agree on some things. We disagree on some things. We can have playful banter. He just said that he wanted to steal my woman, for fuck's sake. That's meaner than anything that I've said to him.
Can I ask a question here? America is in a danger point here, and I'm just wondering, is there any patriots in the room? Let's say the CIA wanted to give you a direct commission to deploy to a sanctuary city to fight violent crime. Who in this room would have, the physical ability, the desire to join that paramilitary operation? Anyone here?
Well, hold on. Welcome, Jason Deuce.
I'm ready.
Jason, you're the man for the job, right?
Jason takes the place of 10 men. And I just think it's funny that when some people don't get the answer back in the exact words they want, they pretend like the question wasn't answered. I find that funny.
You know what I find funny in an annoyingly ironic way? Roger, if you could please reach out to the founders, who is it, Paul, Roman, whatever. If they're going to allow you to name a house in the muff, is there a reason why they're not allowing me to type the word MUFF in chat? As you can see, I can alter.
So if you look at the house title in the muff, you will see that they're not separate words. If you try to type in the muff in the chat, you can do it if you do it the way that I've spelled it. I also have clever workarounds where I can put an accent over certain letters and get away with all kinds of tomfoolery.
You muffed it, you pussy.
You gotta be smarter than the algorithm, is what Mojo just said. Big threat, though.
That's a legitimate question. Who here would go on a 6-month deployment to perform security in a major U.S. city for $10,000 a month for, say, 6 months? Anybody want to go on a short-term activation?
That's actually cheaper than I would have gotten paid back in the day, but it wouldn't take me 6 months to pacify a city, and I only need 2 other people with me to go ahead and do that.
You do need to double that, realistically.
I mean, you could go be a journeyman tradesman somewhere and make triple that, so.
No, I just have to target, once I'm on the ground, all I have to do is just target the main leaders, then I just have to break in at the twilight hours, and snatch and grab that, waterboard them for a little bit, and then figure out who's their next. We can manage to just take those out and keep those guys alive while they're still giving me information. It's not really that hard. I can pretty much pacify it within a couple weeks.
Did you guys, anybody in this room, did you guys stop by the critical thinking forum today? Anybody get a chance to hear the words of wisdom from Monsef?
I think I'm blocked from that room. Imagine that.
Which room in the house was it?
The critical thinking forum. That's Gary Baumgartner's room.
Oh,
He's like the Walter Cronkite of the
you know, I wanted to go in there and do a simulcast. Actually, I wanted to do your room and his room at the same time, but unfortunately, I couldn't get it to work. And I unveiled my anonymous account. So this has been my anonymous account that I've been recording rooms on for about 60 days hardcore with.
I just think it's interesting that in those rooms they want to tone police certain people, they don't allow the chat, and then they'll allow somebody like Monsef to just go on for 15 minutes at a time. The room's only open.
That's a problem. I agree on both sides. He allows people to go on and on and on and on, but sorry, I gotta push back. I mean, yes, he takes the chat away, but how does he tone police? I mean, people can argue that you tone police by not allowing certain words to be said or threatening. So how is he tone policing and you're not?
Well, I will say this. Why don't you ask that question to Anson Burlingame?
I mean, we know he has a personal history, so Anson's a bit biased towards Gary at this point. So
Let me ask you this: of those two guys, if they were in a bar, or let's say a moose lodge, right? If they were having a couple beers and they stepped out,
I see what he did there.
if they were to step outside after a couple of beers, who do you have your money on?
Oh, are you kidding? I mean, Anson is an older gentleman. Gary's no spring chicken. I'm guessing they have 10 years difference, maybe. My money's still on Anson.
Yeah. Dude, Anson swims with dolphins, dude. Like, Anson's a legend. I like Anson. He's amazing. But I have to say this. I don't have a problem with Gary, other than, like, some of his judgment. Like, remember when Merrill was one of his co-hosts?
I remember old school, season 1 or 2 that was, and I don't know if I'm not going to speak about people that are here, but I personally don't have a problem with her, but apparently she received mixed reviews, so I don't know why she didn't mod anymore with Gary.
Well, she had Trump derangement syndrome, hardcore, and I think it infected a lot of people. It rotted the brains of a lot of people in that room. I thought Howard was a really good mod in that room. And
I agree, Howard was good.
Yeah,
Marshall was good.
Well, Marshall's good when he, isn't drinking. I like Marshall a lot, but drunk
He was asleep.
Wow. But the worst part of that room, it's not the chat. It's not the fact that you can't push back on ideas. You know what the worst part of it is?
Do tell.
Scott Jones doing a Trump impersonation.
I knew there it is. I knew that was okay. LOL. He did it just do it in your room before?
Oh yeah, I encouraged him to do it. He did it like he was winning. It was hilarious.
Nails on the chalkboard.
Do you know who does a better Trump impression? Darth Arianos. No. I mean, it's impossible to tell the difference. Darth Arianos, incredible, insane.
Actually, Jamie Foxx does a really good Donald Trump. I don't know if you guys have heard that.
Darth Arianos would also hand you your ass, Roger. Hand it to you. In pretty much absolutely any topic and anything. He would just destroy you. He'd destroy anyone on that stage. Darth Arianos, you could give me your best and Darth Arianos will destroy.
Wow. Who is this person?
Verbally he's the true clubhouse. He's the true clubhouse legend. Yeah. Well, no, not verbally, not insults. He's an extremely logical, philosophical mind. Incredible.
on specific topics. So.
Hey.
Well, Brian, I appreciate the ambition. I mean, I'm interested.
Yeah, I'd like to see him beat me on agriculture, but there's not many people that are good at that.
I think what Bima just really said is that she wants to fuck this guy. That's really what I understand.
Oh my god!
Hey, this is anonymous. Can I quickly say something about the poll and an experience that I had here in Chicago? I did the carry and concealed permit, and the instructor who gave that carry and concealed permit in that tiny class with 30 American patriots who, do carry and conceal in the city of Chicago and actually save their lives as they're about to get killed in many, many situations that keep coming out of the news. I just want to say that one guy who taught that 30-person class, who has probably done hundreds of classes and taught thousands of people, that is the only actual person in Chicago out of my 42 years of living who has ever done anything in terms of actually preparing the population to save lives and carry out the will and intent of our founders and the Constitution. So if only one person in my whole life I've ever seen do anything actually which is normal and rational and pragmatic, I mean, meeting a lot of people who do absolutely nothing for the city. So, I mean, government, is...
Let's hear your Bill Clinton, Necro. Give me a minute.
Is it over yet?
That's what she said. Oh, that's what Hillary said.
Tomorrow's rational discussion group is going to be amazing. I think it might be the biggest one ever.
Oh, what's the topic? Is there a topic? Tell us the. Can you give us the 411 on this time?
Yes, they're always at 2 Pacific, 5 Eastern, but actually 10 minutes before.
It's a pure coincidence that Roger does it at the same exact time as the aforementioned room of Gary.
It is a little passive aggressive, isn't it? Or is it just aggressive?
It's just aggressive.
This is McDonald's and Burger King on opposite ends of the corner competing for cheeseburgers. Listen, opening up competing shop raises the overall economy. I mean, did you guys ever remember that class in college where you get an extra 10, 20, 30% margin because now there's 2 competing businesses in the area?
I concur. Healthy competition is good.
Is there a reason why they don't have the chat open, but they encourage people to go to Facebook to have chat? I mean, how can you better moderate chat on an app that you're not currently on?
Wait, that might be a good business model, like a cross. You see what I'm saying? Like a cross. People are gonna talk what the hell? What? Oh yeah, go to this app.
It'd be almost like a Discord model.
But pulling people off of Facebook onto that's interesting.
What would you know about interesting people?
Way more important.
Absolutely nothing. Except, let me direct you to my PTR. This is a begonia, Darth Vaderiana, which is a begonia, very rare. It is absolutely incredible. If anybody knows of where I can buy one, I'm interested. I've been looking for about 6 months.
What did you buy this for? Aren't you a guy?
I would if I knew someone who had it. And that's, I know these plastic guys, but these are so rare that I can't find anybody that has them.
I bet bet you if you paid enough, you could.
Yeah, no, I did. I found.
Like, people bring plants?
Yeah, they're called plant swamps, and you just meet up with a bunch of people, and you all bring different
Explains
plants.
your PTR. Kind of sorry, a little slow today.
But in the first half,
Well, yeah, no, it's great. Everybody, I mean, like, we did edible plants, you know, like if you want, I mean, anything. Tomato plants, cucumber, anything that you could think of.
Venus flytrap.
I mean, sometimes those are more rare, you know, but it's mostly more common plants or edible plants. Mojo knows all about that. He was talking about edible flowers. He said he told somebody to eat flowers earlier, and I was so happy.
No, that,
Like, oh
that
my
was.
gosh.
Hold on.
That's good, he's a bag.
This is true moves. That was Michael Yap, actually. I don't want to take credit for Michael Yap. Michael Yap's shtick on here
News
was.
Talk is online. News Talk is a production.
Oh, well, I think that it's such a brilliant, amazing. Oh, I love people who say eat flowers. It assumes for me that you know about edible landscaping, and that's so amazing.
It's ironic, the guy, I mean, I don't think it was flowers, it was berries, the infamous story of the Harvard grad, who, there's a whole movie about it, Into the Wild, where he goes on this journey to find himself, and he eats berries and dies. 22, 23, Harvard grad.
He ate the birds. Were they poisonous?
Indeed, they were.
Yes.
This is pre-internet, so he couldn't just Google it.
Well, he had a book that he was looking at where he was trying to determine if it was good or not, and he made a mistake. He made one mistake while it was out there.
Holy shit. What was this called? Into the Wild?
Into the Wild, based on the book, I think. Eddie Vedder does all the soundtrack, Sean Penn directed. It's good.
Hey, I tried to put in a chat a video of Gary Baumgarten and Brent debating on Clownhouse, and I gotta say, if you want an example of a difficult conversation to listen to, this would be the video of Gary and Brent arguing. It's pretty funny.
Hey, nonsense. I mean, anonymous. Did you do a reading earlier today? Because I missed it. I was so upset.
We did.
The Dao De Ching? Is that it, Anonymous?
I recognize that voice.
That's a good voice.
There's Roger's future ex-wife.
I don't believe in divorce.
So, Roger, the poll, you would have put economy before education?
Yeah, of course.
You know, Bima, you can go on
It's
Mojo.
always a big economy.
You can go on
No,
Mojo's profile.
The quote is accurate, right? It's the economy, stupid. I should have done that, but
Correct. The only thing more important than the economy is love.
Amen. That's the best. Can we get a replay? Can someone cut that? Wait. That is so good.
Bima, get a hold of yourself. You're in public. You're getting rather excited over there.
Can I make it clear, without making it overly awkward to the woman of my desires, that I was not referring to Bima when I was saying these words.
So it's Monica first, Bima second, and me.
Kristen, you were in front of Bima just in case you wanted to know where you're at on
No, I'm not. If I'm second and a half, then there's got to be number 2.
I told you were number 3. There is definitely a number 2, but there is a wide gap between 2 and 1.
Wait.
Yeah, Kristen, I think it's all the ladies, including you, and then all the men, and then Bima on Roger's list.
That's more like it.
So, Mr.
I have to agree. Well done.
Bima, who would you put as the one who fits your policy the best out of everyone in this room?
I would have to say right now, men or women.
Just anyone.
Well, I don't know Moose, and I haven't heard much of Devin, but I like Devin. So I would have to say, and I haven't heard much of Brian either. So Brian is a curiosity to me. Moose, Devin, but I would have to say you're definitely my number 1 right now.
Me?
Oh yeah.
Well, hold on. Can I just hold on? Can I just share this with you, Bima? As much as that might have flattered him, he would still put Joe B, who's like 87, in front of you.
I'm sure he would.
she's in here. She heard that. I'm just kidding, Joby.
Tall Lady is in the audience. Tall Lady is top 10 in my Clubhouse fave list, and that's not inconsiderable. I mean, that's considerable. That's
Scarlet Two T's. Where do I rank on that list?
yeah, probably shouldn't have said that.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I just happened to glance down in the audience. I didn't see. A shout out to Sean B and Weeby, two other minds that I really enjoy. Yeah, and Marty too. I like Marty down there too. Yeah.
Bibo, let me ask you a question. If you were president of the United States or head of the Federal Reserve,
That wouldn't happen, but go ahead.
I'm just asking, how would you optimize the economy?
I mean, and the Fed.
Well, that's not a bad answer.
That was a good Marilyn Monroe impersonation.
But Dina, let me ask you this. Let's say hold on. Let's say that the Fed was ended. Let's say the whole government was ended. Biba, can you explain to the people here when there's no government left in the United States, where those 5,500 nuclear weapons? Who would have those? Who would control the nuclear weapons?
I would defer that to much more intelligent people that would be able to organize and figure that out.
That doesn't sound like you've got a very good plan here. It sounds like you haven't thought about who's going to have the nukes.
I mean, like that's the point of a decentralized, like state of society. It's to say like, hey, look, why don't we talk about who has the best ideas, and then let's do that, right? And the best part is it's voluntary. It's not like by force, violent by force, as you see in a federal constitutional republic, which I'm not, terribly upset about. I do appreciate it for what it's done.
I got a question for you, Dina. If you don't have a government, who's going to protect black people in your society?
To single out any type of individual, it doesn't even make sense.
Hi, this is Anna. Give me a call back if you're.
It goes like the idea of a voluntary society is to not use violent back coercion on people, right?
Hey Ross, you said we need government protection. The other night we're gonna be like beat up or killed or something. That's weird.
Well, it seems to me that if you're going to protect individual freedom and extend that to all individuals, you probably need a government that has the authority to make those protections. Otherwise, what would keep a band of marauders? Like imagine like a village of Pepes that hate black people. What would you do to make sure that this village of Pepes doesn't try to trample on the rights of black people?
It's called guns and bullets.
Facts.
What if the battle was in the water?
What if the battle is in the water?
Hakima, would you like to be the one to tell her?
Well, I don't know what you mean.
When this conversation's over, I would love.
Sorry, Scarlett.
No, I interrupted you guys, so go ahead and finish this conversation. But I do have a question for Tall Lady. I'll just put it in the chat so y'all can keep going.
I was gonna tell Mojo he gotta spread his own lazy jokes. This is one step I want.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Can you repeat that? I don't know if you're cutting out. What was that, Hakima?
I think Hakima was saying that the stereotype of black people not being able to swim is incorrect.
I know for me, and most people I know is incorrect.
You're a swimmer?
It's one of those kids.
When we're done with
this survey? Can we get a survey that asks if we think that Hakima is a strong swimmer?
Absolutely. We can take it down right now. It was just a filler poll.
I got a filler poll.
Oh. Hey, Rod, I guarantee I would out.
Low-hanging fruit, Roger. Do better.
Without a doubt.
I'm just gonna stop talking. That's it.
Hakima, did you say that you're a stronger swimmer than I am?
Yep.
Oh, wow. It's amazing.
Roger, were you in the reading room today?
Yes, but I went last because my reading comprehension level is the lowest of the room.
How about a poll that says,
What? What does the poll
who can vote for who would be able to save who's swimming? Can Hakima save Roger? Or can Roger save Hakima if one of them is drowning?
Who would save them? Not could they? Who would save them?
Physical capabilities.
I have saved 4 people from drowning, including like a 350-pound white dude who jumped in the middle of fucking 12 feet.
It's looking good for Hakima, Roger. It's looking good.
Wait, hold on. This is like lefties. They hear one side of the argument and they've made up their mind. Here's the other side of the argument. When's the last time you've seen a world-class water polo team that was all black? Well, fat people float too.
That just means we got better shit to do with our time. Like play basketball or football.
Now that is stereotypical. That's bordering on racist there, Hakima.
Why? Because I'm just saying what we like to do. We like to play basketball and football.
Okay, new poll up. Damn.
All bags on Hakima. Oh, so what was the reading? What did how many verses did you do, or like what did you get through to?
We got to a third of the book, and
really,
yeah, got to a third.
So can I ask a question? I'd like to ask Roger. Excuse me, Mojo. Mojo Jojo. What did you?
Is this a manic episode? Should we be concerned?
Manic Monday. So.
What's your question?
From the reading, thank you. From the reading, how many of those principles would you be able to apply to what Israel is doing currently?
Well, I think the first principle I would put is that you shouldn't try to control them. The fact that you want to control what Israel does would put you in violation of the principles of the Tao.
Fabulous deflection, but the question was what Israel is doing. So I'm a third party, or it doesn't matter what I think.
You looked at that.
What Israel is doing. How many of those, master principles could you apply to what Israel is its current policy? And we can, pretend that we're all in support of what Israel is doing right now. And there's no genocide, and they're defending themselves, okay? So if we use that baseline, how many of those principles line up with the current policy?
I would say there's very strong alignment with the good people of Israel when it comes to the Tao. The main thing is that we have to accept that you can't change things. You just have to accept things the way that they are. This is the Tao.
I think I got my answer. I think that answer is none. I'm pretty sure. I mean, you didn't get through the whole book, so I'll ask again when it's finished.
Yeah, you simply can't have your cake and eat it too.
Hold on. That is the stupidest fucking saying. Why couldn't you buy a cake, eat a cake? In fact, in what situation would you buy a cake and not eat a cake?
It makes no sense to fucking that saying. That's got to be a white person saying. Like, Hakima, correct me if I'm wrong. Black
I am a white person. I guarantee you came from England. I'm betting on it.
Roger, you have to say the quote right. You can't eat your cake and have it too is the correct quote.
Damn it, Joe, with your reality facts.
Jesus Christ. So what you're saying is Necro got it wrong.
Most people get it wrong. They say it backwards.
Wait, how did I say it backwards?
It's the OG of misinformation.
Well, wait, what's the right way of saying it?
You can't eat your cake and have it too. It means you've eaten it, it's gone, so you can no longer have it.
And you also can't have it if you eat it.
I didn't write the quote.
I believe the idea, Necro, is that it's chronological matters. Chronological order matters.
Who told us that we were having that the quote wrong?
Joe did.
Joe, you get an ad, man. You solved one of the most irritating, and I love cliches. I was always frustrated with that quote because it made no sense. And when you said it, I had to grok it, and like it's beautiful. Thank you, Joe.
I'm just surprised.
My pleasure. I have a moment every moment.
I'm just surprised you hadn't run across the true way it was said before it started up.
Brian, you knew it, and you were holding out on me these last 4 years.
Yeah, I just thought it was common sense. My bad.
Well, but that's because you feed us. You're a farmer. You provide, like, you have the common sense of being a man of the land. So I can't blame you that I was ignorant. Thank you. We should do a whole room on that. Cliches and quotes that don't make sense, and do origin stories to find out why.
The other good room is music lyrics that people think they are and what they actually are.
Like Hold Me Closer, Tony Danza?
Yeah, I want Tony Danza. That's the best song ever.
Hurt So Good by John Mellencamp.
He doesn't really say that?
No, he does actually.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
My eyes are tortured instead of my eyes adored her.
Oh, no.
That may be telling me.
Something like a deuce. Keep going. I interrupted you, Jules.
Hey, Roger, I was surprised that no one really gave you a good answer for your question about if the country was decentralized, who would gain control of the nuclear weapons.
They don't have a good answer for that because they're anarchists, and anarchists are dumb.
I would say most likely the military is my answer in one form or another. I think it'd be that over, say, UN control. That's just in a simple answer form.
Yeah, but let me ask you this, Sean. If the military kept their weapons, how are you going to overthrow the government?
It's true, but pretty much, I mean, in a lot of countries where countries are decentralized, and I'm just trying to think of...
Name one.
Egypt, possibly. At a certain point, Egypt became militarized as a country there for a while. I don't know if they still are. I don't really pay attention to Egypt. Would that be a good
military coup against Saddam in the 70s, right? 80s, late 70s.
I mean, I'm asking. I just been thinking about that question. I think it's a good question.
I have a question.
What that would be.
I have a question for Bima. If anarchy is such a good idea, how come nobody's trying it?
I just think it's, like one of those short-sighted, trained, indoctrinated programmings, and we continue to pass that down, right? Because we could say, why didn't anybody choose a federal constitutional republic, 1,000 years ago? Why haven't we been doing that forever? You know what I mean? I think it's just a little bit, also, this is interesting, and I don't actually have an answer to this because it goes back and forth, but do you believe that our morality as humans, like humanity as a whole.
Did you say humans or humans?
I'm not sure. What did I say? Humanity as a whole. Do you believe
Are
that
you saying
morality?
humanity or are you saying humanity?
Humanity.
Well, those would be sheep people.
Hold on, wait a second. So do you believe morality evolves? Do you think that we've evolved with our moral, like, underpinnings of what we believe society, you know what I mean? Like, do you think that it's...
Well, we don't do any public hangings anymore, so I would say yes.
You know why we don't do public hangings anymore? The real story is because of botched hangings. It was never banned or outlawed. It was because of botched hangings that we stopped hanging people.
What about public shootings?
We still do that. It was done in Utah. And, was it North or South Carolina? Where was the other one? There's been
It's a firing squad, but I'm not sure
it's firing squad.
public.
Yeah.
I don't think it's public.
Well, actually,
Well, it's not public, but it is bizarre that you can
It's not
still.
the streets.
Yeah, it was the guy on death row, if I'm not mistaken, who killed that young mother like 30 years ago. He actually requested a firing squad.
Can we go back to Beavis' question about, like, you know, does humanity evolve? I think that
Morality. Like, morality.
Yeah, I think the civilized societies do evolve, but if you take, like, a pedophile death cult that's 1,000 years old, they haven't evolved much. They still want to fuck kids.
Oh, Roger, that's such terrible Islamophobia and bigotry and hatred. That's just fear speaking, Roger. That's not your true self, Roger. That's hate speech, Roger.
So wait, so this is the question. Do you believe that morality has evolved? Like, we see, you know, anarchist societies. Well, I'm not sure it goes deep enough into, like, the what and what we know and how we know, and, like, you know, just like, so there have been, you know, mutualist societies, anarchist societies throughout time.
Name the one that thrived the most.
I don't know which ones thrive the most, but Kropotkin.
Wouldn't that be a good thing to examine if we're going to advocate for a society? Shouldn't we look back in history and you're going to say, hey, we should look back to these societies. Which one thrived the most? Well, I don't know about that.
Yeah, because it was just a long time ago. Like, we're talking, you know, like hundreds and hundreds of years ago, just few, not enough documentation, you know what I mean?
So why are you convinced it would work then if you don't know anything about it?
Well, I mean, like, I don't think that that's a good argument to say it's not going to work, right? For the same reason that we wouldn't say...
What the fuck are you doing?
Who, which one?
Unfucking believable.
Names from anarchist communities that have been fairly successful in the past 100 years, perhaps. So
Can we just get a check on David real quick? David, are you okay? Sorry, Eleni,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I'm okay. My mic was up.
Oh.
I hope that was a crap stealer that didn't pay out full odds. That was it. We have her on film. So I wish John was there to record it.
The guy who requested firing squad was Jack Henry Abbott. The book was The Executioner. There is a book, The Executioner's Song, Letters from Jack Henry Abbott to Norman Mailer. I read the book. It was pretty good.
So I was going to say, so ones that are still sort of operational.
What are you going to say, Catalonia?
That was 1930s.
Catalonia still exists. Catalonia still exists, right?
Not as much, but like the most successful part was sort of between 1936, 37.
Are you familiar with Catalonia?
Yes, I just told you the years in which it was first. Yes.
Hold on, real quick.
Let me finish my thought.
Well, I will, but I want to just ask you a question. Are you familiar with their tradition of the Kagane in their nativity scene?
No.
So the Kagane is the shitter. They have a character within their nativity scene that squats and takes a shit, and it's kind of that like soft swirl shit that you get out of like a McDonald's like freezy thing if it was working. But go ahead, you were saying something far more important. Go ahead.
So
chocolate right now, Roger. Bad
in
timing.
Korea, there are among like certain Korean refugees. This was also in the 1920s, 30s. But in Copenhagen, there's been like a very long-running sort of self-governing commune.
How many people live there? How many people live there? How many people live there?
I'll have to check, but it's a small community. And they've been running since the 1970s. I'm not making an argument for or against it. I'm just
No, this is good. No, listen, you sound like an intelligent person. You're well-read. I'd like to think of you as a man of letters. I'm just curious, though. Would you agree with me that in a country of 350 million people with a sophisticated system of infrastructure and government intertwined in every aspect of our fucking lives, and a military that has nuclear capabilities, do you think that type of society could collapse into anarchy and be okay?
But you're conflating the sort of normal definition of anarchy with anarchism, the philosophical idea. So it's for something to descend into anarchy. This is not what anarchism is. Anarchism doesn't. Listen.
I've written the book.
Can I finish one thought?
Well, I was asking you a question, and then you refused the question because you wanted to get into this pedantic thing about what anarchy is. So let me define it. Hold on one second. Just so everybody knows.
Okay. Well, maybe you don't want me to speak. I'll just leave it. It's fine.
Well, that's fine.
Carry on.
Yeah. You're not the star. Just so everybody knows, the definition that's used by anarchists is that it's no rulers. That's what they mean by no anarchy. They don't want government. They don't believe in a ruler. They do believe in rules, but they don't believe in.
Look who wants to be the star. Oh gosh.
Well, I am. I am the star.
Do you want a podium?
No. Well, I have a podium. What are you talking? I do have a podium. Hold on. All right. Hold on. I'm gonna create a poll, and we'll see. Let's see here. Hold on.
Well, I thought this was a place where people talk, but anyway, carry on with your little.
No, go right ahead. Go ahead.
Little dick swinging contest.
You want the attention? It's all yours. Go ahead. What's up?
Nah, I'm not speaking here. I'm listening to you.
Wow, why did you even say anything then, dude?
No, but like...
Why do you say that and then just do that? That's stupid. That's like what chicks do. Stop.
No, this is idiocy. If you want a small group where you talk to your friends, that's fine. If you don't want people to come up, don't invite them up.
Well, you were given the stage, but you apparently wanted to throw a hissy fit. Stupid.
It's not hissy fit. You're an idiot. This is not how people talk. Like,
I'm not an idiot. You don't even know who I am.
I know who you are. You're an idiot.
Okay, so making it personal doesn't help your argument. It brings you down. Yeah, they're speaking of going down.
Maybe I didn't read the book. As I recall,
Someone's talking about me? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
But I'm reading a review, and it says that he committed suicide.
Hold on, Devin, hold on. Can we bring? I want to bring the star of the show back up. L. Nathan. L. Nathan, come tell us all about anarchy. Get up here. We got a poll in your honor, too. Get up here. Come on, L. Nathan. If that is your real name. This is what happens when you challenge an anarchist. It's funny.
I disagree.
You have to call L. Nathan.
Shown that he's an anarchist. We don't know if he's an anarchist, first of all. And two, this just goes to, freedom of association. If you want to have civil dialogue, he set his boundaries. I respect him. I'm sorry, L. Nathan. I would have liked to have heard you.
I would have liked to have heard him. I actually said I would like to hear him. I invited him up. He's refusing because he's afraid.
Yeah, oh Nathan, you're never likely to be anybody's professor.
I don't think he's afraid. He didn't sound afraid.
He said you wouldn't even qualify to sit in my class.
Listen, I wouldn't pay money to go and get a fucking education to be taught by fucking morons like yourself. What are you gonna do? You're gonna tell me about these thriving anarchist communities? It's fucking amazing. Like, Jesus Christ, you guys hear yourselves?
Do you understand that that's like an appeal to, what is it? Is it an appeal to history, right? Like, you're saying that it's literally a logical fallacy, saying just because something hasn't been done in the past means that
Do you think appealing to reason is a bad idea?
To appeal to reason, well, I mean, not for the sake of just saying something is reason, but if there's if there's actually reason in the reasoning, then sure. Bro.
Jesus Christ.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie.
I hope this is streaming. I want to.
You heard that, right?
This should be.
I'm done.
Please mute yourself. This should absolutely be a fucking PSA of why young people should not use drugs. I just don't get it.
I do not use any drugs. I'm a teetotaler.
Maybe
I'm a teetotaler, and I haven't told that. But I do love begonias, specifically the Darth Vaderiana. If anyone knows where I could buy.
Is it edible? Is it edible begonia?
No, but there are edible begonias. They're beautiful little pink ones. There's like the double pink Francises. They have a very sweet. You can put it on, salads and things. It's very nice.
It's like my saying is
beautiful presentation.
You shouldn't do drugs, or else you might have to become president of the United States.
Hey, hold on, guys.
Mojo, breaking news. Elton John blames the democratization of microphones. Idiots like this who are nothing in real life enjoy this, but yet he takes the time to stay here and somehow feel gratified that he's putting this professor has sunk to our level, apparently, with his hubris and his ego, but yet he takes the time to put that message in. The irony is hard to ignore.
Listen, they're all here for the dopamine hit. I'm here for it. You're here for it. We all collect it in different ways. I think the issue is that Bima collects her dopamine. She overindulges. This is why you get ideas like anarchy. Bima, let's ask you a couple questions. So the collapse of the U.S. happens, and I know you don't want to talk about the idea of who gets the nukes. Can you explain to me, like, who would set age of consent laws if there was no government?
So the point is it's decentralized. So you all would, everybody here would.
Wait a minute. But what if there's a compound of people that decided that they wanted to throw all age of consent laws out the window? Where would the authority be to say, hey, that's a bad idea?
Well, you had talked about appealing to reason, and I think that that's a good, I actually, if you want to use the appeal to reason, okay, we've gotten to the point where we have a great structure. We understand the psychological damage that, like the Erik Erikson model of psychology, the children's psychology and how they grow and how their brains develop. So I mean, like, obviously there's limits, and we can use, great with our science eyes and objectivity to incorporate. And so there are going to be better ideas. There's going to be lesser known ideas, or
take a breath. Take a breath.
Take a breath. Better and lesser.
Take a breath. I'm trying to help you. Take a breath.
You gotta break a record, Mojo. Let her go.
Listen, I just want her to breathe.
Do I sound like I'm not breathing?
Correct.
Yeah. You sound like you're so hungry.
Oh my God! Wait, I sound hungry?
Did you carry nitrous?
Wait, hold on. Why do you keep saying that, Moose? That is like such a it's a weird thing. Like, can we talk about how you know about this nitrous stuff? Where do you get it? How would I do it if I had it?
I just gives you the giggles.
I want to go back to this thing. So, Bima, in an anarchist society, who has the authority to set an age of consent law?
the people, the decentralized, decentralized communities.
Where do they derive their authority?
They derive their authority from mutual reciprocation of agreements.
Okay. What if so this is the part about age of consent where you need a government is because some people aren't old enough to even consent. And so how do you have mutual consent if you're not legally able to give consent?
Well, that's a good question, and voluntarism or anarchism. Well, yeah. Well, what you're asking me is like, things that we don't even have figured out right now, and all that voluntarism is saying is that we're decentralizing the power to say if age of consent, if there's a community where they have children that are 10 years old and they're able to take full accountability of their successes and failures. They're fully self-sustainable, raising in their own themselves and are able to fulfill contracts, right? Who's to say that they shouldn't be able to be a part of the moral calculus, right? That's all that is. But I think for the most part, we already have a lot of great structure that we can agree to. And that we would say using reason, yeah, that's a reasonable thing to do.
Can you pause right there? And I'm not even going to interject. I'll let you continue. Take your deep breath. All that. So I just want to ask the people that were listening to that: was there anything within that resembled a point that you pulled out of it? I'd love to hear from the people in the chat if that made sense to anybody. And then we'll give it about 30 seconds, and then Bima, you can go ahead and talk more about how age of consent laws are just going to be, I guess, decided based on mutual respect with no authority. Amazing. Go ahead, Bima.
I actually liked your exercise. I wanted to hear from the crowd.
Bima, can I ask you a question? Can you just re-summarize what you said maybe in like 3 sentences? Thanks, Bima.
Yeah, so
like, yo, wait, hold on. No, we just need a moment, dude. We just need a moment of silence. Because I had something and it slipped away and I feel like we should just...
Yeah, you guys got to drink that one in. That was a good question.
Dude.
Okay, Bima, you didn't like the question, so let me give you a different one. Okay, so if you have no government, and let's say you have these different territories, you have your little compound, I've got mine, how would an interstate highway get built cooperatively?
Oh, what the fuck are you? Is there demand? Do you think that there would be demand for something like that?
No, there very well could be a demand, but I'm guessing who would organize it and who would gather the resources, and what happens along this path if there was some old codger that said, "You're not going to put this road through my yard," would you just have to build the road around his house?
I mean, like, if you believe in private property, you want to be consistent, right? Yeah, of course.
I do.
Sure.
I do.
Sure, you have to make it a...
That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking you, in an anarchist society, how would these decisions get made?
So I know you ask me this question all the time and you don't like the answer, but the idea is just to decentralize the power structure. So when there's better ideas that pop up, we can voluntarily associate and put our productive ability and our money into those ideas. And I don't think most people in the United States are irrational, right? So let's use just the United States. If you think they are, that's interesting because there's still people that vote, and so that would kind of dissolve your argument that there's a system of control by the people that you think are irrational. So what do you think that the average American is rational? Just out of curiosity.
Yes. Absolutely.
So then, do you believe in voting pockets?
I don't believe as much.
I mean, if most people are irrational, and then you believe that we should, or the authority in the United States is derived by that group of irrational people, what are we really talking about?
I don't know, I think we just like solved the puzzle right now. That irrational people are voting. Of course, the government's going to be trash.
Well, people in California are not rational, so there you go.
Wait, which
Yeah, we're on
government?
fire right now, apparently.
The government now, the government then, which government exactly? Pockets.
Well, hold on. Before Pockets goes, I want to ask Bima to take a look at the question of the room. What would be preferable to the U.S. government? Reducing government, eliminating government, or more authoritarianism? What's your
The
option?
answer is always eliminating government. Always. That's always the answer.
All right, perfect. Let me see if you can get a co-signer. So she has nominated eliminating government. Does anyone want to co-sign with her on eliminating government? We've got nobody to second her motion? Nobody seconds her motion.
And who said that?
We got one. Perfect. All right, hold on. Now I want to. I want to find out who. Oh, hold on. Let's see. I want to see. So the Greens, we've got Nye, we got Serenity, we got Shirley, we got David, we got Necro, we got Sean B, we got Devin, we got Father. Those are the Greens that are on the stage. I need 2 volunteers that believe reducing government is a better idea. Can you blink your mic if you believe reducing government is a better idea and you want to volunteer to have this discussion? It'll be a tag team match. Bima and Hakima in one corner versus the reduce government folks in the other corner. Okay.
Reduce but not eliminate, to be clear, right?
Yeah, correct. Reducing versus eliminating. Okay, and Pocket said more authoritarianism, so here's what we'll do. I will represent reducing government. Pockets will represent more authoritarianism, and Bima and Hakima can both talk about this. I want to give the eliminating government folks the first advantage. Just like in chess, whoever goes first has the advantage, so I want to make sure that I'm not using home court advantage here, so I want to give the position to you guys. Bima or Hakima, who wants to go first?
I'm sorry, I was a little distracted. Can you give me the abridged version, quick?
We're going to have a debate. I'm going to represent reducing government. You and Hakima are going to represent eliminating government. And Pockets, of all people, is going to represent more authoritarianism. So go ahead, Bima or Hakima, tell us, make your best case to the people listening down below why eliminating government is the best.
Because governments are nothing but corrupt. Every last one of them on the planet is corrupt. And they just funneling the money up to the rich and robbing the middle class, creating the poor. And it's never going to change. They're going to dress it up in another package, no matter what, and they're going to steady fuck the people over, control the people. So I'm for no government, where we govern ourselves. And I don't think it'd be some wild, wild west scenario. I think people will govern themselves and protect their families and do what they got to do. I think the world would be much better without some fucking corrupt ass government.
Okay. Hey, that's one man's opinion. Bima, if you want to add anything to that before we go to Pockets to represent the authoritarian position, go ahead, Bima.
I love what Hakeem is saying. I think that we, as human beings, have an incredible ability to innovate, create, and work things out. And I think the idea that, government is the necessary evil, I think that's honestly been a scam that a lot of people bought into, right?
It was, I think most of the time it's actually the government and violent backed force and coercion against our will that causes the biggest atrocities, the wars, this collectivist diseased mentality, and the idea that there are people that have a moral authority over you is insane. I don't think that anyone in this room actually believes that, and that's why I would appeal to your better judgment and your true sensibilities to say, if you believe that you are the arbiter, the writer, the author of your life, that you should be able to make the decisions for what you do, for what you could deem moral and immoral, and what you'd like to, where you'd like to put your productive ability, I'd like to invite you to understand that coercive government, which is a federal constitutional republic, although not the worst, it's still a coercive institution that enslaves, that robs this of you. And if we were to decentralize this authority and allow us to freely associate without violent backed coercion, we would live a more peaceful, a more creative, and I just think an overall better life. Thank you.
Okay. We just heard from Bima about the virtues of eliminating government. Pockets, you chose to represent more authoritarianism. Can you please give us your take on why more authoritarianism would be preferable?
So I feel like, as Americans, we have a lot of freedom, a little too much freedom to where we become violent, we become desperate, we become just a completely different type of person. So I feel like we need to crunch down on shit. I feel like we need to start respecting law and order, and law and order should be respecting us as well. I don't believe in getting rid of the police. I actually believe in supporting them. And I believe that people just need to, crack down. There's so much fraud, so much freedom to do whatever we want. Like, we're literally frauding federal aid. We're frauding the most needed things in our country, and it's because we have that freedom to do so. And I feel like we just, things just need to be cracked down on. People are wild. And eliminating government, we are not a peaceful species, to be honest. We are a very violent species. We are animals, 100%. Territory is a thing, and people kill over it. So I feel like, when you're eliminating government, you're allowing the irrational to lead, and that's horrible. It's like the blind leading the blind. That's what it is.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Pockets, for your submission. And now for the contrarian view, the person that is going to represent reducing government, I give you Mojo. Okay, people. Now that we've gathered around and we've heard from the anarchists as well as the authoritarians, I'd like to speak to you about the fallacies of both of the arguments. I will start with Bima's submission. Bima had made the claim that she was against collectivism. The problem is the ideology she's representing is the most collectivist. In fact, left-leaning anarchy was born on the left, born out of the idea of collectivism. In fact, anarchists believe, and if you look globally, there are different versions of anarchists. There's the anarcho-capitalist, which is a very small number of people globally, although it's more popular here in the U.S. But from a global perspective, the majority of anarchists are left-leaning collectivists. They're actually communists. They're anarcho-communists. This is the majority of the school of thought. It's where it was born, is out of communism. So this idea that she rejects collectivism but wants to give you a system in which there's no checks on the power that her collective would have over you. I would submit to you that the best system of government is one where we limit power, where we have a standard. And that standard is individual rights. I would like to talk to you about John Stuart Mill, who wrote in On Liberty, the harm principle. You should be free to do what you want to do, provided that you don't harm anyone else. In order to do this, you have to allow for a lot of freedom. That being said, you need to curtail it when it comes to doing harm. And in order to curtail it, you have to have an authority that can make decisions. You have a legislative branch that can make laws. You have a police force that can apprehend criminals. And you have a judicial system with judges that can decide if somebody is innocent or guilty and be able to sentence them to a punishment. These are the things that we need to keep in mind when we start thinking about these amateurish ideas of collectivist thought, which is what anarchy is, that wants to eliminate government so they can live in a society where they can do whatever they please and they can infringe on anybody's rights. One of the most popular anarchists out there, and you guys can look this up, Proudhon famously wrote a book titled Property is Theft. So for anyone that believes in the Lockean principles of freedom, life, liberty, and property, this is in direct contravention of those principles, and I would submit to you that the best way to be able to ensure that people have individual freedom is to have a limited scope government that has a standard to uphold that protects individual rights. If you have no government, you have no protection over those individual rights. And to Pockets, I don't think I even need to speak on this. What she's asking for is to restrict individual freedom, and I think you guys already know from my previous statement how I feel about that. I'll go ahead and lay my mic down. Thank you. And then we'll go to the poll and see the one.
Hey, Roger, that whole individual rights and the police force and the judges and all protected, they haven't been doing it. It sounds good in theory, but they don't do it. The only thing they do is protect themselves. So you just like you said, Bima wanted a world where people control themselves or whatever. Like that, that's what we need. I mean, the government is taking from us. They're selling us some bullshit dream that's never gonna fucking happen, and just to control us. Like no, the real freedom is no government. That's the only way you're gonna ever get real freedom.
Okay. And I guess my question to you is, when you look across the Americas and you see groups that maximize freedom, we could look to some of those groups. Is there a particular reason why you haven't decided to become Amish?
Yeah, that's a few reasons I can think of.
What would those be? I mean, they've found a way to get out of paying taxes. Many of the taxes that you and I pay, the Amish don't have to because they claim a religious exemption. So they have thrown the yoke of government off of them. They have figured out how to live in a society that has a government and to live with the government having minimal intrusion in their life. So my question is, if you guys are so committed to being anarchists, why don't you move to Amish country?
I'm working on my own country, Roger. Don't worry about it. I have my own. I'm not gonna become Amish.
Where you going, Liberia?
No, right here where my ancestors come from. Right here. I'm not leaving.
Okay. Pockets, did you want to weigh in on this?
No, I'm good.
All right. Well, I guess the last thing that I would say is that we have to look at the threats realistically. There's countries that are adversarial to us, countries that have armies, countries that can organize. And in order to be able to defend against foreign foes, we need to have a military. We need to have a well-armed military. We need to have an organized, coordinated effort to be able to bring together the Army, the Navy, Air Force, and Marines. I don't believe that in an anarchist society, these small little militias led by Hakima and Bima would be any match for a sophisticated army that decides that they want to battle us. I actually think that their ideas on this disregard the very freedoms that we're granted because of our military protecting us. Yes, we have these oceans that is a huge advantage, but we also have brave fighting men and women that will protect our freedom from tyranny. And the political ideology that they're giving you is only going to work until somebody with enough guns comes over and takes all of your freedom. And so for that reason, I remain firmly in the camp of reducing government, improving government, not eliminating government. This is not so. Just take your ball.
Going in there saying that he's the leader of African Americans.
Follow him. I used to be friends with the sewer rat. But then I was like, no, I don't really want to be friends with this scumbag anymore. Actually, blocked him when I stopped being his campaign manager.
Campaign manager?
For 2032.
Oh, I haven't. I think maybe he stopped following me because I don't.
No, I blocked him.
No, me. I'm saying I don't think he's. I haven't seen him in the hallway. You know, you see people's names in the hallway. I haven't.
You're not missing out much, are you?
No, it is funny though. If it's an African American room and he's in there, I'll go in.
Thing. And when Brad does it, it's not a fucking problem. You know, doing that I ever can, but the idea.
I don't doubt that.
Thank you, Roger. But the idea is that it would look very similar. The only difference is there isn't coercion, right? There isn't a force that's going to make the decision to say we're going to do this or that because a particular percentage of the society decides to make these choices. It will be, listen, everybody is going to have to either pay into it and you're going to support it, or if you don't like it, you remove your predictive ability and you put it either in a competing institution, in something that's better, you fire, the changes come much more, they come quicker and they come faster. So the oversight, the accountability, the curtailing, all that's going to be there. It's just going to be extremely more effective, much more time efficient. There's going to be immediate decisions, right? It doesn't have to be caught up in all the legislative red tape, right? And also the left-leaning,
and there's more.
Of course, right? So the societies, I had mentioned that Kropotkin had talked about a bunch of societies in his one of his essays, and he mentions, there's multiple, and there was indigenous societies, there was Christian communities, right? The medieval guilds, the Icelandic Commonwealth in 1930, right? And there were multiple Christian communities. So even if you're a Christian, right? Those I don't know why that wouldn't be appealing to you. So the Apostolic Church, the Pauline communities, I don't know.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, anything for you.
So I've heard you make the comment a few times while you were explaining this that, immediate decisions to be made, immediate response. Who's making those decisions though if there's no government?
So it's not that. Okay, so we use the term, I'm sorry, Serenity, the word government, we say it's not government. There's still going to be a governing structure. The only difference is it's not coercive. So there's going to be a government, there's going to be a governing structure in an organization. It's just that when that organizing structure is there, it's because everybody that's there absolutely has given explicit consent. Because if they didn't want to continue to participate and support it, they immediately can withdraw their consent at any time, right? So that's the only difference. So there's going to be government, and there is going to be structure. There's going to be, just like as a business would run, same thing.
May I ask a question? So the anarchist position is typically that you need to end the monopoly of force that the government has. And the answer to that is essentially the democratization of force, where everybody can initiate force should they choose to. Now, my question for you is, in this society where you indicated you had this vision where you believed that if it made sense, we would just keep the military intact because that would be in everybody's rational best interest. I think that's what you meant to say. My question for you would be, what about these anarchists that believe that they would be safer if they had their own little community of defense folks, and they decided, well, in order to best defend ourselves, we need a nuclear weapon. Do you think in your society that you and your family and maybe your neighborhood, maybe you've got like a little neighborhood watch, a little cul-de-sac somewhere like in Alabama or something like that. I don't know where you live, but let's just picture that it's in Alabama. It helps for people with a visual. And you're in a cul-de-sac and you and your neighbors are anarchists. If you decide that you want a nuclear weapon, what's the authority that would tell you that, no, Bima, you can't have a nuclear weapon?
So my best answer to this would be for the same reason that we as a society don't believe that there should be nuclear weapons around. I think the world is pretty concrete on that. The thing is something like a nuclear weapon is the complete antithesis of freedom, right? Because it's an indiscriminate weapon. It's an indiscriminate tool. It's going to it creates a harm not by self-defense, but by massive force, violent force specifically. And that's what we're trying to do by decentralizing the monopoly on force. So the large majority of people are going to reject that, and they're just not going to allow that to happen.
Hold on, but my question is, who has the authority to tell you in an anarchist society that you can't have a nuclear weapon?
So the thing is like I said, because it's an indiscriminate weapon, society is going to operate off of, listen, you're a peaceful person, don't...
Hey, hold on, I'm going to pause this. Hey, Anonymous, can you stream Amir's room into here right now?
Yeah, I can't. Well, yeah.
I hear it's going crazy. Can you please stream it? Sorry, Bima. This takes precedent.
Actually, I cannot. Because this is my anonymous account.
Fired. You're fired.
All right, Bima. Back to anarchy.
What's going on in Amir's room?
You know, if there's any real in the muff patriots and you have a burner account right now, now is your time to go into Amir's room and give Mojo that extra dopamine bump he's looking for.
Mojo's experiencing FOMO for Amir's room.
Bima, did you say what's wrong with Amir's room?
No, I said what's going on in it.
Well, you know, it's typical hate mongers.
Do they need backup?
Why, you want to go join their hate circle?
Amir is not a hateful person.
Anybody want to contradict that statement?
I don't think he's a mean person either.
Back to the debate.
Jesus Christ.
Not a mean person. He's a terrorist promoter, a potential terrorist. He platforms hate speech, and he's obnoxiously annoying and low IQ. But, you know, you can go in his room and say whatever you want about the Jews, about murdering them, about creating terrorism. It doesn't matter. He'll listen to it. He loves it. The worse, the better it is for him.
Cool story, bro. So, Bima, who would handle the allocation and usage thereof of nuclear weapons if there's no government?
Thank you. I'm going to answer that, Moose. But I just want to counter that for Anonymous. Anonymous, he also gives stage to anybody else. Like, he prides himself in being able to
Okay,
have
you're
that
going to
discussion,
force
so.
me to have to go into his room so you can get a quick little sample, okay?
Listen, I want to up on record right now, and Ann, I would really caution you to back yourself away from this, because this guy's literally going to go to jail someday for this shit that he does, and I don't think this is the friend circle that you need.
It's safer in the muff, Ann.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I like that. Well, I know that. I'm just saying that, well, okay, I trust your judgment. How about that?
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to pipe it in here because this is the only account I can listen to it on because he's blocked me from all my other accounts.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that I'm not surprised that Bima would support the terrorist Amir, but that's shocking.
I didn't say that I supported him. I said that he wasn't a mean person. Well, he wasn't.
He's an incredibly hateful person. He literally calls for the genocide of Jews, Ann.
Can I get a clip on that?
I have not saying that you haven't heard him say that. I haven't heard him say that. But I do.
I've never heard him say that. I've been known for a lot.
He's an IRG operative, for Christ's sake.
What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
You don't know what the IRGC is? It's the fucking tyrannical government in Iran that allows men to marry 8-year-old girls and supports terror cells around the fucking globe to kill Jews. That's who they are.
He gets his room titles every day.
I didn't know what it stood for.
You guys fucking, oh my god. This is crazy.
I wish Norm wasn't here because
I wish Norm was in here too, because Norm's the one that texted me and said the terrorist Amir is talking all kinds of crazy shit.
Oh.
And
Norm would be able to tell you that what I've done in that room.
What could anybody do in that room other than turn those people in to the fucking authorities? I mean, like, honestly, like, this is fucking crazy. You terror sympathizers are fucking something else.
well, hold on a second, Mojo. Let's do a quick diagnostic here. And I'm going to give you a very simple diagnostic question to see if you're tracking. What is 100 times 1,000?
Gotta get some new lines. You can't like use the same one twice.
No, I mean, that's a very simple question. I didn't even ask, like, what is 678 times 1,000?
Boring, because you've already asked, we've already heard it.
I just, see, Mojo.
I'm not happy with my level of free stuff.
Bima, what I'm trying to demonstrate. See, you don't understand. I'm reverse engineering a problem. Bima, I'm reverse engineering a future problem here. That people get angry over what people say here, but then when you ask a simple diagnostic like what is 100 times 1,000, and they can't answer that, you have to question yourself, why am I getting ticked off about this person who can't even answer a simple multiplication, problem? Is it a me problem or is it a you problem?
So, I think if that math problem was too complicated for Bima because there was too many numbers, Bima, we could try a different one. How about the square root of 25?
5.
Well, she got that one. We're going to have to work up to 100 times 1,000. She was proud of that one.
Horrible. No, I like Amir. I think that he's very reasonable.
Of course you think that, because you hate fucking Jews and so does he.
Do you know what though, Roger? I think maybe you have a big mic because when there's like an ear popping thing that goes on, and my ear just like pop when you go over a mountain. You know what I mean? Oof.
Does it turn you on?
No, not ear popping. I mean like a little bit of the lip being slapped. I like that, but no.
Shocker that you think that Amir, the terrorist simp, is a good guy. Shocker.
He's never given me a reason to believe otherwise. I also really appreciate his dedication to providing source material. Like he doesn't just.
How about just the titles of his room? That alone.
Just for future reference, 100 times 1,000 added 0 to the one at the end. 100,000.
Sure, thank you. I know I did that last time, and then I just messed up because I don't know. I think I said, what did I say? Like 500,000 or something stupid. I was like, add the zeros, but then I said like 5 zeros was like 100 times 1,000, 3. That's 5 zeros, and I said like, yeah, but I messed up. But yeah.
I'm not obsessed with math in my head either, but that one was pretty easy, I have to say.
Yeah.
You got played on that one. You're very intelligent. I won't take that away from you.
Oh, sure. Thank you. It might just be my voice, maybe not the intelligence, but I appreciate it.
Could play a role,
Everybody should grab one worksheet.
Look, Marshall, listen, I am a simp. I don't know if I could say that. Is there like a female version for Marshall? This is the gentleman of the app, just consistent with an encyclopedia of information, doesn't ever get out of pocket with logical fallacies of insult and attack, always giving high quality commentaries. And Marshall, I adore you. Thank you for being my hope and
I really like you too, Nina.
You're amazing. See, listen to that voice. And it's angelic. See, sometimes when Roger talks, no, not Roger. My begonias actually surprisingly like Roger. When Brad talks, my begonias start to wilt. And I'm not even kidding.
Begonia?
Yes, all my begonias. I have many, many begonias. Many, many, many. You want to see my begonias?
I didn't know begonias were allowed in the month. Maybe I could do that.
I have about 150, approximately, genuses of, or is it species? I think it's species. Species. The genus is the begonia, the begoniaceae. Okay, you help me out. But anyway, I have a lot of begonias, and they're beautiful. But when Brad talks, his intonation, like the vibration, everything like just starts to turn away and wilt and curl up, and there's like, it's horrible. But when Marshall talks, they perk up. They are excited. They want more. They feel like that angelic, like, wow, give me more. Marshall, thank you.
Brad said something funny, and you know that, Roger, you missed it. Now, I don't know if anyone remembers the exact words he said, but he said something about shoving cucumber sandwiches down someone's mouth. It was hilarious. I was laughing so hard. I was down below losing my shit. It's funny as hell. Brad is hilarious when he goes off. I don't know why it hurts your ears. He is funny as hell. He's a comedian. You should just go on stage and just talk shit to every single individual on the damn stage or on the floor. Listen to him. It's funny.
Joe, you took a pot shot at me in the chat, and I'm like you, and so you hurt my feelings. But could you do me a favor, Joe? When the next time I do it, because Joe said that I commit logical fallacies, and I'm not going to deny it, but Joe, would you be my hero? And the next time it happens, just like point it out and just say, hey, Bima, logical fallacy, there you go. I mean, you don't have to, but I would adore you.
I got one for you, Bima. You claim that you claim. Hold on. You claim that you oppose the initiation of force upon peaceful people, and yet you do rooms talking non-stop shit about the IDF. When was the last time you did a room where you condemned Hamas for initiating force against Israel? I feel like you tend to leave that one out.
So I'm going to be honest, and I probably shouldn't be honest and vulnerable in this room because usually that's taken and weaponized against me. No, do you know what? I'm just going to save it.
That's fine. I think people know who you are. Norm, tell us about Amir's room. Norm, tell us about Amir's room.
I have my audio.
It's good, but before you do, just understand that Bima and Ann here were saying that would have swell felt. But go ahead.
No, well, that's not true. So Bima said that she likes Amir, and all I said is that Amir, I agreed that Amir was not a mean person. But Norm has witnessed me taking the stage in Amir's room and actually back-channeled me and told me what a wonderful job that I did.
And she was very, very light touch, not the way a guy would do it. She just sort of lured them in, and then kaboom, with their terrorism and their Jew hate.
Well, no, but Bima and Ann were saying that these guys that Amir does not hate Jews. That was the claim.
I didn't say that either.
The most Jew-hating rooms I've.
Wait, hold on. Ann, are you now gonna walk back? We have the stuff streamed.
No, that's not. The only thing that I said was that I didn't think he was a mean person, and that's.
So you don't think it's mean to want to kill Jews?
Well, and I also said that I never heard him say that. However, if you listen to what just Norm said when I'm in there, I say my opinion and I call out their shit. When I've been in there.
He doesn't believe you should exist, and how is that not mean?
I don't want to argue with Ann, Roger, because there's something more. Mojo. There's something more important that I want to say. I don't know if you want to post the link that I sent to back channel in the top of the room,
We're about to stream it into here.
Concepts that you can
So,
because for example,
I'm just gonna,
if they arrest someone or if they bring someone questioning, it's merely for a few years. Think 24 hours, 48 hours, you know. And for terrorism can be slightly longer, or if they go to special courts. 4 years is a long time to do something with someone with no charge.
Generally, a charge sheet should be brought,
for 1 second, I just want to say what's going on.
within 60
That
days.
was the Professor Nathan who was in this room before.
I have to get this off my chest. They were literally sex trafficking in this room. You heard me correct. I heard it with my own ears. They were literally doing prostitution. They had somebody come up, and the guy said he goes to Dubai and Switzerland.
Norm, pause right there. Pause right there.
Yeah.
Those are strong accusations, Norm.
Hold on. Pause right there.
I heard it.
No, hold on. Norm, pause right there. These are friends. Amir, Bima says that Amir is a good person, and says that he's not a hateful person. So go ahead, Norm.
The IDF and United States rescued a Yazidi woman last year who had been sex trafficked to Gaza and for 10 years. This is 10 years of sex trafficking. They rescued IDF and USA rescued last year. I sent you the link to the BBC and Al Jazeera article, back channel. Well, now I heard it with my own ears. And I'll swear on a stack of Torahs, these guys were literally discussing their sex trafficking. And then the fellow said, and then when I wanted to get rid of her, I told her that I was Jewish so that she would spit on me. This is what they, and then, again, sorry to have to report this, then Edward said, well, you should have paid her at least. This is what, I mean, it's...
You report this to Clubhouse?
Yeah, I did. I don't even know what to say. I'm actually...
Why doesn't everybody just report that room right now? Everybody in this room report that room.
Well, I think what we're going to do, more importantly, is we're going to have the recording, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to send it not only to Clubhouse, but we'll send it to the FBI. And we might even send a note that says that they're friends with certain people.
Yeah, let's fucking go. It's about time. Let's fucking go. Literally promoting the mass extermination of Jewish people in that room for weeks, and I've been in there again. I've heard it with my own ears. We're gonna fry you like Hitler did. You're gonna go in the ovens, on like this. But this is the first night tonight that I heard them actually sex trafficking. And honestly, I've never heard sex trafficking before in my life. I'm speechless. I am absolutely speechless.
There were other people that were there that heard that could confirm this.